Now the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are channeling our gravity, reaching the horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling You're carried by the sun.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
We didn't really see that happen. Virgin Gaming picking up teamfight win after teamfight win, and they're going to cruise to a 2-0 in this matchup.
They are indeed. Look at Hirano in his first game of the PCS trying to keep this going, but Clax, even if he flashes away, maybe actually, Clement, it's not over yet. Clax got it all, and Nexus exposed, so the game goes off.
Wait a minute. Really fun, because if they're as we have the engage coming in.
Yeah, rest with the flash. There's hostile takeover. Koala flash for it. It gets berserk. You can see. Enzo caught out though as the realm will come through from mission. Maybe it delayed time. Maybe it worked. But oh my God!
Zoe!
Kong Yuel once again. The kick of legend as J Team has this fight all over. Koala the last one.
Have the right idea. They have a much stronger position if they're fighting 5v5 and they don't have that magic resistance debuff. But here we go.
Comes the Vex. Pretender looking to delete Lil V, manages to get it. And let's see if they can finish the rest of the fight as Driver holding off the front line here. Kongye not sure where to dash on the pony. Down goes Driver on the Gwen. Enzo next to fall, and just like dominoes, they drop as the
especially on Tahana, and that will allow them to survive for a while longer.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though. And there is the kick, the insect back into the rune prison they go, and oh no, flash away the shockwave.
time. Mistimed from Woody. Here comes Leaky with his ulti. He's still running forward. Almost tags Minji, but Beyond have been pulled into this play. Wako knocked up. Beautiful from Hana. And Minji calls this. Beyond decided to die with him.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. Ah, my favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistol's makers, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glask. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glask, if you value your life.
Renata Glask climbed her way from rags to Chemtech riches, becoming the most powerful Chem Baron in Zon. Now her eyes are set on Pilto, and as a master of persuasion, she knows exactly how to get what she wants.
It's just business.
She's a proactive enchanter who weaves both sides of the battlefield to her command. But whose side is she really on? Her own, of course.
I'll make you kill your loved ones is a more effective threat than any gun.
Welcome to the Renata Glask Champion Spotlight.
We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind.
This boss is used to having the upper hand thanks to her passive Leverage. Her basic attacks apply a mark that deals bonus damage, which her allies can detonate, dealing even more damage.
I'll make a killing off of this.
Like any business deal, be sure to choose your targets wisely. Only one can be marked at a time. Her Q, Handshake, sends out a missile that damages and roots the first enemy hit. She can then recast the ability to nudge her competitor in the right direction, which is, of course, whatever direction she chooses. The Hapless Fool damages all enemies hit, and if she throws a champion, those enemies are also stunned.
I said jump!
Put her there! Renata Glask's always willing to lend a hand so long as there's interest. Bailout buffs an ally with increased attack speed and movement speed toward enemies.
You're welcome.
Allies who manage to kill an enemy during the buff will reset its duration.
High-class chem tech.
If her investment would die while buffed, Bailout grants her ally a fresh, full health bar that quickly decays before finally dying. However, allies that get kills or assists in this decaying state heal and stop the decay, saving their life. This health bar reset won't interrupt channels or abilities, as they don't die just yet, so teammates at Death's Door can take full advantage of Renata Glask's incentives.
Remember who helped you in your hour of need.
With her E loyalty program, Renata Glask fires a missile that detonates at the end of its path, damaging and slowing all enemies encountered.
Your values dropped.
Similarly, allies affected by this missile receive a shield. Better sign up, this deal won't last forever.
I'm a giver.
With her ultimate, Hostile Takeover, Renata Glask sends out a cloud of toxic chemicals. Enemies caught in the fumes succumb to her influence and go berserk. While berserk, their attack speed increases and they'll attack the closest target, starting with their own teammates.
Don't think, just do.
If other enemies aren't around, they'll go up the chain of command, starting with Renata Glask's allies and ending with herself. Everybody wants to be my enemy. In the early game, Renata Glask should rely on leverage to punish poor positioning and help her lane partner win trades.
Make them pay.
Create opportunities for kills with slows, roots, and pulls that dominate the market. If you chain your CC, you'll win the fight before it's even begun.
Ready to take control.
Teammates need a bailout? No problem. Rescue your assets at the right time and you can always turn a fight around.
A worthy investment.
But stay away from risky investments. For what Renata Glask boasts in Engage, she lacks in mobility and escapes. So wait for the right moment to secure the deal, and you can watch Renata Glask's enemies destroy themselves.
Time to make some new business partners.
Set up plays for your team with opportune buffs, shields, and roots. And when they succeeded, make sure you take all the credit.
I'll bill you later.
Don't underestimate the pull of Renata Glask. One way or another, you'll be working for her eventually. Ready to invest in the Cam Baroness? Check out the links below.
Ambition isn't greed.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We didn't really see that happen. Freaking Gaming picking up teamfight win after teamfight win, and they're going to cruise to a 2-0 in this matchup.
They are indeed. Look at Hirano in his first game with the PCS trying to keep this going, but Clay, even as he flashes away, maybe actually, Clement, it's not over yet. Clay, not at all. And Nexus exposed, so the game goes off.
Wait a minute. Really fun, because if they're as we have the engage coming in.
Yeah, rest with the flash. There's hostile takeover. Koala flash for it. It gets berserk. You can see Enzo caught out though as the realm will come through from mission. Maybe it delayed time. Maybe it worked, but oh my god!
Zoe!
Kong Yuel once again. The kick of legend as J Team has this fight all over. Koala the last one.
Have the right idea, they have a much stronger position if they're fighting 5v5 and they don't have that magic resistance debuff. But
Here comes the Vex. Pretender looking to delete Lil V, manages to get it. And let's see if they can finish the rest of the fight as Driver holding off the front line here. Kongye not sure where to dash on the pony. Down goes Driver on the Gwen. Enzo next to fall, and just like dominoes, they drop as the...
Especially onto Hana, and that will allow them to survive for a while.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though. And there is the kick, the insect back into the ruined prison they go, and oh no, flash away the shockwave.
Threat time mistimed from Woody. Here comes Leaky with his ulti, still running forward. Almost tags Minji, but Beyond have been pulled into this play. Wako knocked up, beautiful from Hana. And Minji calls this. Beyond decided to die with him.
You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to a blue. We are traveling with our
And welcome, one and all, to the PCS Week 5 of the Spring Split 2022. We are getting ever so close to those playoffs. I cannot wait to see which teams will emerge supreme, which teams will make that top 8 and fight it out for the top spot in the PCS. Hey, everybody. I am Devin Pyrotechnics Young. I'm joined by Clement Chu here on this broadcast today as we get into it. And, of course, our sponsors are CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you so much for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, we have got our normal set of games. It has been a little up, a little down the last couple of weeks. We have had a couple of ongoing situations that have made it difficult to keep the regular schedule together, but we are finally back with our 5 games a week, and we have certainly got some real whoppers based on what happened last time around.
Oh, yeah, the games are really starting to heat up, and we are heading ever closer to playoffs. Right now, we already have 3 teams that have secured their slots in the postseason, and the rest are looking to clamor up. There's still 5 more slots open. We'll find out a couple more teams who is going to make it in today.
Absolutely. Now, those teams you're talking about, I believe that's PSG, Deep Cross Gaming, and, of course, J-Team, who managed to secure themselves a spot, not in necessarily the top 2, but, of course, in the top 8, which is all you need to make the playoffs. It is absolutely a stacked playoff bracket, very forgiving by a lot of lowly sports standards, but it does mean we get to see even more postseason play, and I think that is well worth the price of admission. Now, of course, we'll start getting into today's games, but in particular, I know I closed out last week with Mr. Nightstar. Anything that really stood out to you as we start to get ready to transition over to talking about last week's games?
Well, I definitely like that we saw a couple good top lane performances right there. Leaky, of course, was a standout. And I also like that Jax coming out from Driver. We kind of forget about him as a fighter player, but he definitely propped up Taipei J-Team's chances, and now they're sitting at 9 wins. The magic number is 9, of course, as that puts you out of reach of Hurricane Gaming. We only have 6 games remaining of the split, so once you make sure that you're out of reach of Hurricane, that means you're into the playoffs. And that's what we're going to be looking at today, whoever can get to that 9-win mark.
It's very consistent, very nice of Hurricane to volunteer themselves as the benchmark for everybody to try and judge themselves by. We'll see if they can maybe add some wins and force that onto somebody else. But at the same time, you're right. I do want to definitely shout out some of our top laners. Driver, that Jax was a team-fighting monster, and that's not the type of thing I'm used to seeing with the Jax in any league whatsoever. Other players, of course, that have been stepping up into the role. Everybody knows Hanabi can be a top lane monster, but how about Leaky on Deep Cross Gaming as well? One of the surprises, though, is seeing CFO in 4th place. The team did not have a good week, really only picked up 1 win, and I almost hesitate to ask, is it a knee-jerk reaction to say, have they been #exposed?
I think they have been. If you think about most of the CTBC games, what they've been is dominating through an early game lead. They were up over 4,700 gold at 15 minutes in their prior weeks. Going to the last week, however, the early game looked a lot worse. I think a lot of it was about compositional issues. They were running just inferior comps, inferior late game comps, and expecting to coast through.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of Leaky, we talked about him a little bit earlier. He will be our player of the weekend. You only need a couple seconds of footage to really see why. Here's one of those fights up against Beyond Gaming where he had a monster of a Gwen performance.
Absolutely disgusting stuff from him. We've been talking about his laning phase for quite a while, and it's still true. He has the best laning phase stats of any player in the PCS. A lot of help from Hana, but also this week, I think it really showcased his team fighting prowess. Just his knack of understanding when he should be going in, when he won't be focused, getting maximum damage off. And I also want to keep on praising him for another fact. It's just that he still is very much a sort of a toolkit kind of player. He's played 8 champions so far, which is the most of any of those top laners in the PCS. So he definitely can just pick whatever he needs for his team. We saw the Malphite in a losing effort, but I think still very telling of his mentality on his champion pool, and of course the Gwen hyper carry, the Gwen save the game moments that he had earlier was also very impressive. So I think this is definitely a young player. He came from J-Team's academy team and has really shown up to be kind of a diamond in the rough. We have never heard J-Team or anyone, to be honest, really mention him as a player, but coming into this split, I think he's had a very unique style, but also being just overall excellent.
Yeah, he's had a lot of chances to, or he's had a lot of rosters he's been on, and even, of course, some time over in the LPL with Rogue Warriors and RW Shark for a little while, but never really got much of an opportunity to really showcase his skills. And I'm so happy that he's found a home here in the PCS, in his home region. It's beautiful to see. I think the door was open for him, but he was in the right position to knock it open, and he has stepped up massively. Not the only one on that Deep Cross team, too. I think I want to shout out Kriskata as well, who I believe has also earned a Player of the Week. This Deep Cross squad certainly has deep talent.
Love the pun right there. And this is why they're one of our top teams. It's because not only do they have a core of veterans, utility players, but the biggest questions that we have for DCG is where are their carries going to come from was actually answered. The rookies stood up and they actually were able to carry the kind of veterans that were facilitating this team. Going back into the bans and picks, I think we're going to see very similar things. These two graphs, I love that they're put into this juxtaposition because they're very closely linked together. When you have Zeri and you have Gwen running around the map, blue side has a massive advantage in terms of drafting phase because you have to take away the Gwen, you have to take away the Zeri, and that just leaves you with very little to actually counter out enemy pocket pick, and that's why we see the blue side having a massive advantage at 73%.
Yeah, it's huge, really, and not just in this league. I think we have been seeing that in other parts of the world as well. One thing I do want to shout out: rip to Zeri's 100% win rate when it gets through, because Blaze had a bit of a roughie on that one last week against Meta Falcon team. Unfortunate, but all the same, still an incredibly powerful pick when it gets let through. Gwen continues to be a powerhouse in this league. And of course, we know the Jinx has a very, very high win rate, much more preferred of the two of them. I kind of get a feeling that Aphelios is starting to not be deprioritized, but people are starting to realize that there's definitely a clear winner in the handshake there, just with the pop-up potential that a reset champion like Jinx can allow. Xin Zhao and, of course, the Nautilus continuing to be very strong in their roles. It's kind of cool. We see everything but the mid lane represented in our high ban pick, and it just shows how the meta has really shifted up this year.
Yeah, I think the meta is really just a couple of peaks of those super strong picks going dotted here and there. The Gwen is, of course, one of them. Another couple of them in the jungle. I would say Diana is still very popular in the PCS. And if we compare ourselves to other regions, I think the top lane red side last pick just hasn't been utilized as strong. If we look at the LPL, they actually have a red side win rate bonus right there, and I think a lot of it does come from the fact of how aggressive those top laners are, and that's something that I hope players like Leaky can shake up. If Driver is able to last pick a Jax to great effect, if Leaky can come out with an Urgot or a Malphite to just smash his lane opponents, then maybe we will see tilt more towards the red side, and especially for that top side matchup.
Yeah, maybe we do. I think coming into this split, we were looking at the relative talent and how many newcomers there were in the league, and there were so many questions that we needed game footage to get answers to. And one of those was, hey, what is the level of top lane in the league right now? And I think we got an answer. It's good. We lost a lot of top talent. We also got to see some really, really hype players, some new kids come in and tear it up. We got to see some old faces still doing good. I mean, it's Hanabi's league, but everyone else is doing a pretty good job of stepping up into it, I think. And even though there is a lot more prominence on the bot side of the map, we've seen some top carries come out. But let's talk about today's games here, Clement, because we are going to be opening up with Deep Cross Gaming. They'll face off against an Impunity squad that has had some struggles of late. Maybe they can get a bounce back, but it's a tough test to take. After that, CTBC Flying Oyster will look to bounce back from their last week against Hurricane. And then we get into what I think is going to be a surprisingly close game between Frank Esports and Beyond Gaming. That one is a tale of two teams going in, at least to some degree, opposite directions.
Yeah, I think the best games today are definitely Frank and Beyond Gaming, and then PSG and JT. Those are kind of my games to watch. Frank is on the up and up. I feel like Pretender right now is just kind of a plus version of Minji. He's showcased his assassins, and I have to say, I would take his Vex performance over the one that we saw from Minji a little bit earlier. And finally, on the last match of the day, we have to tune in and see if PSG can keep this win streak going. They have the longest win streak of the entire league right now at 11 wins. They had this 3-game stretch of just absolutely decimating all 3 of the JT spawns to now take the top spot.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to see. I mean, we kind of got the opposite last time around where they almost had the perfect split, stumbled at the end, had some very, very close games to make it towards the top of the PCS into Worlds. But we'll talk about that when we get into that match today, because we're starting with Impunity on the blue side today. They are Quiet, Taco, Faith, Blaze, and Pinway. And I know I've talked about how Impunity had been on the improvement train and then kind of dropped off a little bit. I also think that where this team has shown talent has shifted a bit too. I dare say have a little more faith in the mid laner than I did in previous weeks, because he's shown that he can actually put on his carry pants. It just isn't enough to win games, and that has been a struggle. I want to see Blaze step up a little bit more. You know, if you get Zeri and you can't carry, you're having a hard time.
Yeah, I think Impunity has showcased really good fundamentals, good macro. It's just those mistakes again and again that kind of bite them in the rear. We saw Blaze with the Zeri just kind of getting sniped out by Wen over and over again against MFT. That was a pivotal game for them because they were neck and neck in the standings. Unfortunately, Impunity were winning 37 minutes into the game, and it was one team fight that they lost. So it definitely feels really bad. Hopefully, they will find some coverage against Deep Cross Gaming, which is... interestingly enough, I think they're one of those teams that if you just take a straight up team fight against them, I think your chances actually go up. They're a team that play a lot of shenanigans, but if you can actually offer a strong mid jungle and a strong team fighting, then we have seen DCG kind of flounder just a little bit in the mid to late game.
Hey, that's absolutely a viable strategy. We've seen a couple of teams be able to upset that apple cart, but for Deep Cross, this is talent. From top to bottom, right? You know, we've seen Leaky step up. We know what Hana can do from years past. Nesty has a proven, if unorthodox, track record. And Kriskata is, in my opinion, the hottest rookie on the block. And of course, Woody, definitely solid player to round out this lineup. And, you know, I think they've well earned and cemented themselves as the number 2 team in the league until proven otherwise. This is a squad that, you know, they've come out on top in the J-Team Spawn Rumble, and if they can keep it going, even splitting a record against CFO, I think this is the team to beat that's not called PSG talent.
I have to agree with you. I think going up against DCG, the most important thing is just to play your game. Because DCG, they have too many weird picks. They're willing to go completely unorthodox. And we saw that last time when they were going up against semi-Pocomp. They just go, okay, we're going to go full engage, Hacker and Malphite. We're going to slam into champions and just try to counter you. So I think when you're going up against DCG, you have to kind of expect that your composition, they're always going to find an angle to attack you with, and you just can't just try to ban out too many picks. I feel like going against DCG, just play your best stuff. Don't worry too much about the counters. They're always going to find a way to counter you compositionally. It's just about you getting yourself together. And one way they could do that is definitely going to be through Quiet. Now, the Quiet versus Leaky matchup last time, I actually felt was quite interesting because Leaky didn't outright beat Quiet in lane. Quiet actually had a couple of good shots here and there, especially with some of these Jace picks. But the fact is, I feel like the jungle importance here is absolutely massive. Hana is, I think, oversizing Taco in a lot of categories. So we're going to have to pay close attention to how this one happens. GD at 15, that's the biggest indicator right there. Leaky currently best laner in the league. I have to say this again every chance I get because he's really an unlikely candidate if you were talking about the start of Split.
No, you're right. I think he's been one of the many pleasant surprises on the DCG side. This is a team that came in with a game plan, that knew what they wanted to do, and they've definitely taken the league by storm. And yeah, we kind of have the pieces of the puzzle coming together there. It's not just lane phase, even though that's where he looks really good. Quiet is going to have his work cut out for him. And for Impunity, they opt to ban the Zeri blue side this time, and they also throw out an Akali ban. That is something that we haven't actually seen picked by the DCG side, so maybe this is something coming in from scrims.
Yeah, very interesting here. The Zeri ban, of course, is something that we talked about. It's never a good sign when you ban the Zeri on blue side. We don't have Draven players really in the league, so we'll see how this goes. But Impunity, as we've said, statistically, they've only won on Jinx, so they're just going to run back to their old strategy again. And I think that gives DCGs just a lot of outs. They understand how Impunity like to play their game. It's basically a catch and gill, very high mobility. It's usually some sort of semi-global comp where they try to throw all their members into a side lane at the same time and try to roll off of picks. So I do expect DCG to pick things that are quite defensive. Like, you know, the Tom Kenches could be coming out. And just kind of some of the tanks might be popping up in the top lane. That's usually how people have played against Impunity.
Yeah, and you can see that there's a lot of focus on banning out some top lane champions, just given the fact that it's blue side, you can give some of those things away. So focusing on Quiet, Tom Kench actually gets taken away here, as Pinway has shown at least a little bit of preference towards it. And I was wondering if Deep Cross would just go for the Aphelios handshake when they have shown Zaya Rakan before, but it does feel like it is a bit too good of an opportunity to pass up in the hands of Kriskata. Of course, he's played that champion a number of times, got 2 wins and a loss on it so far on the split as we enter ban phase 2. So far, pretty standard picks from Deep Cross. You talked about how Impunity, in order to win, should play their game. Well, it looks like they are on track to the type of game that they are well familiar with.
Yeah, they do have this sort of slow team fighting composition that we've seen a couple of times. It was dismantled pretty hard by PSG, but it's definitely there. They can still play around in a much more standard comp, and that's why they're sitting at 10-2. They're not just like a gimmicky one-horse pony that's coming in. Impunity on the other side, we know that they're trying to run reset. They already have the Viego and the Jinx for it, so banning away the Galio and Ari really goes in line with what we said about their identity. They're just about attacking side lanes with all of their members at the same time. You're taking a high mobility here. And I feel like Impunity are trying to do the same thing to TCG. They see this Hecarim and they're trying to say, okay, we don't want those hard engage options that can go alongside with it. We always want to be the ones that are in control of the initiative here. So they're just taking those away. And I actually really like the Renata pick here.
Yeah, that ain't hard engage.
Yeah, we've been talking about this ever since 12.4. Renata is probably the best counter engage support that you can have. If the entire enemy team is trying to rush at you, then what's better to just make them hit themselves?
Yeah, you know, I gotta be honest with you. This is the first Renata lock-in I'm actually hyped for. And it's not just because Woody is a good support. It's because it actually fits the comp and what it's trying to do.
And a huge part about Renata is we actually seen it pop up against the Tahm Kench matchup. You know, Tahm Kench isn't like those Leonas or Nautilus picks where they can hard engage on you and force the gank easily. Tahm Kench actually has a very long W cooldown, and it gives Renata a little bit more survivability in lane where she can just kind of poke you. We've talked about Renata in laning phase. She's kind of awkward because she loses to both extremes of the enchanters and the hard engage champions. But against Brahms and Tahm Kench, then she actually has a very decent matchup in lane. And we are going to get Faith going back to his assassins. This is a fun one. As we said, you know, DCG have looked the most lost when their mid-jungle can't really operate and roam across the map. So if we can have Taco and Faith here getting that 2v2 win, it still could snowball Impunity.
Yeah, it's a lot of possibility there, and I think they have a lot of power. They have a decent set of scaling champions because Faith, if he can get off to a flying start, if his roams can connect, and I mean, who knows if he can actually get Nesty on the back foot. That's an opportunity early for Impunity to start rolling over, trying to get some of those resets, some of those kills fed in to the Viego and the Jinx. But the Jinx can always pop off in the later stages of the game. The one thing I am a little concerned about is this Gnar. Again, maybe I'm oversimplifying things here. I feel like nobody but Hanabi in this league should be allowed to play it.
I have to agree with you. I feel like Gnar...
It's hard to execute.
Blind pick is just asking for trouble. There's way too many counter picks that we've seen so far. You know, people have been playing the Aurelia, and GP has always been a staple counter, at least in the PCS, because of Hanabi playing both sides of the matchup so well. So the Gnar is kind of a tricky one, and like we've said, when you're trying to play a super strong pick or reset composition, you really don't want to be limited by the windows that Gnar kind of gives you. Gnar is a champion that your entire team has to play around, and that really severely hampers the times that you can go in and just find picks here. So once again, I feel like Impunity are sort of wholly relying on mid jungle in the early to mid game. I don't see their lanes coming out ahead either in the top side or in the bottom side. So if you're thinking about tempo, if you're thinking about snowballing, it's going to have to come from Taco and Faith.
No, you're right. I think that's the place that we got to be looking. Now, on the flip side for DCG, if you are looking for Faith to start to step up and find opportunities, find openings, the same thing as well for Taco, I do think this is a relatively squishy comp. I mean, it's a little hard to gank a Rise. It's a little hard to counter jungle a Hecarim unless he does it to himself, but you can get the drop on a Gangplank. You can get the drop on a squishy bot lane like Aphelios Renata. So if Deep Cross aren't careful, they could find themselves getting snowballed on. But we're going to find out as we get onto Summoner's Rift for our first game of Week 5 here in the PCS Spring Split. Impunity hunting for a win that would be a big statement for them here as they vie for a playoff position. Deep Cross already has that locked up, looking to extend their dominance over the league.
Currently still have a 2-game cushion over Hurricane Gaming, but that's just not enough when you're thinking about the number of games that we play every week here and going into Week 5. Taking a look at the runes here, we have a very defensive bottom side of the map. I think it's because Blaze is running with that Tom Kench, so he's just going for a little bit more sustain right here. And we do have to mention the amount of globals that could be going his way. Both the Cannon Barrage and the Realm Warp could be showing up. So Blaze trying to play this super defensive. In the meantime, we have Taco and Faith, going for the usual kind of kill combo here. And, the composition I do want to mention about is DCG's here. We talked about counter engage. I think this is absolutely perfect for them. We've talked a lot about the Renata, but also the Gangplank will accomplish the same thing. If you're trying to chase in with Blaze, you're going to have to walk through Cannon Barrage. That's proven very difficult to do. So I just feel like DCG's composition gives them a lot more opportunities to decide where they want to engage and also decide when they don't want to fight.
Yeah, and that's a huge advantage if you're a team like DCG where, if there is one weakness we have seen, it is teams that are superior at team fighting, finding ways to pick them apart. Now, we will get into the lane. Leaky actually taking a very far forward position here to deal with Quiet. So, aggressive posture to kick things off here. He's got a lot of sustain, though. Grasp of the Undying. Certainly going to help him in this lane, even if he gets poked out by the Boomerang. Do want to check in with the bot, because we've already got Blaze under fire here by Kriskata and Woody. Very pokey bottom lane. But now, Turnabout's fair play. Look at that. They actually burn both the heal and Pinway's ignites, and that might force Kriskata out of lane soon.
Yeah, I feel like that was actually Kriskata going way too deep on the trade. They had a superior level 1 trade. Loyalty program goes out, you get a huge shield, so it's very strong to just trade in that at that moment. But they definitely went a little bit too deep.
Speaking of going too deep, Pinway steps a little far forward on that level 2. Doesn't have gray health yet, and Blaze is still level 1. There we go, ticks over. This is a very scrappy 2v2.
And that's why, Tom Kench is a matchup where Renata can feel relatively comfortable. Renata herself doesn't have engage, doesn't have movement speed, but she can get away from that W. Ooh,
Speaking of movement speed, Taco running in as Faith had already stopped up Nesty. Forces the flash out. That's a really good start for Impunity on this mid lane.
Yeah, that's where they want to snowball and spend most of their time on the map for sure. I still feel like this bottom lane, if played out usually, will not result in a Impunity win. It's so difficult to go up against the poke here coming in from Woody, and we have seen a lot of times just the handshake dealing massive damage to AD carries. It's actually very difficult to avoid it. It's a very long cooldown, but there's a lot of damage on it. If you can get it to hit another champion, you also deal the original damage to the secondary target. So it's just a situation where you're gonna have to see Pingwei and Blaze actually stay rather far apart, which kind of funnily enough is not what Tom Kench wants to do.
No, he gets yoinked in, forced to flash away here. Woody and Kriskata just peppering them with poke as DCG are taking over on 2 lanes here. This is kind of a bit of a bulge on the map right now as you see both top lane, bot lane shoving in here. And Blaze! Oh, he's out of there, flashing forward. They're going to claim 2, and the teleport comes back. This is an absolute disaster as both kills go to Kriskata and Faith. He's going to try to get something out of it. He finds Woody on the chains. Should be enough to claim a kill. So, oh no! Oh, he's going to burn away anyways. Couldn't stay alive for too much longer. That's going to be the turret getting Kriskata. You got to be pretty happy if you're DCG, though. You get out without losing a whole lot.
Yeah, and the kill distribution is perfect here as well. You see Kriskata getting double kills already. He's got the Noon Quiver, and that just means that he can shove the wave even faster with the extra damage to minions. So, as we have said, this bottom lane probably not going on so well. I feel like they kind of forgot Renata exists in the meta when going for the Tom Kench. Usually Pingwei has just been a Rakan abuser where he tries to go with the composition, but I feel like the Tom Kench was a takeaway pick, and when your takeaway pick gets counter, that means you're left with nothing. So yeah, this bottom lane is just it's gonna get really, really rough here, and I just feel like Impunity, what we're gonna see is a lot of Pingwei just trying to roam across the map and at least allowing Faith to have free reign, just leaving his own lane.
You know, in Pinway's defense, I feel like we haven't seen anywhere near a good Renata in the PCS, so
that's true.
It might be a little forgettable for a while. We're starting to see the power of this champion. Let's take a look at this replay because, yeah, Blaze and Pinway are sitting ducks here, and you see this coming a mile away.
Yeah, and they were definitely not on the same page. It felt like to me that Pingwei got the memos just, okay, we have to back out. But Blaze was like, I can't give these 2 waves away. If I give these 2 waves, I'm just about dead. So it seems like there was a little bit of miscommunication as what the team wanted to do. You saw the TP just coming a bit late. And Taco was in trouble.
He's going to be able to run out on the Herald Path. Hits him with the Flash Wolves. But we're back on bot side. Blaze getting dove again. Kriskata under fire, but with a little bit of assistance from Leaky, they clean up without losing him. 4-1. Oh, I've seen this horror show before when Kriskata gets fed early. This is not looking good for Impunity.
Yeah, it's just what we said. When it rains, it definitely starts to pour, and Pingwei really needs to land some of those W's, you know? If he can't find a target with those abyssal voyages, it's just it gets really, really awkward. And this is why I was a little bit confused about the pick. I thought maybe that Impunity were going to try and go for a defensive teamfight setup with the Tahm Kench, but that wasn't the draft they ended up with either. So this Tahm Kench is looking super awkward in this composition, and also in the laning phase.
Yeah, here we go again. So we're going to get to see the beginning of it. They actually do have a decent start, but unfortunately, Kriskata just sidesteps a lot of what Blaze throws out, doesn't have the Flame Choppers for defense any further, and, like, I don't really blame Pingwei for going back in because he's not going to be able to escape, but he couldn't quite get the kill because he burned Ignite earlier. It's a feels bad, man.
Yeah, and that's something we have to remember when you see a Renata in lane, is that your AD carry can trade super hard. If he gets a takedown, then he actually just doesn't die. He will get that reset back to 20% HP, and that's why you're seeing Kriskata being willing to walk up that far forward and just face tank a trade, because the Renata exists.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why this champion was going to be considered so broken on release, because if you paired it with a champion that would be able to just out-duel, out-trade a little bit, you get yourself a reset on the bailout, guaranteeing that you can stick around a little longer. But it's a massive lead. It does open up a lot of map control on this bot side, meaning that first Dragon on the menu, pretty much for free here for Deep Cross between Hana and Nesty. They're going to be able to hold the line here, and Faith is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting if he wants to try and save it. Oh, dear. The Realm Warp, they see this coming, but can they stop it? Abyssal Voyage, it doesn't matter. Blaze is left for dead. The 4-man dive, and they're just bullying Impunity's bot lane.
This is very sad to see here. I think Impunity, they do have to send Faith down. Once the next teleport is up, they have to at least get a shutdown here on Kriskata. It's 500 gold. If they can manage that to go over to Faith, maybe they have a chance back in the game. But right now, it's getting very dire. I think what they have to do is use this Herald mid, make sure you get a roam from Faith, and just try to pick off Kriskata when they're pushing too far forward.
Yeah, there's a lot of bleeding they're going to have to stop right now. It's a massive gold differential. A lot of it sitting down in that bottom lane, just between a 5-kill lead, not to mention CS. Taco waiting to try and get a gank off down in, or up at the top. Meanwhile, it's down in the bottom. Kriskata rarely left on his own, but he might still be able to get a 1v2. Look at Blaze already going down on the last hit after the Moonlight Vigil. Pingwei limping away. Oh, dear.
That was pretty genius from DCG. You could tell that Woody was already on the other side of the map. He was perfectly okay leaving Kriskata here by himself, and that was an absolute correct calculation. He was 2 levels above Pingwei, and he's perfectly willing to take the fight.
Yeah, that Abyssal Voyage ain't going nowhere. Straight back to Fountain, Onslaught of Shadows. Maybe not even necessary, but they will take it. And yeah, in the words of Admiral Akbar, it's a trap. And they fell right into it. 6 kills for the Aphelios. He's going to hit 200 year status very quickly this game.
And that's when you don't see a downside of Aphelios. A lot of times Aphelios has been kind of second fiddle to Jinx because he really needs to be further ahead for his Infernum combo to feel impactful these days after so many nerfs. Right now, I think his Infernum could just burn the entire Impunity team to a crisp.
Yeah.
So we are going to get that.
Sub 10-minute Gale Force. That's disgusting. All right, now they're going to go up to the top side. There is a Cannon Barrage cutting the rest of the wave down, so this is going to be the Herald pop. But Hana and Leaky are here. Taco's actually caught out, forced to flash away. Even the dive ends up going not the way Impunity wanted it to. And Nesty's here as well. Oh, man. Nothing is going right for Impunity in this early game.
Yeah, the bot lane hole is just way too big in these trades so far. And small correction there, that was just the Heart Seeker from Taco, so you can still have that flash to try and chain something up with Faith. But it's looking definitely very dire, and I don't really agree with the Herald drop into the top lane. I feel like you have to get Faith out of lane at this point in order to do something on the map. If you look at the current lane allocation, they're so far pushed into their own side. There's absolutely no chance for Faith to come up here undetected. I just think that they need to get a Hail Mary play, say like, okay, we're willing to give up mid lane tower or like all of the plays on the mid lane tower in order to get a shutdown. That's the only path they have.
Yeah, and it's just gotten so out of hand so fast. We haven't really been able to track what's been going on with a couple of the other players on the Impunity side. Faith has had a relatively quiet game, burns TP to get back into mid, and DCG rotate their bot side to the top. They're going to get even more plates out here because this is one of those games where you just run away with it. With how important AD carries are, you can see how much confidence Chris Scott is playing with right now. 1v2 shoving in, and he's doing it without any answer. I dare say he's doing it with impunity.
Good pun right there. If you look at the player gold, there's a good reason for that. He's 3,100 gold above Blaze. Actually make that a full mythic item. I'm sorry. Just when I was looking at that graph, the gold shot up even more, and he's just a full mythic item ahead.
Yeah, this is stonks. This is like full stonks right now for Criscata. Yeah, it's going to be a rough ride here for Impunity to get back into this game. We've talked about how this team has been, especially compared to their previous iteration, looked so much more together. This roster has been a lot better on the map as a whole. The problem is they've just been overwhelmed. I mean, this is like a full Zerg rush of a game, and Deep Cross have just not had the answer. Now Blaze trying to get some free farm. I mean, he's 2 levels down on Hana. He knows he's a dead man, spending that 8 PM just to go ahead and hit the emote because there's nothing he can do. Hana's quietly been amassing the kills as well.
Yeah, this is trying to claw back from like a 5 pull into 6 lane kind of build. It was like super hard StarCraft early game cheese build. And I just feel like Impunity, it's kind of unfortunate to say they are in a huge hole, but they aren't playing risky enough to actually get out of it.
Yeah, that's the hard part right here. Pinway going to get cut through, and Faith does dish some damage off the electrocute combo,
Taco?
but it's not enough. Now, will Taco be able to help find an answer? Hana taking a lot of damage. That is going to be the intercept of the rocket. Hana still stays alive. They're just so far behind now, it's going to be difficult to find an answer. But Faith needs to be the one getting a couple of picks where he can. It's just so hard to see where he's going to be able to do it. I kind of worry if he'd be able to solo Criscata at this point.
Well, I want to mention the silver lining of this game. It's that there are now 2 really fed members on the enemy team, and killing either one of them will cause Faith to at least get his mythic item.
Hey, gold bounty is worth something.
Yeah, exactly. It's still not there yet, even if he does find the kills. But you know, he has one more extra target where you could legitimately snowball himself off of.
So you're saying there's a chance, Clement, and there always is, right? It's early enough in the game. You know, the way the game has been changed, there is a lot of gold in not just kill bounties, also objective bounties. You can always get back into this one. And I think the key is for Impunity not to let their mental drop off, right? They're starting to pick up mythics. We do see Quiet going for the whole breaker build, so, you know, he's going to be sitting on side lanes. I think, honestly, you're not going to take a 5v5 anyways. I think this makes sense. The question is, can he outpush the Gangplank, who's been on a Triforce for a few minutes? I think that's going to be a hard one to answer.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's kind of the big question left in the bank is, you know, can he actually get any split pushing done? My gut probably tells me no, and it's very hard to split push when Hecarim is also fed. Yeah,
also
that
true.
too.
Yeah, Blaze, I mean, it's a respect flash, right? You get hit with that Moonlight Vigil, you are dead. There's a 2-level advantage. Mythic's still not picked up for the Impunity bot laner. Although we do note that Faith has got his. And Leaky's caught here. Burns the flash, and he is going to be able to walk away. Also wait in orange, so it's K. But yeah, at least it buys you an opportunity to get your push on bot side. I think this is important here.
That was a really nice move here. Impunity with the vision. They know that there's, you know, the rise just isn't there yet. So they're willing to go into the bottom side jungle, set up a trap here. I'd be very surprised if Faith... Okay, like Faith knew that he was there, so it should be okay on the side here from Impunity. Just talking about comebacks, I feel like DCG had the biggest comeback of the PCS split against Beyond Gaming last time. So I think that match alone gives everyone in the PCS hope that even if you lose your inhibitor at 18 minutes, you can still come back and win a game.
Yeah, and you know, like, around the world we've seen some crazy comebacks, right? I mean, like, anyone who's watched G2 Misfits knows anything, literally anything, is possible in League of Legends. Now, Faith, unfortunately, is down, and Griscata gets a godlike kill at 16. Oh, they'll be hoping for a miracle on the side of Impunity, because Shelly comes charging with the squad, and they just do not let up for a moment.
I love how that ability is called Handshake when the victim literally does not have any choice in it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Rana Glass runs businesses very aggressively, you know, like the ultimate, like, gatekeep, gaslight girl boss. You got to be careful dealing with Glass Industries, I think.
Yeah, she's definitely a proponent of the free market. Just so free that you're also willing to use violence as well. That's kind of the difference from traditional liberalism, is that you can do really anything in the market.
I mean, we all watched Arcane. We know how that economy works.
It's a very interesting economy. I'm actually just surprised that anyone can stay alive in Zwan, given the amount of like industrial accidents that they have and the condition of the environment down there. It's a pretty nasty place to live.
No, for sure. It's you know, anyone who looks at the cyberpunk style and is like, yeah, that's for me. It's like, maybe you want to rethink that. Leaky, he is caught. Now, I don't know if there's any escape this time. Doesn't drop the cannon barrage. He knows he's dead. And that was a good opening there. That does feed the kill into Taco, who is one of those reset-dependent champions. Every little bit counts here, Clement. That's the second kill of the game. They've just doubled their kill score.
Yeah, I think most importantly is that they do stop the wave from crashing down in the bottom side. If you have a top side that's completely open, then it just does mean that the enemy team usually will play towards this bottom side, especially when Drake is still on the map. So, you know, getting a chance to shove that wave in does take a lot of pressure off of them, especially when the Drake is also coming up this closely. So, huge pick right there. They get the kill onto Taco and Faith combo, which is incredibly important. And now we have to see if they can actually utilize it in any meaningful way. DCG, though, this is just so smart. They're just sticking together. They're not going to give you any more chances to pick anyone, especially Chris Scott.
And we know how good the counter engage is. And unfortunately, you can't stop that tower demolition. The other thing to keep in mind, too, is if this game keeps going on, you've got, you know, Mountain Soul to contend with. That's going to make it even harder to defend against this push. 18 minutes in. Oh, okay.
Oh, boy.
Impunity. They're having trouble just getting through their own jungle. You got to be careful here. Quiet and Meganar already, so he's not going to get that pop-off surprise. But clearing the waves, they've been effective at it. It's just, unfortunately, they can't take any fights at the moment. They have to try to play from a defensive standpoint. Kraken Slayer is finally picked up for Blaze. So, you know, we're looking at the full Mythic sweeps outside of Pinway, of course, and it's an opportunity to get back into this game, but you've got to stop these towers from falling, and that is so hard to do right now with the way Deep Cross are playing.
Yeah, even with the prior push, they're not able to dislodge DCG. Oh, they find an opening on Griscata?
They do. Don't get enough damage, though, and maybe Hana's going to be the one to fall as Taco finds a little bit of damage here, but he's stepping a little too far forward. You can't let yourself get caught out of position. Faith, he's just looking around the side. Unfortunately, Pinway does get caught. Great help is on. Can he stay alive? And no, he cannot. But Nesty, even though he opens up on one, gets two down the Viego. It looked like for just a second they might be able to find the answer, but it's going to be the party portal into the backside. Oh, that is going to be Blaze splitting the uprights on the Super Mega Death Rocket, and it's Deep Cross Gaming deep into the base. They're playing with a lot of confidence here. They may have lost Woody, but they still have a 4-2 advantage. Looking to end this here. Faith, he's trying to go out in a blaze of glory, but Griscata is going to grant his request. Pinway comes back up. Blaze still hanging on, and that won't be the end of the game just yet, Clement. We will not have a record setter today.
Oh, yeah, I would have loved to see DCG be able to just spin that into a full win, but it's still very early on in the map right here, and I kind of thought that they would have just gone for the Mountain Drake, so I do expect Impunity to try and beeline and at least see if they can contest that, but it looks like they're just too far behind in the waves. That was a little bit of an over-aggressive mood in my mind from DCG, like they could have played just to the mountain win condition, but I guess they're not going to lose anything for it, so you might as well just go for both. And wait a minute, actually Impunity's rushing for Baron. We have to take a look at this fight first. It was relatively messy, if I'm being completely honest. Woody, dies first, and Hana misses everything, but they're just so far ahead that it doesn't really matter. As long as Cryscata gets the damage in, they're fine here. And yeah, Impunity, that was probably a little bit too hype.
Just a bit, but they do manage to bait Nesty. Unfortunately, they don't have the damage to take down the Tank Rise, and the hostile takeover, you can run away from it for the most part. Pinway gets clipped on the end, but meanwhile, Leaky flashes over, takes out Faith on a 2-hit combo, and Impunity running for the hills. Oh no, Quiet, he's got absolutely nowhere to go, Clement. Just throw the boomerang out, stick a fork in him, because he is done.
It does seem like Impunity just committed suicide by Baron. There was no way they were going to take that objective with Blaze being in the base. I'm not really sure why they went for it. Like, if they beeline rush for Drake, I could understand that. It would give them a chance to prolong the game and prolong the Mountain Soul from going over. But I just feel like going for Baron was definitely a bridge too far.
Yeah, I agree. It's a little bit tough to see. I think they're trying to make a play, but clearly you can see that the team decision-making is just all over the place at the moment. They are going together, and I give them credit for that, but at the end of the day, you have to play almost perfectly to get back into this one, and Impunity clearly are not. So, with Baron in tow, Taco caught out a little bit, and he's looking to get run down, but manages to step just out of the danger zone of Hana. And DCG just own the map here as Impunity are looking for any opportunity to snipe a kill back, but Faith just doesn't have enough damage to do it. Not against this incredibly fed squad. There's gold bounties on just about everyone right now, but Deep Cross are going to make it very difficult to claim.
The most important thing for Impunity is to keep their dignity intact. You have to get a kill on Cryscata. Let's go.
Okay, stiff arm there. Blaze going to go down. No, he's not swallowed up by Pinway, but I think the Tahm Kench will be. Finally followed through, and with that, the damage is done. And I don't think there's any coming back from this one. It may not be a record setter, but it's looking damn close as Deep Cross Gaming cements their dominance in the top of the bracket. 22.5-minute win over Impunity.
Oh, what a tough way to go out in this game, and I do think a lot of it did just come from the early takeaway pick of the Tahm Kench. I understand that Impunity might have thought, oh, Tahm Kench has been a counter to our strategy of just rushing at people, so they wanted to take away the pick, but they just kind of forgot about the Renata. It was great in lane against Tahm Kench. It really penalizes you from trying to get your Keystone rune activated. If you're trying to get Guardian off, that usually means a really good handshake from Renata as well.
Oh, yeah.
So it looked very awkward, and I think this game is a perfect showcase of what can go wrong with going for takeaway picks. If your takeaway pick doesn't actually take away the enemy strategy and even itself becomes a countered pick, then you can see things like this happening and just a complete snowball coming from the bottom side.
Yeah, Impunity, we saw them try to play out their comp, but it did feel like it kind of was a bit of a mismatch once the Tahm Kench came into play, and unfortunately it just wasn't enough to get anything done. The snowball got out of control very quickly, and I think Renata Glass puts a whole new spin on the Jinx Aphelios handshake, quite literally, Clement. That was... Woody didn't have to do all that much, to be honest, but he did a great job setting up his AD carry for success, and Cryscata, I mean... give him a little bit of gold, and he's going to show you why he's one of the hottest rookies in the PCS this split.
We saw so many things from this Renata pick. This is a great showcase for her. A couple of things that we notice is just how aggressive you can play with a fed carry when you have a Renata. If you have the bailout, there's a very high chance someone that's over 5 kills is going to be able to get a reset and just continue on. And another thing is just the use of the ultimate there. A lot of times when we saw Impunity trying to go in these tight corridors or into objectives, then you just cast the ultimate out and everyone just has to scatter. Like, you can't stay there, and it forces you to think about whether you're going to commit into those tight corners. So I just think Woody has been kind of on the forefront, and not surprisingly DCG overall has been on the forefront of utilizing this really special.
Absolutely. I think they have been the squad that has shown some of the most interesting champion picks that have also worked out on the whole. I mean, this was the team that came into the split playing the Enchanter top, playing the Bard Smite for Nesty, and we thought maybe this was just a Nesty thing, but it turns out that they have a whole lot of tricks up their sleeve. I mean, Cryscata had a Heimerdinger game so far. It was just... like it's just so great to see how many different things this team can play. I think having a lot of champion diversity and effective champion diversity really shakes things up, and it was just a dominating victory on the side of Deep Cross. They were all together, they knew what they needed to do, and they shut down that bot lane hard.
Yeah, DCG, this game was just absolutely beautiful in terms of their draft. They countered the laning phase, they countered the team composition, and this is kind of the issue if you are sort of a mono-track team. If you're only going one way, then the enemy can make a lot of assumptions in their drafts, and oftentimes just come out correct and not even get punished for it. So I think Impunity, if they still want to run this sort of a tempo comp, they need at least one lane that is guaranteed a hard win. No surprises here, of course. Cascada is going to get the MVP. 10-1-4 in the lane.
I want to point something out. He only died to a turret, and that was just
true.
To deny Faith from getting the kill because he knew he wasn't getting out of that on the teleport. Yeah, almost flawless performance from Cascada. He had a great setup from his support from the rest of his team. Clearly, Deep Cross know that their rookie bot laner is a powerhouse, and they play to their strengths.
Yeah, it's just absolutely crazy what he's been able to do in this game, and I think a lot of people have to be thinking about DCG in multiple avenues right now. I think they used to just think, okay, if we take over mid jungle, then maybe things will sort itself out. Right now, Leaky and Cascada are probably the two hottest laners in the league as well, and that just makes the DCG puzzle that much more difficult to unravel, as we have seen right now. The only teams that have taken them down, PSG and CFO. So we'll see if we will find out if a third one can accomplish the same feat.
I'm really excited because I think there's a very real possibility that Deep Cross are going to end up as our MSI representatives. We'll see, though, and we have a lot more games to play when we return. CTBC Flying Oyster take on Hurricane. Don't go anywhere.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. One game down, and we got 4 more to go here. I'm still Pyra, he's still Clement. Nothing has changed at all. And our sponsors, of course, are still the same. They are CTBC Bank and, of course, Caliber. Thank you for making PCS possible. Now, Clement, we have got a bounce-back game here for CTBC Flying Oyster against Hurricane Gaming, who went 1-3 on the last week, and they had a couple of struggles against, admittedly, the top teams in the league.
I don't think anyone would have guessed CFO if the question was who is the second worst team in the second round. It's just absolutely amazing the losing streak that they've been on, and we do want to kind of showcase some of the commonalities between all of these losses. I think both you and Nightstar have kind of seen this. It does stem a lot of the times from the drafting phase. All 3 of these losses have been on the red side for CFO, and in one game against J-Team, they just gave over the enemy a lot of strong picks. They gave Uniboy his Zoe, gave the Lee Sin over to Kongre as well. And the other side has been the AD carry picks. We have seen them try to triple ban Unified, but still lose the matchup Jinx versus Xayah in the bot lane. And in the other game, they went for the Jinx and still lost again to the Xayah. So if I'm looking at this situation, I think one of the things that they're trying to remedy is trying to bring a new player in, Shun, get him some experience against a lesser opponent in Hurricane Gaming, and also see if they can find someone who is a little bit more adept at Jinx. If we look at the champion pool, Jinx really hasn't been kind of Atlan's go-to. We know he's pretty solid on the Aphelios, but Jinx for him is still a bit iffy.
I think that's fair. And, we talked about how Atlan had kind of impressed beyond expectations because we kind of expected him to be the weak link in the team. And up until recently, he wasn't. Maybe that is a good time to bring in their substitute. Shun, not a lot of experience on stage, but maybe this is another diamond in the rough. We've certainly no shortage of them here in the PCS. However, I do want to not shut the door on Hurricane Gaming at all here, because I think one of their best players is in the bot lane. That is Bang 2. Who has been putting his carry pants on at least a number of occasions. ICU, pointing to himself, of course, there on the roster lineup, is the other powerful player. But I think CFO can't take this as a win for granted, right? I mean, based on what we saw from even some of their more experienced players, I mean, I'll be honest, Gemini's Hecarim made him look a little bit more like Olio in that last game against J-Team. And Olio had one of his better performances against Sem9 last week. So Hurricane definitely have the tools for success. This is obviously a massive challenge for them to try and overcome, but we have seen stranger things happen.
I have to agree with you on that one. We saw one of the best games from Hurricane Gaming. Alio getting a 9-kill game on the Graves, ICU trouncing over his opponents, and then a great performance on the Jinx by Bang 2. So they definitely have individual bright spots, but again, we do have to kind of benchmark their performance against their opponent. Both of their wins have came from Sem9, and again, their good performances have came from beating Sem9 last week as well. So it's going to be much tougher for them this time around, but we have seen sort of cracks in CFO and ways to exploit that. Number one is they don't really play very cohesive compositions. From what we can tell, Rest kind of does his own thing. they have had some very weird picks from Rest that don't really jive with the rest of the composition. I think last week both the Jace and the Graves were a little bit suspect going up against the Gwen, and even the Malphite. I feel like at this level of play, it just doesn't cut it a lot of times. So we've seen so many players just be able to flash away from Malphite ult, no problem whatsoever, and continue the counter offensive. So I think if ICU can get a good performance, a strong team fighting performance, then you could kind of give rope for Rest to kind of do whatever he needs to himself.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Now, we are going to compare the junglers, so maybe there's a little something behind that comparison. Obviously, Gemini, much more experienced in this role in particular, and we've seen so much more out of him, but definitely had a bit of a rough go of things last week. Now, Olio, keep in mind, this is a player that's role swapped. He used to be Xiaotu in the mid lane for the old Alpha Esports before they had the rebrand, and we have seen some successful performance, but we've also seen a lot of really shaky play, and I think he's tried a number of champions that have not necessarily worked out well for him. I haven't been a huge fan of his Hecarim, but I liked what I saw out of the Graves last week, up against, admittedly, the likes of Sem9. I think he may have found a groove on some of these more unorthodox picks. We'll see what he brings out today, because he's got a tough test ahead of him.
Generally, Alial sees himself as the carry of the team. He's always building damage on whatever he goes for. So it makes the team identity, I feel like, very brittle. If they don't come out ahead early game, there's very little chance for them to actually snowball to the finish line. And I think CFO know that. Just look at their bans right here. They're banning like Diana and Karthus, both very strong carry picks from Olio and very late game oriented picks. So I think CFO have a very clear identity on how to deal with Hurricane Gaming.
That's amazing. It's like Kongye Light, except he just has like the weirdest champions. All right. I'm excited to see how the rest of this big ban phase goes, because I'm already surprised. And here's an issue. When you ban out the Zeri you're forced into, the Syndra that you're forced into because it's mission, and then the Tryndamere, Rest gets a chance to play Gwen, which she has 100% win rate on. On the flip side, Bang 2 will get to grab the Jinx, but keep in mind, like you said, you know, this is a game without Atlan, and his Jinx has already been a little iffy. Maybe Shun's got something different up his sleeve. We'll have to find out. So, yeah, I think for CFO, they've got lots of options still.
So far, the Xayah versus Jinx matchup has been doing absolutely okay in the PCS. We have seen Xayah's being able to shove in, and in team fights, it's still very difficult for Jinx to completely walk up. You do have to play more of a defensive team fight. And just use range to your advantage against the Xayah. So that could still be in the cards for sure, or you could just go for the Aphelios, as we have seen so many times before. But Hurricane Gaming, I think right now, without Diana and Karthus, they're pretty much forced into an early game snowball reset team composition. I just feel like we're going to see a Viego come out for Hurricane Gaming and then just rolling the dice to see if Olio can find a kill early.
You might as well try. I mean, it's tough. You're up against a very, very strong squad who have every reason to try and flex on you because they've just had a really rough week. Looking to take out their frustrations possibly. Gemini will be on the Lee Sin. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Xayah coming in here for Shun. I think they're confident enough that even if there is a Rakan ban, they should be okay in the 2v2. So they go ahead and opt for the lock-in of the Xayah. That has had a good time so far. I'm glad to see the AD carry matchup getting shaken up a little bit, because as much as it's fun to see a Jinx pop off, man, Aphelios is annoying to watch. I'm just going to say it. He's annoying.
Yeah, he's very hard to keep track of. To keep in mind whatever he can do, you really have to keep track of what gun rotations he has. Suddenly he can just kind of set siege if he has his green and white guns, or if he has his blue and red guns, he's going for team fights. Red, white going for objectives. Like it's kind of a hassle to predict what's going to happen with him.
He's too big brain of a champion for me, man. I'm old school when it comes to my AD carries. Like I can deal with Jinx. You have a swap between launcher and a minigun. That's okay. But yeah, Aphelios is too much game design for my taste.
Really, I think if they just let go and let the champion designer go with like the rotation of the moon changes your guns, like that would have probably ended League of Legends. That would have been a step too far. It was just like, okay,
we would have fallen off the edge of the map. Here there'd be dragons for sure. But back to the picks and bans. We do see that Rakan ban. We do see LeBlanc actually banned out up against the likes of Mission, which is an interesting one. I almost feel like the Orianna, just because Mission's so ridiculous good on that champion, might have been a little bit more merited. But the Graves, the Xin Zhao, 2 more bans thrown at Olio. Of course, Graves being one of the champions he has a win on. And we saw Cha-Cha hover the Rise before, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes it, but maybe this is why. They wanted to take the Ori for themselves. It's an interesting combination because it's kind of an anti-synergy with the Gragas, but it does pair well with the Nautilus.
This is smart. If you're playing against Xayah in the Jinx matchup, you have to play with range advantage. You have to play far back and just make sure that you're not running into Xayah. Xayah just, with the blade color, can counter rush compositions very well. So I like what Hurricane Gaming are doing. They're actually setting up for a standard team fight comp. And this is what you have to do if you're kind of on the bottom level of the team. You can play with your, Hail Mary early game compositions, but you have to eat your potatoes and salad at the same time. You can't just be surviving on Tootsie Rolls the entire split. So
you're right. I like this though too. They've thrown down the gauntlet and said, all right, Olio, you get an engaged champion. Your job is to start some fights for us right now. And I think the Volibear could work really well with this comp.
Wait until he still builds Divine Thunder.
Oh no, he will. It's Olio, right? But I think that at least the champion is going to change a few things. I don't know. Sure. Anything's on the table when you're talking about Hurricane. They've got to find wins because this is one of the teams that is in danger of not making it into the playoffs. The old Alpha Esports squad, they had a lot of struggles too, and I think this team needs to show us something a little bit different. But there are glimmers of that hope, Clement. There's always the possibility here, but CFO, make no mistake, are the heavy favorites.
For sure. Hurricane Gaming, they are really chasing after, Impunity, currently sitting at 4 wins. So 2 more wins would put them in contention here. Impunity aren't looking so hot themselves. It's definitely a possibility. We have seen Liab overtake into the standings last split. That was such a heroic run. I still love their... Oh, I still miss you so much, Liab.
I miss Liab too, man. they had to go and leave us. But either way, we have seen at the bottom of the table a lot of scraps. We talked about how it's a top 8. Way more teams get into the playoffs than don't. You really don't want to be on the outside looking into that because anything can happen when you get into those best ofs for sure. But this is a composition. I like what I'm seeing here from Hurricane. The question always has to be, though, can they execute?
If there is ever a draft that CFO would falter at, I feel like it's this draft. This draft combines all of the weak elements that CFO have displayed in the past. Rest going completely side lane, Mission on a utility champion, and an AD carry that, we don't really know what to expect from. So I think all of the ingredients are actually there, and this composition is not easy to execute. There isn't a very secure way to have Mission land on someone. Usually you're thinking about Jarvan or Camille because their ultimates can actually keep the opponent in place, but that's not the case with Lee Sin, who is the only gap closing champion right here. So if Hurricane Gaming, in terms of composition, if you just cover the IDs and you forget about what these two teams have been doing this entire split, actually give Hurricane Gaming's composition a fair advantage here.
Yeah, I think that's a lot to say, and I think it's absolutely true here. Both Rest and Gemini do actually get spotted roaming deep into this jungle from the ward that Hurricane had placed out here. Question is, are they going to do anything about it? ICU is actually just going to let him walk up. Should just go for little love taps. No, we've got to pause. Oh no, the suspense, it's killing me, Clement.
It does give us a little bit more time to talk about the setup from both teams right here. We did see the Volibear go back just to switch his ward. It's a very common tactic. I feel like that was spotted out by CFO, and that's why Rest is willing to go so deep into the invade, because he does kind of sense that the enemy jungler is just not there. Another thing we can point out is that this is a Predator Galio. This is going to be your go fast level 3 Galio that is starting with boots as well. So we have seen actually Mission play this, and it did not look very good. It was actually terrible. He was 24/7 dying.
It actually makes me wonder why they didn't opt into like a Sivir instead of the Xayah. I think that would have fit this comp a little better.
You mean just like kind of a run fast composition?
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I feel like Sivir is just a worse Sari, like a very, very much worse Sari.
I mean, she is, but she at least buffs your team, right?
It's true.
You're not wrong about that assessment. And maybe they just want to give Shun some stage experience. I think there's a lot of questions about what CFO are doing right now. But regardless, the fact remains they are still heavy favorites, but there is an opportunity. So as we get back into the game, we see no harm was done to Rest in the making of this top lane. Meanwhile, in the bot, let's see how well Bang 2 and Enhao can do against this new AD carry. Koala taking a lot of poke to start things off, actually. That's a good start for the Hurricane bot side.
Both of them going Glacial Augment into the bot side, so it basically favors whoever is going to gank that lane first. We have both junglers heading towards the bot side at the same time. Do expect a lot of just flares, sparks to start flying in that bottom lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, this has been a sort of interesting matchup. Gragas can actually be very impactful. Ooh, wait a minute.
Okay, I'm liking Enhao's aggression. This is fun to watch.
Definitely is. Gragas, I feel like can be very impactful against Gwen's in team fights. If you can completely reset her positioning and she doesn't find any snips, you basically means that she only gets one charge of ultimate. So that's something that we can pay attention to. I feel like Gragas will be the great equalizer in this fight. Again, CFO are the ones that are trying to play aggressive. They're going to try to charge down Hurricane Gaming's composition. An explosive cask could put a stop to that.
That's true. We have seen ICU on Gragas duty before. He certainly knows the carry matchups, and he, in theory, knows how to do the counter carry matchups. However, that's going to be the Flash Zenith Blade as they manage to catch Enhao. Bang 2 flashes away to safety. That will still be first blood on a Mission roam.
That was weird from Hurricane Gaming because they had all of the signs that this was going to happen. They had a ward in the river. They had the pings coming down from Cha-Cha. But for some reason, Hurricane Gaming still stayed, and that's just a easy pickup for Mission. I'm very surprised that they didn't react to that whatsoever.
We've talked about comms issues before. You know, one of the issues this team has is they have 2 players playing from a different location, and maybe some lag, but they've opted into it. So you have to wonder.
Yeah, it was such a weird chain of events because they had the jungler in the bottom side too, so it was possible that they would have gotten some help from Olio if they could just stall that play for a while longer. It was just way too free for Mission, and that's not what you want to see. And Mission right now roaming the map with Ionian boots too, so that's just going to happen a lot more often. And doesn't look like Hurricane Gaming are really equipped to handle these early mid lane roams.
No, Olio comes through, tries to issue a stern warning to Mission about that, but he is in no shape to actually try and take him out. So unfortunately,
he is a constable bear.
Yeah, he needs a backup. He needs a backup before he can go for the arrest. A little bit of wee-woo on the chickens.
So right now, I feel like CFO have so many opportunities to just reset that play over and over again. Mission will naturally have wave push against Cha-Cha, at least until he can get, I believe, level 7 in the blue buff. So he's in a very strong position in this lane. Could impact the top lane and the bot lane.
Do it again.
You have a trade.
Hex Flash out of the bush. Bang 2. Trying to walk away, but he's going to have Enhao give him his life for that. Shun in his debut for CFO looking pretty good with a little help from his teammates.
Beautiful stuff from Koala. I love the positioning of the Flame Choppers. Just making sure the AD carry can't stay in position either. And they also force out the cleanse in that trade. So very nicely done here. Already a 2-0 lead. And I feel like we might be seeing even more Xayahs. So far, the Xayah versus Jinx matchup, you know, Xayah does have a lot more ability to kind of trade through the minion waves. Zap and Flame Chompers are... They're not really abilities when you're on the back foot. So it does seem like this Xayah matchup is starting to be the downfall of a lot of Jinx players.
Are we starting to see the bot lane meta evolve over the season? Yeah, like it's not going to be as much of like a hyper carry reset oriented champion, but it kind of does really well into champions like this Jinx. I mean, there's so many tools that you can use to out trade. Not to mention, you know, the fact that you're always going for this lethality build as well. Or at least so far we've seen much more of this lethality build. I think it shakes up expectations a bit from the hyper carry meta. Now Koala, the absolute madman, is going to Hex Flash the wall. He knows he was in no danger, though. Probably gave Enhao a heart attack.
This is the problem when you're running double Glacial in the bot lane. It's basically a gank fest. Whoever gets there first, it's so easy to just find kills on the lane. You get the extra slowdown, and usually these Glacial Augment slows are going to be a two-man slows. So we'll see if Olio can find something here.
Ooh, hook misses. I feel like that gives the game away a little bit, but we'll have to see. Control ward down, so if Koala were to place one in there, he's going to go forward on the Hex Flash and steps right in to Olio, and he says, wait, that's illegal, but they don't care, because Olio takes way too much damage on the back foot of it. And now Gemini and Mission coming to the rescue. Olio looking to get away, Flash wins a war, and he claims his prize. Mission's just such a speedy boy.
Again, it just seems like Hurricane Gaming are not on the same page. Once the engage went down, Olio was just kind of stuck there, and you can see Bangtooth did not want to go in. He wanted no piece of that action. He knew what was coming. It's like, Galio is missing, and they're willingly engaging after knowing that our jungler is here. Something is up.
Yeah, I feel like that doesn't take a detective to solve all of that. So, big lead for CFO. The mid lane gets involved. The jungler gets involved. Mission pretty much just everywhere on the map with this incredible speedy Galio presence. This does actually present a small timing window, unless Gemini steals it right back, for Olio to claim the first dragon here. So that would be a silver lining for Hurricane, but they don't have the damage to do it. I think the game is up here unless they want to fight for it. A smite fight feels risky right now. Orianna Ball thrown out. Cha-Cha has access to the ultimate. If they can do it, the fight is on. That's going to be taken away by Gemini. Shockwave pulls in 3, but they don't have enough follow-up damage. He's so low. Excuse me, as Cha-Cha got the big playoff, it just wasn't enough. Double kill goes the way of Xayah, and they finish up Cha-Cha on the back half. So Dragon taken, traded 3, 4, 1 kills. Everything's coming up, CFO.
Positionally, I don't even think that was that bad for Hurricane Gaming. The problem was just their bot lane was so far behind. If you look at Bang 2, he's walking into this trade with less than 200 HP. We are going to get some Oscar-worthy performance here. On the minimap, you could see the pings going down, so CFO definitely knew that Aliel was there. There was no way that Enhao was going to try that without jungler presence. And just look at this. Enhao throws down the all the abilities, and Bang 2 runs for the hills. He's like, this is not hard, but I'm getting away from this one. Mission gets an easy flash-in kill right there, and the snowball just kind of continues. One thing I love about the Xayah pick is just how different her power spikes are from traditional crit carries. She does have a lot cheaper items, as the Eclipse is essentially an assassin item, so you get that at 3,100 gold, and then you also build into the Mirror Mana, which is another cheap item. So she's very combat effective, far before the third item in Infinity Edge that we've seen from a lot of carries.
Yeah, it's nice to see CFO taking advantage of that fact and opening up very early on the 9-minute Mythic. Olio going to come up to the top side. He's been a very sad bear so far. Maybe he can try and get an answer back onto Rest, of course, who only has Ignite as his combat, but Rest is just going to straight up walk away from it. So Hurricane having a hard time, struggling to find anything on the map, and Olio steps right into a 2v1. Calls for backup, and that's just going to be the barrel. Tossed out for insurance.
Probably just a little bit too much backup. I feel like ICU, that was probably the most half-hearted barrel attempt. He was probably thinking that Gemini... if you know Gemini didn't have flash, I don't think you need that barrel there. That's kind of weird.
It's a low enough cooldown, but yeah, it just shows the lack of coordination this team still suffers from.
Yeah, I mean, that was really weird because Alio was unstoppable with ult, so it just seemed kind of unnecessary there, and now he's going to have a hard time against Rust here.
Yeah, he might be able to walk away. No, he has no flash. He's already used it. Oh, he could be in some trouble. Mission maybe looks to come up there. They're going to let him get away, but one thing we haven't talked about with all of the bot lane shenaniganery is how the top lane, Rust has just been amassing a significant gold and CS advantage against his opposite number here. So ICU on Gragas Studio is going to have a really hard time getting back into this. Bang 2 already down to half health down bottom, by the way. They're going to try to bait a fight out.
You see Olio.
But this is happening in the open. That's going to be the depth charge, and Shun easily flashes to safety. Olio gets caught without being able to do a damn thing about it, and now it's Bang 2 and Enhao running for the hills as Mission looks to charge in. And up top in the picture-in-picture, we see Rest get his dirty farm on. Oh boy. Flashes of last game here, Clement.
Yeah, absolutely painful stuff on the map. That's why I was harping about the explosive cask. If he still had it, he could still reset the top wave and get a clean TP back to his own lane. But right now, in that time, we actually saw another 2 waves of advantage just going over to Rest, and now he's taking away the entire topside jungle. So, just haphazard ultimates do cost you a lot in the long run. Meanwhile, on the bot side, I'm not sure what the plan was right there, but I just don't see that working. Not against the Xayah with flash and ultimate. It seemed... I don't know, it just seemed like they were chancing that Shun maybe wouldn't press his ult in time, but that just seems like such a wild bet, even against a rookie player.
Yeah, it's a little bit sus, as they like to say. I'm not really sure what Hurricane were hoping to accomplish, and maybe it's just a little bit of early desperation already coming out here, but... yeah, Bang 2 going to go ahead and complete the boot. Still waiting on his Mythic, of course, 12 minutes in. Would hope to have had it by now, but hasn't really been able to do much. Credit to him, though, for not dying. I do think he's been able to hang in there, but Enhao has bought him a few extra lives at this point. And Hurricane, remember, this is a team fight that wants to get out and fight, but they're going to end out of this laning phase in such a deficit if they don't course correct quickly. And unfortunately, we kind of see Olio continue to have struggles in his new role as ICU. Speaking of struggles, forced to dash away. And we've got ourselves a bit of a dive down bot. 4v3. Teleport to try and even the odds. Bang 2 going to look to push them back here. And with the teleport spent, they might be able to get out of harm's way, but I think they're losing their tower. They've already lost the one up top, as Rest is going to cut that down to size.
Just beautiful map movement from CFO. They didn't over-aggress on the play, and they just forced everyone to the right side of the map, which you can tell gives a very clean opening here for Mission to at least take down another plate here. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they're still forced away from their tower. So CFO basically take away multiple objectives without initiating combat. That's always a hallmark of a good team, is that they can get things done without getting things bloody.
And we have seen this team find a lot of success when they haven't been forced into fights off their own terms. Rest does step a little too far forward, though. But backups are coming, and that's going to force the defensive Stormbringer from Molio. As on the opposite side of the map, they also managed to take out Dragon number 2. We are going to get a Cloud Rift this time around, and map control firmly established for CFO. Ooh, Gemini. Oh, Gemini. Oh, Gemini, getting his style on. With the flank, finds Bang2, and he made it look just so easy.
Yeah, Bang2 doesn't even bother to flash in that instance. He's just like, well, I guess I'm dead.
Koala just says, hey, Gemini, hold my beer, but not even needed. Flash away, Cha-Cha, that's going to be a little more damage on, ooh, as the Shockwave whiffs on the Justice Punch. That could have been an opportunity for Cha-Cha to find an answer. He burns everything to not die in that engagement.
So, as we said in the drafting phase, Hurricane Gaming, they do have a late game out in this team fight. I still feel like they have a superior composition in my eyes when it goes really, really late. But it will require them to actually set up formations correctly. They need to be on the objectives first. They need to know where the enemy is coming and deny them with the explosive cask and the shockwave potential. However, in this situation where they don't have any map control, it also means it's very hard for them to actually get back. The only realistic way I could see Hurricane Gaming finding anything is through ICU.
Yep, and Hal going to get caught out here, and this is looking like another quick pick as Gemini tag teams up with Koala to make it happen. And this is the struggle, is that Hurricane, I don't think they realize how fast they've fallen behind, how far they've fallen behind. It's such a massive goal deficit that has translated into items at this point. Gonna try to hold the line in mid here, but look at Koala and Gemini. They just own every piece of this jungle. Meanwhile, Rest and ICU gonna duel, but there's a level advantage and an item advantage to play with, and ICU burns everything. Gemini comes in for some relief hitting, and he's just making it look so easy on the sides.
Smooth as butter as Gemini collects another kill right there. Doesn't even leave it for his top laner. He knows that Rest is fed enough at this point, so just gonna take that one away. But that was a good demonstration of what potentially ICU could do to get Hurricane Gaming back into the game. If CFO do decide to siege, which I don't really recommend at this point, you're just too far ahead. But if they do, then ICU could potentially find a chance to flash engage onto Shun, knock him back. He's the most fed member on the team, and then snowball the team from that point. I don't think Hurricane Gaming have a lot of moves going into the river or just going into their own jungle.
Right.
Their only realistic move is probably to catch CFO when they're grouped together when they're sieging.
One of the issues, though, is Shin always has a get-out-of-jail-free card, right? As soon as he pops the Featherstorm, you've got to burn that before you can actually force the real engage.
That's why you flashy. That's why you flashy.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong about that. So, Hurricane, they're going to try to stem the bleeding here, but this is getting so hard right now with 5 towers knocked down, completely unanswered. It's going to be probably more here as the Rift Herald is completely free real estate. Bang2 at least does have access to his Kraken Slayer has for a few minutes. We are seeing the Mythic start to be completed. ICU still hasn't managed to grab it as he's fallen so far behind in the CS game. And, you know, it's not even that he's playing bad, but unfortunately, I just feel like when he's on tank duty, it almost kind of wastes a bit of his potential. I get what he's trying to do for the team, but I just love to see this guy have the carries to get back into it. Now it's going to be, again, another defensive Stormbringer. Olio out of harm's way, but for how long? Not very, as Shun takes him down on the side. Shockwave goes in, does not do enough here, as Mission is just too tanky. And just like that, Hurricane Gaming lose 3 quickly.
Kind of slow reactions coming in from Hurricane Gaming. Olio got tagged, but he didn't move initially, and that was a 5v4 in favor of Hurricane Gaming. They can't find any damage or any focus fire to get any kills. Oh, this is what he needs to do.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Gemini tag team in there, and Mission still stays alive. Meanwhile, the dive into the base onto Cha-Cha. Rest is an absolute madman, and he's just tanking tower shots as he pleases. Finishes off the inhibitor. Shelly even gets another charge down the mid lane. And Hurricane, I mean, yeah, they got late game, Clement, but at this point, we might not get past the surrender vote threshold.
It's definitely true here, and if we look at the Drakes, it will be a Cloud Drake, so That's actually kind of nice for Hurricane Gaming. If you're at this point in the game, you see a clown soul, you're like, that's probably the best I could do here. Alio trying to get something going though, but he has no support.
Teleport from mission? Okay.
He gets away with that?
I mean, yeah, he shouldn't be allowed to, but he is. And he did it in front of a cop, too. So disrespectful.
Yeah, that's just kind of odd. Maybe he was very polite to the police officer, but...
He respects no authority.
That was a complete
mission,
front.
isn't it?
That was a complete front from CFO. If you look at the map, there was only 2 members there, and Hurricane Gaming didn't even bother trying to kill him. That's just... I feel like that's just Hurricane Gaming being deflated.
He's so fed too. I mean, like, look at his item count comparatively. Like, yeah,
they could have definitely killed him though.
Oh, they could have, but they're scared, and rightly so. Oh boy. So, Cloud Dragon secured. I don't know if Soul's going to come into play here the way this game is going, but Hurricane have to hope that they can turtle it out for a little while. Only found the 1 kill so far this game, and that on to Cha-Cha. There is always the Shockwave threat. That is always a possibility if CFO get a little bit too hyphy and push their advantage too far. Quallen should stepping up to take out this inhibitor. And I don't think they're going to be able to stop this take here. Well, maybe. Nope, that's going to be the engage. And into the hero's entrance. Combo on Enhao goes into stasis, but the rest of the team scrambling. For a little bit of relief here, that's going to be the defensive flash from Enhao. And now rest on the front line. ICU pops the barrel back. They might find the Gwen. Big shutdown. Is it a chance for them to get back into this one? CFO have decided to hold the 180 as they do lose 1. And that's going to be the end of that. All right.
Rest definitely needs to get punished here. There is no reason, and I don't think I've ever seen this, but there's no reason Rest should be building a Seraph's Embrace in this game.
Wait. Oh my. You got to. Oh, wow.
He's just too far ahead. He's like, I better use this game to test out some items. You know, Cosmic Drive is a much better item. Nashers is a much better item. Yeah. This is just
By the way,
fun, I think.
you want to talk about some items that you don't get to see too often. The Seralita's Grudge picked up now for Shun.
That one I think is fine since you're going for a lethality build anyway.
Yeah, it makes more sense. It makes more sense. I just don't get to see it all that often. So. Pretty big statement from CFO's substitute bot laner, and you know, admittedly, it's hard to tell efficacy when you're up against one of the weaker teams in the league. But you know, a good showing to kick things off, and maybe we start to see more of this player in exchange for Atlan. I'm curious.
Very good laning sense right there. I think his ability to combo up with the gank pieces coming his way was definitely what snowballed their early game. But now. Can Hurricane Gaming survive this?
Rest is just so aggro right now, and I mean, he might go down, but no, Gwen is immune. Shockwave flashed away from, and they're losing health bars. Big aggressive Featherstorm to pick up the triple kill. Can he pull the Quadra? Gemini serves it up on a silver platter and steals it away at the last minute. That is going to be GG. Still not a record setter, but oh boy, CFO get a massive bounce back after a disappointing week 4 to clean this game up. Only giving 2 kills over, nearly a perfect victory.
Gemini welcomes over ICU to the bounce house. They take him down in fashionable ways. A lot of different insect kicks coming in from Gemini and a lot of experimentation coming in from Rest. That has been probably the most tilting engage and that I've seen this entire game. You see Rest just testing with items and going in willy-nilly. And Hurricane Gaming, I feel like they're a little bit angry at that point. Threw everything at him. He manages to survive even without a flash and just walks away.
And Stone Cold Killer on the new bot laner. Shun, just no expression at all. He's going to give Unified a run for his money.
Yeah, I like the Gumshoe as well. The Gumshoe is a really interesting thing that we actually have seen a lot of coaches talk about that. It allows like rookie players to relieve a lot of stress. So whenever we go to Worlds, they usually ask if like, okay, can you chew gum? Because sometimes, you know, some broadcasters don't like it. They think it's kind of, they think it doesn't look really that good on camera. But I think for newer players, whenever you see that, you can see that, okay, they're channeling, they're keeping their emotions in check, and they're just giving a great performance.
Hey, whatever you can do to settle the nerves, right? And I think Shun looked very good in his debut here on the PCS. We've talked at length about so many newer players coming into the league, and many of them having a very big impact especially because the playing field was a little leveled. We had so many teams, so many players depart, so it was hard to tell who would be stepping up and really delivering. And in a very impactful role, the substitute bot laner for CFO has shown off in his first game. Now, I still think we'll see a lot more of Atlan, but who knows? Maybe this is a new era for CTBC Flying Oyster as they etch another one on the board and made it look incredibly effortless. I think Rest and Mission maybe a little bit of BM there, maybe a little bit of disrespect, but they didn't get punished too hard for it. And Rest is the BM king, to be fair. Remembering back to last year where his favorite thing to do, I think, was spam emotes.
Yeah, he's keeping the emote spam in check this year, and he's doing a lot less tower diving, fountain diving, excuse me. Tower diving is still a very normal tactic here. But what I wanted to say about CFO in this game is I was actually not very impressed with this draft. I feel like they didn't really map out what they wanted to do after the Xayah pick was countered out. The traditional counter to Xayah is always range. That's why you see a lot of Ezreal and Kog'Maw comps being thrown into Xayah's way, and that's exactly how Hurricane Gaming drafted their composition. It was just stay back and just punish the Xayah for not being able to use Blade Caller, which is the majority of her damage. So I actually feel like Hurricane Gaming did outdraft. They only succumbed because their laning phase and their communication was completely off course. I don't know what they were doing in that bot lane. The pings were there, the jungler was there, and they just still died. So for me, this game is, CFO dominating just through their pure ability, but that's not what we need from CFO right now. Just to mention, on 12.4, their leads in lane have only been plus 500 gold, which doesn't sound too bad on paper, but is very bad for CFO standards. And I still think we need to see a little bit more out of them compositionally wise. If they wanted to run a hard engage with the Xayah, they probably needed a little bit better coming out from, I would say, the last two picks to make this composition fully work.
I feel like this was a mental reset game, right? Because after last week, I think they were struggling, and getting back with a fun victory on the board, even if it didn't look the cleanest at times. The new AD carry earns the MVP on Xayah. How about that? Welcome to the PCS. And he did make it look pretty good. I do have to respect, it was very far ahead, but the aggro flash Featherstorm to pick up a triple kill was beautiful. Not many rookies can do that right out the gate. And happy to see it from Shun.
He also won the 2v2 hands down. Very smooth game plan from him, and it does look like they have synergy already in build with Koala. So I think Shun have most likely been practicing with Atlan all along. And
I'd be surprised if he wasn't.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he wasn't. And to be absolutely honest, I think Atlan he's definitely proven himself to be above average in the PCS, but can he contest against the big guns when you're talking about the Unifieds, kind of the M&Ms, or maybe even the Lil Vs? That has been a bit of a question mark. We have seen sort of that weakness in the bot side in terms of playoffs. So I like that CFO are giving their rookies a spin, seeing if they're ready for the big stages. And in a game like Hurricane Gaming and in a league like PCS where the playoff door is so wide open, that's always something that I encourage teams to do.
Yeah, I think that's massive right now, and it's definitely a confidence booster as CFO managed to get another one on the board. But we're going on a quick break. When we return, Frank Esports look to take on Mega Bank Beyond Gaming.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family. All too familiar with pain, all too familiar with pride. I've been on my knees 6 but gotten up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever. The waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. The deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. With 2 matches down, we got 3 more to go today, and I think this one is looking extremely hype here, Clement. I cannot wait to see who comes out on top between Frank Esports and Megabank Beyond Gaming. But before we do that, I do want to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, I think a few weeks ago, this match wouldn't have looked that close on paper, but a few things have changed.
Yeah, this has been a middle-of-the-table match, and we had Beyond Gaming just losing a couple matches, sliding down the table. They're definitely not on the same standing as they were in 2021 summer, and I think this is a really good match to see if some of those positions have improved and if they have learned new tricks. Specifically, for on the side of, I said, Frank Esports, is the emergence of Pretender. If we're talking about between him and Minji, I feel like Pretender might just be a plus version of Minji. He plays the same champions, the Arya, Kali, and the Vex are all there. And from what we've seen of the Vex performances, hands down, it goes to Pretender. On the other side, though,
this is good, yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like Beyond Gaming, this is still a very solid matchup for them because of the top lane. Kurt is pretty much a punching bag, and Liang is a hullbreaker abuser. So it seems like a match made in heaven, at least from Liang's perspective. So we'll see if Kurt can kind of step up to the plate and assert Frank Esports as a legitimate playoff threat.
Yeah, not to mention, I think the bottom lane can really throw a few punches on either side, looking at the likes of Eminem versus Wako. I think those are two players that showed their chops last year in the PCS, and I think this could definitely be quite a brawl fest. But we'll have to see if things don't collapse under the weight of one lane or another. But Frank Esports on the blue side, they are Kurt, Holo, Pretender, Eminem, and Rebirth. Ooh. And this is the squad that came together at what is very close to the actual last minute. And Pretender, the substitute for PSG Talon, has stepped up. I agree with you completely. I think he might be actually a better version of Minji, which is crazy when you consider this guy started playing like Victor and Control Mages. It felt like maybe he thought he had to. I don't know. Minji never was under any sort of illusion of that because he has been playing as many snowballing assassins as he pleases. Joined, of course, by Liang, Husha, Wako, and Kino. And this is a squad that is looking to assert themselves and really just gatekeep out these other upstarts, of which I think Frank Esports is the most upstart.
It's definitely the one that is in hot pursuit to overtake their position, and I think the matchup that's most important for Megabank Beyond Gaming going into the first round of playoffs. They would definitely like to stay on the upper side of the bracket, so that's kind of the team that they need to look out for. And in the meantime, we did see, just a pose coming in from Liang. He is a very prolific streamer in the community, and he is known for his rages. So that's just kind of what he's referring to right there. And he has a good reason to rage. Like, I think Beyond Gaming has not really been living up to their hype compared to teams that we had a lot more doubts, like Deep Cross Gaming or even the new PSG.
No, you're right. And I think the team also somewhat rises and falls a little bit with Liang, or at least it seems to be a good metric, a good indicator of how well they're doing, because he's so much more ahead in those wins than he is in the losses.
Yeah, when I was looking at the stats, on average, Liang is up by 619 gold when he's ahead in lane, when the team wins, but in losses, he's only up by about 200 gold. So the top lane really enables Beyond Game to play a 1-3-1 strategy and for Hullbreaker to actually get maximum value. Against Frank Esports, that's going to be very valuable. But of course, both of the carries, mainly their damage dealers, are still going to be coming from the bottom side matchup. Beyond Gaming, they don't really play that much around their bottom side anymore, but you can still see Wako, even left in isolation, still dealing a lot of damage. But on the other side, for Eminem, even though he's the true carry of the team, we can tell that his stats don't really reflect it sometimes. No jungle ganks going down there whatsoever. Holo, as we have talked about, is a little bit more defensive of a jungler, so 0% first blood participation compared to 50% on the other side from Wako.
I feel like these are the two bot lanes in the league that kind of get most left to their own devices, funnily enough. So I'm curious to see if it's just an out-and-out slugfest, who actually comes out on top. Another reason why Eminem's numbers might be weirdly a little bit lower in terms of like damage percentage is because Pretender's picking up the slack. He actually has the highest damage share and the highest DPM out of any mid laner, and that with the lowest kill participation, which is completely crazy. But anyways, into the picks and bans we go. Akali off the board. We see the Tryndamere removed as well, and the Jinx banned away from Wako. Obviously, one of his most played champions, like it is just about everybody's, but his win rate's so much higher than that on the Aphelios. They clearly have noticed a pattern here. On the opposite side, Beyond, standard bans across the board. No Xin Zhao for Holo, no Zeri for Eminem, and no Rise for Pretender.
So whenever you're drafting against Beyond Gaming, you're essentially drafting against Minji. That's always the big question here. And right now, Minji only has, basically, his strong champions are Ahri, Zoe, and Vex. And all three of those are early tempo game champions. So we see Frank kind of at a crossroads here. Are they going to contest Fight Fire with Fire, try to do Pretender versus Holo? Or are they going to go straight for teamfight prowess? With the Aphelios pick, I don't think we necessarily see what's going to happen just yet. I think it's kind of understandable that with Kurt versus Liang, they're not willing to go into the Gwen matchup blind. But this is a very important draft series for Beyond Gaming, and they're just going to straight go for their cards. They're not going to wait for Minji to potentially be banned out.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense, and I think giving Husha a champion that can set him up for it makes a lot of sense as well, and the Lee Sin is locked in. But this is an interesting adaptation from Frank by banning the Jinx, opting into the Aphelios. It wasn't just trying to put Wako on his less winning champion, it was forcing him on one of the non-strong AD carries, whatever you want to call it. I mean, maybe this is where the Xayah starts to come out again. Clearly, there's some focus on bot side, even though Minji is a big threat. You have to take him into consideration, but it's also a lot of comfort here as they can lock in the Vex. I think Pretender has definitely looked like the best Vex in this league, despite the fact that he doesn't have a win on it. He really should. I think that game that we last saw him play it, I think that was just kind of a throw from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, it was so good, and I think a large problem why they didn't win that one was actually because of some of K2's very questionable positioning coming into team fights.
Look who's not here today.
Exactly.
Rebirth in the roster.
Rebirth has been our best Nautilus player so far. Even though he's only played it a couple games, he's definitely showcased his willingness to flash block and also his understanding of how the trajectory of the Dredge line actually changes in mid-flight. Well, it starts to like flatten out at the end, and he used that to absolutely amazing effect. I'm very, very hyped about Rebirth coming on to the roster. I want to see what he can do. Hopefully he'll get that Nautilus again. In the meantime, for Beyond Gaming, I see that they're trying to play mid-jungle, and they should still have a lead with Lee Sin and Ahri. They already have Xin Zhao banned out, so I don't think there's much that Frank can do to fight fire with fire and present a strong 2v2. So I think Frank are more trending towards kind of a team fight build right here on their side, and also they have a blind pick, a Gnar. Again, I'm not a huge fan of this, and it usually means that you are going to be playing from the back foot. So I think Frank is just trying to survive and counter-engage with their competition.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you can do with a Gnar. You just have to play around the timing. As you mentioned, Kurt has had some struggles up in that top side, but if you can't survive up against Liang, and they are throwing some bans at the BYG top laner, that is always an option. So Jace off the table. I feel like this has got to be a Gwen ban to follow through.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think they would ban Gwen because Gnar is technically considered a counter. Like, I know we have seen the Gwen just pop off a lot of times, but technically speaking...
It still feels bad, man. It's like, okay, we don't want to give Kino the set, which admittedly he's really good on, and got buffed on 12.4. But yeah, no good choices, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. I don't even think Set actually pairs that well with Jhin. Jin's trying to stay very far away from combat, so Leona is usually the pairing with Jhin rather than Set. And you could see Kino was kind of bemused that his Set got banned out in that situation.
It demands respect.
It definitely does. I don't like the Set ban, in all honesty. I feel like Set actually has lower engage range than what Beyond Gaming are really looking to do. For Frank Esports here, their priority should just be strong champions that can punish engages. I don't think Jarvan is that champion. Jarvan is about very extreme engages himself, so Volibear fits a lot better. And when we're talking about playing counter engage, hey, what's better than Renata? We just saw a great performance from Woody today. This could be another pick that slots in well.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting one, but we're not locked in just yet. Rebirth toying with a few ideas here. Either way, we'll get to see, well, I'm going to say a new champion out of him, but it was always possible that we could have seen something else. No, that's going to be the Braum coming in. So that's also, you know, a bit of a counter-engaged champion. You're looking for the defensive start, try to throw up that shield, stop the fourth shot damage from the Jhin. But there are other options to try and tag team your way in, right? There's a lot of mobility on some of these other champions, and if you can time that stand behind me right, we could see a little bit of a taxi Braum come in, and of course, that's going to be the Gwen. Leon just says, no, I'm opting into it. That's fine. I've got one win already on this champion. It was a 10 KDA game. Leon is extremely comfortable when he gets to play this type of champ.
And the thing to note is that Liang did not die in their previous matchup either. He went 4-0-3 while keeping Kurt to 0 kills on the other end. So it just looks like, you know, Liang is very comfortable going into a player difference matchup. We have seen Rest and ICU choose the Gnar as a counterpick to the Gwen. Liang is saying, I just don't care about this counter matchup. It doesn't matter to me whatsoever. I'm gonna play safe, and it looks like to me the main prerogative for Beyond Gaming is still gonna be snowballing Lisa and Ari, and for the other side for Frank Esports, this is a very strong teamfight composition. There's no question about it. It can punish people who come in with the Glacial Fissure very effectively, and you have the Vex with the AoE Fear, so it's very hard to engage onto this comp just going into melee range. I do think Beyond Gaming will be put to the test in how well they can execute flanks and get picks around objectives.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the challenge for them right now, and we'll have to be keeping an eye out if they can get an edge early enough. Of course, if they do get that snowball off, that does spell a lot of trouble for Frank, but if it does get into that late game stages, and this team showcasing the increased synergy that they've had with more games on stage together, well, Frank Esports are the up-and-comers, and we'll see if Beyond Gaming, last year's up-and-comers, can shut them out.
I'm just so happy that we get the two best champions from our respective mid laners. You have Ari on the one side from Minji, last time I checked, 23 KDA, and Vex, which is, despite it, as we mentioned, didn't get a win. We saw that beautiful play against J-Team where he went in 1v4 and killed the AD carry by himself from Pretender. So
he didn't lose that game for sure. That was Pretend. I really like Pretender's Vex. There's a couple of players here in the PCS that do it well. And now here we are once again, and they're both going for Electrocute, all that big old burst damage. But look at the difference. Pretender is on full combat summoners. No teleports here. He's got the Ignite.
Ooh. Very interesting. I didn't really expect this coming out from Pretender. He doesn't have a matchup where he has a clear push advantage here, so I expected him to play a little bit safer, but I think his mentality might be that, hey, I'm going to go find out that Jhin. If he's going to be using his current call, he actually exposes where he is. So that's a very easy Shadow Surge into the back line, and maybe that Ignite will help Pretender secure those kills.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risky move, but if it pays off big. So, speaking of risky moves, Beyond tried for a little bit of level 1 shenanigans, didn't find anybody on that top roam, and line of scrimmage here from the Frank Esports side. As we get underway, shouldn't expect too many more surprises.
Taking a look at the summoners right here, we do have cleanses coming in from both sides in the bottom lane, so it does signal that it might be a pretty quiet early game. I don't expect these two supports to really be banging heads all that much. Meantime,
look at this.
Common move. Leon just putting some damage on Holo.
He's bullying him off his own blue buff. Oh, wow. Talk about confidence. Buys so much time for his opposite number. I mean, that is even drawing Kurt's attention, so there's no farm advantage gained. That's huge.
Yeah, we have seen this move a lot from Gwens, especially when they're going up against ranged top laners. What you're doing is you're basically pulling the enemy ranged top towards yourself, and that gives you a matchup, advantage matchup level 1 while you're in melee. So it's just kind of a no-brainer. We really should see teams expecting this move, especially in the blue side. And it really affects Holo and his pathing. He wasn't able to clear off blue buff. Instead, it just goes Merc Wolves into clearing down his red buff. Now, the question here is, does Beyond Gaming fall for that? Because this potentially could throw them for a loop because of the timing here. It looks like Wako will do his due diligence, though.
Yeah, that's important. This is a team that definitely understands their fundamentals, even if they have occasionally struggled to put the more cohesive plays together at top of the board. But they've been able to do it consistently against the weaker teams. Now, Pretender in a bit of danger here as Husha walks up and tags him. Doesn't find the kill, though, and one tower shot, I believe, or excuse me, just a little follow-up damage from Pretender is tanked, and that'll be the end of that gank.
Really nicely done played here by Pretender. Drags the jungle in for a tower shot, reveals him on the map, and the fear timing onto Minji was perfect. That's usually the most difficult thing about the Vex, is that you have to keep those fears in hand when those ganks are coming. It's a very long cooldown early on. He gets it with the Q down. He reads Minji like a book as he just walks up there, so he defends everything quite nicely. And as you can see, I think Holo, has survived from his deficit. He has a gank path, not really a gank path, but a clear path towards the top lane again. Liang does spot Holo out and is going to drop a ward in the meantime to prevent that.
Yeah, going to have eyes on that blue the entire time. Pretender under fire here in the mid lane. Going to be forced back. Liang finds Kurt in the brush, just trims a little bit off the top, but Kurt so far, I mean, his job's kind of to survive, right? Technically, it's the counter matchup, but again, the nameplate diff is definitely a big one in this, and I think if Kurt can come out of this laning phase unscathed, he can be pretty happy.
All right, we are going to have a big trade down here, and Holo just one-shots that.
Gets the smite down, but he might pay for it. Ooh, has to flash the charm, and Pretender was a little bit late to follow up, so advantage beyond once again, and now it's actually Kurt forcing Liang away for a sec.
It's a very dicey move to actually just use your E in front of the enemy jungler, like Holo just did right there. But all in all,
he's gonna get rebuffed.
That's true, but you know, I don't think blue buff is that detrimental to him. It's just I actually feel like that trade does give him a window against Minji, as long as he doesn't hit level 6 too soon, and Kurt gets a good trade on Leon.
Yeah, Kurt actually has a level advantage right now on the Gwen, so we are starting to see why Frank had a little bit more confidence in this matchup. Ooh, Pretender. He is falling behind right now. Minji is giving him a roughie.
Yeah, it's very difficult to outplay this lane, especially when you're going up against someone that has been into your materializer early on. It just gives the side of Ahri just incredible shoving potential here. And with the top side jungle completely scouted out, I feel like Beyond Gaming will transition into sort of a top side 3v3 skirmish. I think they definitely have the lead in that terms, in that sort of game plan, and it could really easily chain into a Herald. So I think that's where most likely we're going to see the next round of contact coming from.
You're right. I think right now we are looking at like some disadvantages of opting into the full Ignite build here for Pretender. He misses pretty much an entire wave off the fact that he can't teleport. So, gonna be a little tough as he's still sitting at level 5. And here's Kino and Husha. And Rebirth. Oh boy. Party in the mid lane, and it's over before it started.
Yeah, even with the fear, he's not able to get out of position. Kino, with such a good patience right there, is able to force the flash without even venturing much outside the brush. So I'm really surprised by him getting that sort of range on the Leona. He definitely has mastered this champion quite well. His most played career-wise, definitely going to this champion. Meanwhile, Husha is going to pay Kurt a visit right here. Liang is level 6 with Ghost, so this could be very dangerous.
Yeah, a little stop there. Ooh, the Meganar, though. Liang going to be taken very low. Does have Ghost to try and speed away if he needed it, but maybe this is going to be part of the act if Husha wants to come up to the top. Does not have Dragon's Rage kick just yet. And it's just going to settle for the back. But Kurt, honestly, having the lane of his life, I feel like.
Yeah. He's up by 1 CS. I feel like that move by Husha was just to ensure Leon would get a comfortable TP. You have the Leeching Leer and straight back to lane. Meanwhile, not advisable for Frankie Sports right here. Ahri does have wave control, and she is level 6, so I wouldn't recommend this from Frank. Very risky move. I think they're just trying to drop wards down. Double pinks into the bottom side. In the meantime, Beyond Gaming are starting to look for those invades in the top side. They know the jungle camps are up, and Ahri is off the map and in position. So, could be very dangerous for Frankie Sports. Let's see how they approach their top side.
Minji is definitely a threat at the moment. You have to respect the fact that he could be just about anywhere, anytime. Although he is looking to head back into his own lane. A lot of wards from Beyond Gaming to really cover this river. However, there is a bit of a flip down at the bottom, where Frank have a number of their own. We'll have to see if that pays off for them in this one. And bot lane has been a little quieter, as expected. Neither jungler really making too many plays towards that lane, as these teams are wont to do.
I'm very interested about the item build coming here from Waka. We don't usually see this. Sure, there has been a lot of just Swifty boots coming out from the Jhin, as you don't get much from Berserkers. But it's just to see the armor boots coming out is definitely still something new. This is a very strong signal that I'm just going to win lane because you can't trade against me. There's nothing you can do about that. It's still kind of a rare one, and you know, makes him significantly weaker in team fights. I feel like Wako's read is just like, well, you know, if Shadow Surge finds me, I'm kind of dead either way, so I might as well win lane.
Yeah, hey, try to stay alive as well you can. I mean, it's going to be a little tough. A lot of targets were thrown his way in that bot side, and Frank definitely wanted to give themselves an advantage, so if he can turn that around, that feels pretty good. Frank will be able to secure this first dragon, though. Hex Tech Drake, picked up by Holo and Rebirth. A little bit late on it, but it's really not a whole lot of chance for Husha to come in and try and contest. Should be able to get out pretty safely, unless Holo delivers himself here, and he does. That is a little weird, but here comes the Vex. Maybe it was all a trap, as Minji gets first blood, but gets turned around immediately after that. Pretender finding a follow-up, looking for 2. Not going to be able to get it as Husha tags his way out to safety, but a nice 1-2 punch there.
Yeah, very interesting play coming in, and Wako, they're getting some 2v2 action in. Yeah,
Rebirth soaks most of it, though, so nothing too much trouble. That is one thing a Braum can do for you. Big old unbreakable shield up in the front. You know, a while ago, I learned just how unbreakable it was, Clement. I remember I saw a really interesting interaction a few years back in the LEC. We'll talk about it in a minute, because it does feel like this was premeditated. They tanked it. I thought maybe Holo would get out of harm's way. Minji still gets first blood, but, I mean, Pretender, that feels good to get a kill back on the board.
That's absolutely huge for Pretender right here. He takes back control away. He was pushed behind this entire time in the laning phase, so getting some reprieve right there. And we just saw the way that Holo played that. I think it was actually pretty smart. He knew that he wasn't going to get completely tanked out, and he was able to survive the execute from Husha just because he gets extra HP when he pulls out that Stormbringer. So just using a little bit of mechanics right there. Also the stun onto Minji to guarantee the Shadow Surge was quite nicely played. It looked like a really bad play, you know, poking your face in at half HP against most likely the enemy jungler. But I gotta give props to him, and it was actually pretty well calculated.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out. I think they would have liked to have gotten the first blood for themselves, but all in all, pretty good for Frank. And they keep the gold game relatively close. It's only a 1,000 deficit. But, you know, really quick, I want to go back to my story time, because I got y'all read up about it. Yeah, I learned that Braum's shield can stop an Emperor's Divide. At least, like, the one soldier.
What?
Yeah. I don't know if it's been changed, but in the coding, specifically, it will actually stop the full push. If it intercepts with the shield, one of the soldiers will not be even. And I looked it up, and I was trying to figure out what was going on, and I think one of the devs said, yeah, this is an intended thing, because it's literally supposed to be unbreakable. And I'm like, that's so cool.
But it doesn't stop crowd control, though, so that just feels kind of spaghetti-ish to me.
You know, potato.
It's fine. Fun interactions are definitely good. Kurt might be in trouble.
And he was winning his lane. Oh no, Husha gonna zone him out, flash kick, and good night, sweet prince.
Yeah, and this is how Beyond Gaming likes to play. They like to open up those long side lanes, even when there is no hull breaker here. But Frank Gaming, they do have a countermeasure, as we have Pretender with Shadow Surge going to the bot side.
Yeah, we do, but Kino, oh my goodness, they flash right on top of him, and they're going to try and burst him down before he can even get the combo off. They pull it off for one, but can they get any more? Hollow and Rebirth and Eminem running for the hills as the curtain call is open. Rebirth soaks up as many hits as he can. Oh man, I don't think they were ready for that. Meanwhile, Shelly's charging down top lane. Frank, we're not prepared.
Ooh, that was a very dire situation there. And Beyond Gaming just read what Frank Esports were going to do. It was like an open book. They had a ward right next to their blue buff, so they saw the enclosure basically coming in. They knew there was a trap 4v2 bot lane. Husha doesn't have Dragon Rage or Flash here. He could be in danger.
Kurt wants revenge. Kurt wants revenge. He's the kickback. He's not going to get it. Oh, man, that feels good when you can get that back right away.
There was no wards on Husha anymore, no Dragon's Rage, no Flash, so yeah, it was just easy hunting from Kurt, chases him down.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Frank are fighting. They got teeth, they got tenacity, and I think despite Beyond getting good reads on the map, we see signs of why we were so hype on this squad.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like Frank Esports are in a position to go into a fairly equal team fight. Right now, we have Beyond Gaming with about a 3,000 gold lead, almost a 3,000 gold lead, but I still don't think that they are super confident in going into the 5v5s. They probably still want Leon to be isolated in this lane a little bit more for him to get a lead here. And Kurt just to be able to run away with those boots too.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how this has been a counter matchup, and we kind of doubted it would be as effective as it is. There's obviously still plenty of time in the game for that to be proved one way or the other, but Kurt is having a very good lane up against the likes of Leon, and he even got a kill back on the board after getting some unwanted attention from Husha.
Yeah, as the melee in this matchup, you definitely want to wait for level 11. That's a huge power spike to chase down. And you're also looking for Cosmic Drive to keep up the movement speed for that kill to happen there. So right now, it's still going to look pretty even. Don't be fooled. This is still massively in Liang's advantage in terms of the gold. Oh, but he has to go in here.
Oh, needlework spent. Kurt, he's got his Narbar building, and he's got no flash. That's going to be the hop, and he's going to keep following. We've seen Kurt do it once. Meganar building. Liang trying to zoom to safety. Oh, he does dodge the chimney. Oh, that might have been the difference between life and death there, Clement.
Yeah, I was very surprised that Leon was actually going in on that one. In terms of the damage, he just doesn't pack much kill threat. And ranged champions can always poke you out like that in an extended trade. So Frank Esports are going to use this in the meantime to get a Drake, but can they get out?
Kino, he's the one who's face checking into Frank, and now Kino goes into stasis, dodges at the Stormbringer, but he gets bursted down all the same, and the rest of Beyond come to the party way too late. A charm does land on Kurt, but not nearly enough. That's going to be turned into a push here, and Frank Esports, all of a sudden, they're the ones in the driver's seat.
And they're looking to get this tower down, but Minji, Everfrost on 2.
Oh, that's massive right now. Husha going to be on the front, getting the kickback. Kurt didn't quite get deleted, but the curtain call may be enough. Eminem soaks one, Holo another. Kurt trying to limp to safety. Meganar does proc once again. Oh, if they all get out scot-free, I do not believe it. Frank got away with murder.
Oh, that was not supposed to happen right there. At the initial try, I feel like Kino went way too far forward. He should have just walked down the lane in order to cut people off rather than, face check into the brush. Probably wasn't the correct angle to go right there. Beyond Gaming, you could see that they expended the TP first, so they definitely knew that they were going in for the chase. They knew that they wanted the kills, they wanted to find a trap right there, but the coordination not really there. They lose one member first, and Frank Esports are able to walk out of all that, despite the great Everfrost from Minji.
And that's kind of what we've been saying about Beyond Gaming, where their struggles have been. Some of these coordinated team fights just haven't looked as crisp as other teams in the top half of the bracket. I think we saw a little bit of that weakness from CFO last week, but not nearly to the same degree. And honestly, I think that's the biggest reason Beyond are sitting at 7-5 and not any higher on the standings.
It's pretty crazy to think that Beyond Gaming were just kind of the top two teams coming into this split, and we thought that maybe Wako would be able to cover up for the absence of Doggo. Of course, he's now playing on BLG. But from this split, what we've seen is Minji is still a ways off from Moan. I feel like Moan had a much more forgiving champion pool. If it was required of him, he could still go on the mages. He had the Yasuo and Yone games, while Minji is much more limited. So I feel like Beyond Gaming has, they're not really a tempo team, but they have to accommodate for Minji, which has really caused a lot of troubles and disruptions, I think, in their overall game plan. They're still very slow in getting things going. I think Liang, now that he's a level 11 with a lot more kill threat, could start to impact this lane a bit more.
Yeah, Riftmaker going to help him out a little bit too here. Now Beyond are actually going to try to up the tempo themselves as they push on the mid, but Rebirth here has looked pretty solid on this Braum. Obviously his ultimate doesn't land, but he's been able to do a good job zoning off Beyond Gaming members, and I can see why Frank opted for this pick. It really gives them a lot of ability to soak some of the damage threat, whether it is coming from Wako or Minji, or even, Husha. He can't quite get a good angle on. We haven't really seen any of this crazy insects. He's just had ins on the jungle a few times and had an easy wraparound.
Yeah, I think mainly their composition is built to counter the engage from Minji. Ahri is a very mobile champion, but if there's a flash and click stun from Holo, if you get tagged by Winter's Bite coming in from Rebirth, they can kill you out of nowhere. So it's very difficult for Minji to go all in, and we've seen this in multiple team fights where he's just trying to play skirt around the edges rather than going into the backline. A lot of times what Ahri's will do is go into the backline, get a kill, and get out, because you get those extra resets. That's the main way you want to play it, especially if you get fed. But in this team fight, he does have to play far more careful than the usual support picks that we've seen so far.
That's true. So here we sit, 18.5 minutes on the clock, 3-3 in kills, even split. Frank are down in gold due to tower and CS differential, but they do have two dragons. Worth noting, they do have a Drake stack. It is going to be Ocean Rift this game around, which means you got a few more brushes to play with than usual. But Frank definitely have a decent tempo. We talked about how this is a pretty decent team for team fighting, and they should be pretty happy with how they got out of the laning phase, but Let's see if things shift up a little bit. Another dragon going to spawn in less than a minute. And would be able to try and catch that one. Pretender is the one sent to the side lane. Crucially, though, no teleport, so the response would be a bit slower if Beyond forced the issue.
I feel like this is Beyond Gaming. They have to keep map control at all times. If you look at their composition, there are no real tanks coming in here. So you're going up against a team with a lot of hard single-target crowd control and no real tanks. You have to be the ones to find the first foot, get the first foot in, as they're trying to do
tanks.
right now.
They do finally engage, but look at the counter right now. Kino going to get rooted up for days. Kurt chunked on the back line, going to get dove in by Husha, but will it be enough for them to turn the fight? They managed to take out the jungle on the opposite side, but they themselves do finally lose Rebirth, and Beyond get a 2-for-1 deal. Will that be enough to keep the push going? Curtain call open. Pretender forced to flash out of the Ahri Charm. That will be enough to take tower. Should be enough to give up Dragon as well.
Really nicely played here by Beyond Gaming. I feel like the most critical piece was just the harass coming from Husha. He pretty much solo killed Kurt in Mininar from on the side. Honestly, I feel like if Husha didn't do that, it was a very easy engage. You could see that the battle was already happening. Beyond Gaming were locked in position. That would have been an easy Meganar, but because Husha just took out the main teamfight crowd control threat, none of that really happened, and Beyond Gaming were even able to get the timing window for Gwen to come into the fight and do the chase down. So we're going to watch this again. If I'm Frank Esports, I'm definitely willing to engage on this. My front line is far tankier than the opponent. Unfortunately, they don't find Wako. Wako able to flash out. And watch Kurt here. He doesn't TP, but he walks right in front of Husha and just gets killed before even going into Meganar, which I think hands Beyond Gaming the winning hand in this trade.
Yeah, I agree. I think the positioning, the targeting, the priority there was really good from Husha. He knew what he had to do, and he's going to have limited windows like this to make it count. So, crucially, they win that fight. They get a push down mid, get extra gold to open up more of the map. But they also cut the Drake stack a little bit. Pretender. He was looking for an opening. Dangerous game that Waka was playing there, being up on the front. But now they got some confidence to play with. Kino, Hex flashing over. I think he might have been spotted on that ward, but it doesn't look like it.
And most critically, we have seen Leon just use these TPs in, so he was farming beforehand, and he has developed a very sizable CS lead at this point, of about 50 CS. Husha should be able to get away from this one. So we could be seeing the side lanes change quite significantly, and that just means Beyond Gaming will have more flanking opportunities against Frank if they walk out towards River.
You can see Frank are trying to stymie wherever Beyond's angles are going to be, but they're losing control of their own jungle here. That blue buff has kind of been owned by Beyond most of the game, starting from that level 1 play by Leon.
Finding a nice double pink ward, those are always the highlight of my day as a support. It's just like, it's like, I get so much gold difference off of that one. That's just a 200 gold difference, just clearing that brush alone, so
feels good,
feels
man.
Nice.
But I think some of the things going for Frank right now are the fact that the kills that they do have, 2 of them are on the Aphelios, 1 of them is on the Vex. Mm-hmm. They've got gold under the members that really need it for the most part, but it's still a bit of a deficit to play from, right? You see the gold game kind of starting to slip away from them a bit here. It's about a 4,000 and change gold lead. Eminem does end up picking up another item off that little bit of edge that he has. That is, of course, going to be Bloodthirster. We'll see if he's able to do a little bit more with that. Just trying to stay alive a little bit further, you have to think.
Honestly, even with Frank Esports at a deficit, I feel like if Shadow Surge just lands on someone other than Leona, they should be able to win this team fight quite convincingly. Beyond Gaming, a lot of their stats come from mobility, and they're going up against Gravitum, they're going up against point-and-click crowd control, and a fear that can't be dodged. So
yeah, that's true.
I could easily see Frank Esports just wiping a team fight. All they have to do is just hold on to this gold disadvantage and not do what Kurt is doing, which is putting himself in massive amounts of danger.
Yeah, that Narbar still has a little bit of time. He's going to actually use his, but Leong in the mist. Gwen is immune, and the Scissors beat Rock this time around, but Kurt does not go down, so he's able to stand tough for the time being.
We have seen a lot of Beyond Gaming games that just go to the last team fight with Beyond Gaming just losing out of nowhere, especially against the DCG game. That's exactly what happened.
Right.
And to be honest, I don't feel like Beyond Gaming has been able to find that many picks this game whatsoever. So it is a worrying trend. They are winning just off of insane team fight execution. I don't even feel like they should have won the last team fight, but they did. But I don't think you can rely on just luck throughout all of this one, and I still, in my view, it's still up to Beyond Gaming to push this lead even further. They're not out of the clear.
Well, they are trying to side lane it up, kind of a favored strategy here for them with the 4-1, but you now see a full team roam down bot, and I wonder if the plan is to just try and pick Kurt off. He has to know this is coming, and he is going to beat a hasty retreat down away from the tower. And let's see what the response is from Frank. For a second, it looked like they were beelining to the Baron, but that plan got abandoned pretty quickly. This will be a tower for Beyond down bottom. This is a full opening of the map, including the inner that had been taken out earlier down bottom, or down up top, I mean.
Exactly what they need to do. They're putting a lot of vision control onto the Drake area. We still have 30 seconds before that comes up, and Frank Esports are going to have to fight for every inch to get into their own jungle here, as well as Liang just resetting the Mega Gnar. That's also very important in these situations. You want to make sure that he's going to have to clear the wave and doesn't have a good way to charge that Mega Gnar bar up. However, Frank Esports actually just waltz through into the mid lane. They don't get contested at the jungle at all.
They've got the fear off onto Kino. He burns his flash. The chase was on, but that was a good stiff arm there from Beyond, and a pretty heavy investment, but no summoners critically. That opens up on the dragon. The question is, can they afford to just take this and bait into a 5v5? Oh, they want to catch Wako out, and whoa, the burst is huge! He flashes, but it doesn't matter, and now they find the angle in. This is what you were talking about, and the Goomba stomps continue. 2 quick kills picked up by Pretender, and Husha is way too late to the party. Meanwhile, the fight's happening on multiple fronts. The Gnar might just go down here as Kurt is running out of Gnar bar, but it's a consolation prize for Beyond Gaming, as look at where Frank are heading, Clement, straight to the Baron.
This is a very slow Baron take, and we do have Leon plus Minji with TP up and about to come in here. This is looking super dicey for Frank.
Oh, it's double TP, but they bait Liang in! Ooh. It was a turn all along! And even in the mist, the Gwen can't stay immune forever. Going into the stasis, that's going to buy enough time to reset. Shut down, massive gold infusion, I should say, into the pocket of Pretender. Eminem flashes for the last hit, and now it's Baron for real. The contest is not going to happen with Husha on cooldown. Or if it does, they might just try and peel him off. Frank Esports with a decisive turn and burn.
Leon played that way too cavalier. He thought that Gwen is immune, was gonna save him, but Rebirth just knocked him up in the mist, and everybody walked in just to kill him. So it was, I like the idea there, but it was probably not executed as safely as it need be. Actually, Frank Esports were very, very slow on taking that Baron, but we're gonna watch this play start again from Pretender. Wako actually kind of psychs himself out and has to flash to his death right there. Overall, this play was just kind of weird for me. I don't like Beyond Gaming's setup. They had full vision control around the red area of the map, but they didn't utilize it whatsoever. So Frank Esports able to waltz up the mid lane. We saw the kill here going by Leon. This is, again, a little bit questionable from Kurt. When your team's winning big in the mid lane, you definitely don't need to engage this one. And then we watch the play here. Rebirth, very smart idea to just wait into this brush. He knows the likely angles teleports are going to come in. And just watch this. Leon's like, I am immune. Doesn't even get the W up. I thought he would be able to get it. Doesn't find it before he's just completely taken out of the fight.
Yeah, they don't do any follow-up damage. Minji is pretty much zoned off here by himself. He can't get the charm landed, and Husha just evaporates. So now with the Baron empowered push, sure, Beyond get, a consolation dragon, but it really doesn't matter. Holo tanks up the charm. Pretender, he doesn't end up taking the Shadow Surge in, but Eminem cleans up Kino with a little help from his mid laner. However, here's the counter. That's a big shutdown for Liang. Holo kind of fights it there in the end. Eminem and Kurt are trying to find an answer on the back, but that could be trouble. As the curtain call goes through, they're going to just move out of harm's way. But the root, the charm, all the CC is enough. Eminem going to try and turn something, but they've kind of just handshake themselves to death. Eminem gets one. But that's going to be it. A weird series of events there for Frank. Off the Baron push is an ace.
That's all 5 Baron buffs just completely gone on the side of Frank Esports. And again, this was a 4v5 situation. Kurt did not join the fight until far later than needed be. And we saw Liang already choking off the areas from the flank right there. So just a bit of miscommunication. And One thing, we have said about Frank Esports is they don't really understand split pushing very well with the rest of the team. I think that's kind of an unfortunate example right there. We're going to watch this again. Kino does a very risky engage early on, so he dies right off the bat, but watch where Kurt is going. When the fight starts, he's still very far from the action, but in the meantime, Liang is already front and center in the pile of Frank members. So even when they get Kino first, they still lose the main engagement and gets chased down one by one. I just feel like Kurt was dancing for way too long in that bottom lane. He just needed to be decisive and move towards the rest of the team in order for this to work.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to Eminem for at least getting a shutdown onto the Ahri. That's gold because he knew he was dead either way. But, after that hard-earned Baron to lose it as fast as that, only picking up the mid lane tower, that's a little bit rough. And, I think we're honestly seeing both of these teams' weaknesses on display in this game. So gold starts to swing once again back in the favor of Beyond. Rebirth, forced to flash away. That's a feels bad, man.
Really good footsies from Rebirth as well, just using the jump at an angle to dodge out on the captivating audience as well. So, no, I've been liking Rebirth mechanics so far. Like, this is definitely one of our most exciting rookies that we've seen in the split. He's played very few games, but in the games that he has played, he's been nothing but excellent. So, we're going to continue to watch this one.
I think he might be the guy. We'll have to see how this one keeps on going, but his Braum performance definitely good. A little caught out of position there, but gets out scot-free. With a flash. Ooh, Minji! He got tagged with the present. And that stops the back for the time being. Let's see what Frank do with this. A lot of pings setting up top. There is a lot of standing gold on the map, worth keeping in mind, as the gold lead had been cut down to only about 2,500. Ooh, Kurt. Oh my goodness! He just blind checks that one with the boomerang and stops the Husha back.
It still gives a lot of gold over to Liang. Trading your inner tower for outer tower, definitely still in favor of Beyond Gaming. And right now we're seeing what what's happening on the map is, if Frank stay together as 5, there should be no way they lose a team fight. On the flip side for Beyond Gaming, they have to play around Liang. Liang is their most fed member at this point, and how they do around him or how they defend him is going to be a big question.
Okay, Liang getting cut off at the pass by Kurt here, but that is a lot of needles flying. If he gets away from this, oh my word. He baits out the entire team of Frank Esports, and he's fine.
That's absolutely huge, because Beyond Gaming get free map control on the top side. If they want to, they can just waltz up top, but they're going for a pick.
Yeah, they are looking for Rebirth and Holo right now. That is going to be the Glacial Fissure spent just to get them off, and that's a pretty key ultimate burned for a 20-second dragon fight coming up.
The heroics from Liang, and now he's going up towards Kurt once more. He even gets the TP off the Gnar, which is absolutely massive.
Oh gosh, the charm. Holo already taken down to half his
Wako
hit points, and the turn onto Wako. He's trying to walk it out, and he's burning, gone. But here comes the rest of the fight. Holo gonna use the last of his health bar to tank through as Minji gets the kill credit. Kurt trying to keep the Gwen occupied on the side, but with so many of these Beyond Gaming members collapsed, it's gonna be the big Goomba Stomp squad coming through. Big roots coming out of Eminem. Husha tries to be the hero, takes down Rebirth. Kurt with a fancy flash results in the ace for Frank Esports.
It's amazing stuff coming out from Beyond Gaming and Frank Esports. Honestly, Frank Esports, that's just the raw strength of their team fighting composition. They can kill Wako in the blink of an eye, and really their composition is so well set up against anti-mobility. So even with losing Holo essentially out of the fight, right at the get-go, it doesn't even matter. They still roll through Beyond Gaming, and we could see in that fight it was very difficult for Minji to put any damage past the Unbreakable. Rebirth just standing on the front, doesn't have his ultimate, doesn't even matter, is able to just completely decimate the enemy team. Again, Wako should be a lot more careful with his positioning. That was a little bit inexcusable right there, and you can tell Liang here doesn't have his ultimate, so that's a huge amount of power not present for them. Rebirth just standing in the front, making sure Liang is isolated in the back line, and they just chase down the rest.
Meanwhile, Pretender just continues to get fed. I love this as well coming out from Eminem. And Husha, I mean, okay, sure, he's going to go in and kill Rebirth, but it's the same consolation prize that we saw earlier from Eminem in the jungle. So now the kill score flips. Frank Esports in the lead. What a bloody game this has been. And the gold is just bang on even, as if it meant anything at this point in the game. But critically, 2 fed carries here. You've got the Aphelios and the Vex looking huge. This is going to be tough for Beyond Gaming in a straight-up 5v5, and Frank know it. They're going to throw their weight around here in the mid lane.
I wonder what the defensive item is going to be coming out from Wako. We definitely need something like at least a GA, or even if he wants to, he could
buy
go
a
for
stopwatch
the
at least, right?
Yeah, he's so vulnerable right now.
Okay, that is Rebirth getting caught. I mean, I wanted to say that was bait, but they didn't really find a good counter engage there, so I guess advantage Beyond for the time
Really
being.
good cutoff from Beyond, just coming in with the Gwen is immune, is able to ward off the rest of Frank.
A good cutoff. It's one of those
I got
days,
your drift. I got your drift.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, Leon has had a really good game, right? The issue is this is just such a hard 5v5 for Beyond Gaming, and even if it weren't, that is a little bit of where they've struggled this split right now. So we'll see if things improve a bit for them going forward. But I think Frank have done a good job of not only neutralizing Wako in a lot of these fights, but holding Leon at bay too. I mean, Kurt's job is to basically just stiff arm him and Meganar until the team can finish off the rest of the squad. And they've been able to execute on it.
I do want to point out the bottom left side of the screen right now. We do have a death cap complete and 572 AP
10,
on Pretender.
10 stack Dark Seal. Build a Medjai's. Do it. He really should. His Vex is beastly, man.
Like, Beyond Gaming are playing so risky. Like, if I'm Pretender, I'm willing to just go all in with Beyond Gaming in that position.
I mean, he might as well, right? He's also got Zhonya's if he really needs to. Like, his team backs him up. I think this is the strength of Frank Esports, is they do make the calls together when they are together. The issue is, getting together sometimes is a little bit rough. They can't afford to split off as much, especially with only one teleport on the team. But at this point, they demand a lot of attention, and if Beyond split, that could be another Baron take.
True. I want to see what the TP timer is looking like for Kurt right here. The most important thing, I think the best way for Beyond Gaming to come back into this one is to split push Leon and then fold in for a 5v4. Kurt does have his TP, but is choosing to group together here. I think Beyond Gaming, if they want to play this game out, they have to be willing to sort of chance a four-man defensive Baron. They have to keep Leon pushing in. I don't think their current play here, like, if you're standing as 5-man, if I'm Frank, I'm still willing to engage on you. It doesn't even matter for me. So with DPI, I really think they should be trying to split.
Oh,
damn.
Yeah, Pretender's not going to go on him with his team's back, but still, it does so much damage. I think the Beyond Gaming were kind of playing with the trump card there because they had a ward that was unspotted by Frank just upriver of Baron, so they were not at all baited out by the head fake. So
good catch,
Frank Esports. I still don't think they've noticed this. Leon's with the team, though.
They don't see it just yet.
Yeah.
That's even more reason for Leon not to be with the team, though.
That's true.
Despite...
I mean, that word's not going to last forever, but they still haven't seen it, and now they start Baron.
Okay.
All right.
See if Shadow Surge can work out for Pretender. He does have to cool down back.
Oh, now they know. Okay. However, Baron already committed right here. 9,000, not the fastest Baron take, but they will be able to find Kino. They peel off immediately. And that is going to be a lot of ultimate spent. Oh my goodness! Look at the angle. Look at the corridor that they found there. Beyond Gaming, they're going to open up, try to get the pickoffs. Rebirth, nearly going to fall here. And with the needlework, Leon is able to do it. And it's Frank Esports running for the hills. They lose 2 quickly, but will they be able to find more? Kino, Shadow Surge, that's going to be, the tag! They switch from Inji! What a brilliant play as they get the collapse on Pretender and cut him down to size.
Oh, they don't find anyone, but Eminem is going in, trying to save the day!
Oh, I don't think you're going to get it, buddy. It was a nice try, but that is going to be the ace, and cleanly so beyond what fancy footwork they have. Although, I said clean ace, I think he was still alive and all of that, and here he is, in fact. But, yeah, what a huge swing.
That could just be the game.
It's
45 seconds on Eminem, and Beyond Gaming are just barreling down the mid lane. That was... I think Frank just used way too much on the turn. They actually expended Meganar plus Glacial Fissure and didn't even catch Kino. That's kind of a really weird application of abilities right there. And they're the ones that need to play counter engage.
They did. This is going to be the last stand hold for Frank Esports as this game just swings on a pendulum once again in favor of Beyond. There's the cleanup. There's the base. And Beyond Gaming snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
I was rooting for Frank in that team fight. I felt like Pretender had another great game, but they just overextended so incredibly hard on the last team fight. Their composition is not built for engages, and they just whiffed so many abilities on Kino. Kino's not really afraid about being a tank and soaking up damage right there. You can see throughout that entire fight, both Liang and Wako were completely safe because enemy abilities were simply on cooldown. They didn't have Glacial Fissure to hold the ramp. You saw Liang just charging down with the Gwen and Needlework onto 4 members there of Frank, and it's such a weird game because I feel like Frank really had a lot of this in the bag, but unfortunately their last teamfight execution was a bit of a head scratcher. The idea was okay, the execution was way too far off.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing in some of these fights is Frank Esports really falling into the sunk cost fallacy, right? A number of fights that they really shouldn't have taken after a couple of key cooldowns blown, they doubled down. And here's going to be that last fight again. They're on Baron. It's not a bad start, but they tag Kino and he flashes. And yeah, at this point, you've already gone too deep.
Yeah, look at this. Kurt has to use his ultimate to disengage, and I just don't know why Rebirth used the Glacial Fissure there. That was so weird. You got the flash from Leona. You most likely got the ultimate from Leona as well. You just try to hold the ramp there. You keep the Glacial Fissure, make sure that enemy can't continue to chase down on the rest of your team. You have the Unbreakable to just block out Jin damage. You can reset that fight easily. But, you know, I think, you know, we've been seeing the praises of Rebirth, but at the end of the day, he still is a very young player, and I think that was just sort of those growing pain mistakes that you have to pay to the PCS.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think Frank Esports certainly could have had a win very easily had they just continued their trend of taking the smart fights and really just keeping the damage-dealing threats away. But unfortunately for them, they couldn't quite do it. They overplayed their hand here, and Beyond Gaming, you know, credit to them, this is a very experienced squad that knows how to take advantage of enemy mistakes. They did draft themselves into a bit of a corner, but kind of just came out swinging and managed to turn the game around on its head. So they will continue to gatekeep that spot in the PCS, improving to 8-5. But this is definitely showing that there is anything but certainty in some of these matchups at the middle of the table, Clement. I think there is a lot of pole position to be jockeyed for the playoffs still yet to come.
I still haven't seen a very convincing 5v5 from Beyond Gaming. I think that's their issue so far. I'm not saying their, you know, last couple of fights were bad, but they don't have the ability to play front-to-back team fight for the most of their games. They are drafting compositions that are suited for Minji, which are assassin-focused, but they're also not a tempo-based comp. So they have a really narrow niche of winning games, which is you fall behind early, and then you outplay with experience in the mid-game, and then you rely on enemy to throw to come back and win, which is what we see on this graph exactly.
It's kind of weird how well that mirrors like the exact apparent game plan of Beyond Gaming. But you're right, against tougher opponents, it just doesn't work all that well. And, you know, I think there were a couple of mistakes in the draft on both sides. I think Frank gave away the Gwen. I mean, he said, okay, you're going to take the Nar counter. It still felt a little weird. Liang is going to earn the MVP because he did draw so much pressure, so much attention. I mean, I'm thinking to that bot lane after he takes out the inner turret, and the entire team dives him, and he just runs out of it. Liang is a madman.
Yeah, Gwen things are just amazing to absolutely behold, and this is kind of the linchpin to Beyond Gaming strategies, is if Liang cannot split push, they basically don't have a win condition late game. Because they can't take you 5v5. Minji's not going to provide tempo early game. They need that lane to draw other members away and for them to find those 5v4 team fights. So Liang is absolutely necessary for their success. We saw the game when Driver got ahead, the game instantly imploded on the side of Beyond Gaming, and very similar things happening against, I believe, J-Team earlier on. So
right.
I feel like even though this was a solid win from Beyond Gaming, it does kind of give everyone in the league a very clear indication of how to play against them.
Yeah, when you have a very specific strategy, all teams have to do is find a way to counter that strategy, and a number of them have done it, but Beyond still get a win at the end of the day. We will be going on cooldown when we come back, Sem9 taking on MetaFalcon Team.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. we're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family. Never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. I'm walking on a wire. You're just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. 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 the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to nighttime. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down.
And welcome back once again to the PCS 2022 Spring Split. We are just a couple games away from rounding out day number 1, and right now we've got a winless Sem9 trying to etch that first one on the board against Meta Falcon team. But before we get into that, I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors once again, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, Sem9 go. They come into the split after having to wait a week. And, oh boy, it has looked a little rough, but they've made so many swap-arounds, they've made so many changes here, and now they've made another one. Lazar is back in the lineup.
Yeah, they do have their original mid-jungle duo, Lazar coming back into this one. And, before we go into some of the details, I want to say that this is a pivotal game for Sem9. They've already played both of their games against Hurricane Gaming, and MFD is probably the one that is next on the list after also losing to Impunity. So if they don't win here, the road ahead looks much more bleak. And I have to say, historically, no team in the PCS has finished the split with 0 wins. Teams have gone 1-17, but never 0-18, and this is Sem9's best shot to get on the board.
You do not want to have that dubious honor. Not at all. So we'll see if they can get it. I agree with you. I think they've already lost a couple of games to Hurricane. This is a chance against one of the weaker squads to try and etch a W on the board, but I kind of feel like they may not be putting their best foot forward. I don't know if I agree with Lazar back in the lineup. We didn't get to see a ton from Kirino to really, I think, judge effectively. Yes, it's been a couple assassins. Maybe they didn't like what they saw, but this team needs answers.
The double swap is pretty interesting here, as well, as usually when you see teams like trying to decide on duos, it's usually you change one thing at a time. But no, Sem9 is going for the all or nothing. They're going to go with both swaps in with the Arashi and the Lazir. And I feel like, to me, this is a very clear signal that they have targeted Meta Falcon team's weakness. 665 and Wen don't really operate as a duo all that much. We have seen them go back to their old strategy of Renekton and Diana, but the early mid games have been incredibly rough from the mid laner, and I think this is going to be one of those matchups where we could see a breakout win from Sem9, where they put all of their eggs into the same basket and just say, we're going to win the 2v2, come hell or high water, and snowball from there.
Absolutely. I think one thing to keep in mind, though, even when 665 and Wen haven't been looking as good, I think Whale has had a pretty solid time himself. I think Taco has shown us a lot of impressive performance on his side of the map. Again, a lot of unexpectedly strong top laners in this league. Now, Renhao as well, coming into the lineup for only his second game in the PCS, so he'll be swapping with Epic. We are going to be comparing the bottom lane, though, Whale and Klaex, and So far, Whale has definitely looked the more impressive, but there is time for ClayX to try and turn the tables in his favor.
Yeah, a couple things about both of these AD carries is that they will ban Zeri on the blue side. So if one of them just manages to pick up Zeri between week 4 and week 5 and didn't tell anyone about it, it could be a huge upset, because that is a champion that actually goes through their drafts.
What a swing that would be. Yeah, you know, I think it would certainly give a leg up to either of these carries for sure. We have seen it lose, though, in the hands of Impunity, but, you know, maybe that was just a one-off. Maybe it's a blip on the radar. Even Zeri isn't limitless damage. It might be a must ban, but still. Yeah, I'm curious to see how the pick ban goes, to be honest. Really have been impressed, generally speaking, with Whale. I think of all the players on the squad, I kind of was expecting a little bit more from 665. I didn't know what to expect from Taco. I think Whale's definitely been consistently good in their wins on the MetaFalcon team side, but we are into picks and bans.
Very solid damage dealer coming from him, and if you look at the red side ban picks, this is exactly what I was talking about. There is no Zeri. Usually that ban is always Zeri. Like, it doesn't even matter what it is. You want to get the bans that you are certain that you want to get rid of on the first ban, because that gives you room to kind of maneuver in the second and third bans based on what the opponent is doing. So if you don't see the Zeri off first, there's a high likelihood that it actually just goes through the draft. So PlayX, I'm looking at you, PlayX. Come on, let's go. Pick it up, man.
The Jinx is banned too, but no Zeri. Tryndamere, that's like, yeah, okay. So they switched things up a little bit to take away from Taco. Also, that Akali was kind of a double takeaway against both Wen and Taco, who've shown it. MetaFalcon team, is this going to be the Zeri Open?
Arashi's pretty much Lee Sin godlike one trick. Oh, they still got the Zeri in the end.
They lose. Oh, at the last minute. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Arashi should definitely pick up the lead. It makes a lot of sense for him right now, but they're going to lock in the Hecarim instead. All right. This has been more of a Caspiel champion, but we'll see as Arashi gets to take the pony for a spin.
Very interesting that they're going for Hecarim, because he's not really known for a strong 2v2, and they're not playing with Xin Zhao here. So it does give... look, if I'm 665, even though I might be the main carry of the team, I'm perfectly willing to just play 665, play Xin Zhao, sorry, and snowball through my bottom lane. I feel like that's a perfectly good strategy against Sem9. You don't always have to, excel and have a massive lead in one position. You can have many leads across the board, and that will still do the trick. So if I'm 665 here, I just kind of take this in and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, it's not left open all the time, so he's had a chance to play it once in the split, but he wants to do damage here. That's going to be the lock-in of the Ruined King. Holy moly, Viego comes out when Xin is open. Okay, didn't expect that one.
Yeah, it feels a little bit unnecessary in my perspective. Viego is a very feast or famine champion. We have seen in the Beyond Gaming games a lot of times, if he doesn't get snowballing or he doesn't find an opening in teamfight settings, he just doesn't do anything. Like, he can get stuck on tanks quite easily. If the enemy teams have things like Renata that can reset kills, which is another counter that exists with the bailout, then you don't get to get your Sovereign's Domain down. So it's definitely a riskier pick, but it's an MFT pick.
Yeah, why not? They're going to bet big on that one. So Renhao will lock in the Leona, rounding out the bottom lane of the Aphelios Leona for Whale Renhao. Sem9, they of course went for the Xayah. ClayX kind of has a surprisingly low number of Aphelios games. I would say he's winless on it, but 0-12 for Sem9, so really kind of goes without saying. MFT entered band phase 2 here. Let's see what they focus on with the support pool still more or less fully available. They're going to try and cut that down a little bit, so getting rid of the Lovers duo makes a lot of sense.
This game is quickly heading into Taco has to really pull a lot of weight right here. Sem9 are looking at an incredibly powerful teamfight composition. They have great engage with the guided missile combo of Shockwave plus Onslaught of Shadows. Their backline is really hard to catch, easy to follow up with. And if they just, tag out a couple more engaged champions, I think their composition is completely fine. It's very easy to execute. It's just run at your opponent as a 5v5. And the other hand, for MFT, it's a different scenario. I think MFT are looking at some sort of a tempo composition that we have right here. But they are going up against pretty stiff competition. So competition. So I think the mid lane has to be the key counter pick right here. They have to get something that can move against Lazar, Orianna, and start skirmishes in the jungle by itself.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Now, for Sem9, as there have been at least one support ban thrown their way, I think the Nautilus, you were talking about adding an extra engaged champion, makes perfect sense here for Philly to pick up. There are other options if he wants, but I think that's probably the most reliable one. Hasn't had a chance to play it a whole lot here. Ahri ban, Gwen ban, so definitely a little bit of focus on Gwen and Taco. And that is a champion that can mix it up just about anywhere you choose. We've seen that earlier today as they add in the Galio.
This is an interesting champion because if you are going to go Predator, it actually doesn't win against the lane versus Orianna. You do get the early game where you can roam, but later on, or you can actually do a number on Galio. That damage really starts to stack with the Clockwork Wind Up. And for Sem9 here, Karma, it's fine pick. It's top lane Karma.
I mean, would that be the Enchanter?
They're trying to think of something that can just be blind picked up.
Blind Gnar. Yeah, go ahead and do it. We've seen it do okay, I guess. Now, the MFT Galio pick does kind of remind me of one of the first things we saw out of this team, which was the massive like Wombo combo comp that they tried to pull off, and I believe they actually executed a kill or a win with it. It looked pretty good because it was just a hard to execute comp that this team had a lot of inbuilt synergy to work with. And I'm thinking it might have been against Frank Esports. I need to go back and look. And they are going to find a Silas to finish up. So that I think that's a Taco Galio.
We did have, I believe, when played one game of Silas with really good stats. Oh no, I think that was
it's Top Silas.
That was Pretender. Sorry,
okay.
I got the wrong guy.
I mean, still, like this is an interesting choice. But MFT have shown a few things like this in the past.
Yeah, it's very good with things like Orianna, which is you can just steal the ball and ult on yourself. So that's usually a prime target for the ultimate. Also, with Gnar, you get the advantage where you don't have to be in Mega Gnar to kind of use the Gnar combo. So there are a number of ultimate engages right there that could be used from the enemy team. And I think the key thing here is, of course, you have a lot of mobility on this champion. There's a small dash on the W, and then you get the two swings on the E. So it's very clear that this is a full-on engaged composition coming in from MFT, the same comp that you always see from them. But this time around, I feel like it's actually very difficult to execute against Sem9's composition.
We've said that before too, right? And sometimes they manage to find the way. The interesting thing for me is like Taco just plays whatever. This guy that's his 11th champion pick in 13 PCS games. It is actually insane that he's played no champion more than twice, more than halfway through the split. What a champion ocean. Question is it going to be enough to win? I suppose we'll have to find out. MFT have given themselves a tough homework assignment, but we will see if they can beat Sem9 and improve their record. But for Sem9, they're hoping for a win. They've made it ease of execution, but there's always a few wrenches in the works playing up against MFT.
Just looking at the comps, I actually favor Sem9, but one point I'm super worried about is the top lane gank that's coming in. It's very difficult for Gnar to actually escape Silas, and you're talking about a double hard crowd control chain coming in from 665 as well. Especially when that Silas is also running phased rush. There's a lot of chase down potential. The chain slash can slow, and also you can interrupt Gnar's hop just mid-air. So if you just stick to him and the Gnar's trying to jump away, you can easily interrupt that. So I feel like for MFT, there's a very clear goal in the early game where to punish. They could also throw Galio in there for good measure. It's just so hard for Shiro Mine to actually survive this lane. However, they get to teamfight. I do see them having a good chance. It's kind of difficult to kill Clay X if he uses his ultimate appropriately.
I feel like we've had the same stakes across the board a couple games today already with the tempo team versus the team fighting team. We'll have to see who comes out on top. And speaking of mobility, they're talking about Taco on that phase rush. Wen is, of course, going for the Predator Galio, so we'll be seeing a speedy gargoyle this game.
Yeah, and just to point out, he's not going to go with the minion dematerializer here, so just relying on the raw push. And we have seen level 3 Galio roams be quite frequent whenever someone plays this composition. And what that means is if you're Sem9, you have to be very careful about pushing your lanes, especially for the bottom side.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Ooh, Taco looking to set up a level 1 bait. Oh my goodness. Nice. Pull in there to grab a little bit of extra damage. Just a little bit of fun mechanics. I do love these like oddball matchups and seeing what people can do when they have experience in them.
It's really nicely done by Taco. We actually got both Petricide bursts on the first trade. However, this trade has gone significantly worse for him.
Yeah, you fool me once, fool me twice. You know, Shiromine is like, all right, you've had your fun. And now I'm going to just throw boomerangs at your face all day. But Taco is not content to just sit idly by. Very aggressive, and I guess we should have known this from him. As a 665 cheers him on from downtown.
Definitely one of those matchups that can turn into a lot of chain solo kills. You especially have to be careful about the level 6 versus level 5 because as a Silas, you can steal ultimates before the opponent even hits level 6. So you could just go all in, get the dash onto them, and then Mega Gnar them into a wall. Definitely something we could look for. 665 coming in.
Oh, Lazar forced to flash away. Nice setup there from 665. And when, as the mid-jungle duo do combo up, and you can bet your bottom dollar there's going to be a repeat gank in the mid lane soon enough.
A really smart play coming in from them. Knows that Lazar has a lot of interest in shoving when in, so it just catches him off guard right there. A little bit unfortunate since they did have vision of the bottom side, so Lazar should have been able to play a little bit safer in that lane and not swing towards the top side. Instead, try to stay on the bottom side. But, of course, he still got his flashbone right there. Arashi, though, will get a bit of a level lead. Might be looking for some scuttle pressure.
Might just be able to do it. Gets that smite down and does beat 665. Sees him on the retreat.
That early?
These are two teams that definitely aren't afraid to throw out the troll emotes every once in a while, and I do respect it. Ever since that was something that became possible in professional level games, it just adds a little bit of personality, you know?
Yeah, it gives them so much more character. You can really tell what the player mentality is. There are those players that are almost too nice, and they're actually just acting in a sarcastic fashion. Like, we've seen LPL players when they come down, it's like, you guys are too good. Think of me when you go to MSI, and then they just slaughter you on stage. Then there's the players like Rest that always throw in the bewildered cat, the crying amumu's, especially against Beyond Game.
Mm-hmm. Or the more personalized ones where they'll flash some old teams just for old time's sake, and those are always fun to watch. But yeah, it does add an extra dimension to the gameplay. But back into it. We'll see 665 taking a trip up here. Yeah, that's a bit of a bait here, Shiro. You are in some trouble, my friend. Forced to flash away. Nicely done. Even in the Mega Gnar, he's able to get out of harm's way. But again, that's crucially 2 flashes burned in 2 different lanes by jungle pressure. And I think MFT are pretty happy with how things are going here.
Yeah, they didn't burn any flashes on their own side, so what we're heading towards is 7-9 basically trying to survive the early game against a lot of this Viego pressure, and we do have Arashi should be hitting level 6 before 665, so that will give him a window most likely into the bot lane, get a charge down. We might be getting a 3-man party right here.
Here we go, and it's supportal combat in the mid lane as Philia and Renau find each other, but when cannot get Lazar on that Predator Galio movement. And Lazar playing pretty safe here in this mid lane. Very comfortable on the Orianna. Has been playing it mostly when he's been in the mid lane this split.
Yeah, and Lazar, he started with a lot of red side glass picks, going with a lot of assassins. I'm pretty happy to see that they're able to switch it up and not go full speed all the time. I feel like against teams that are closer to your caliber, playing the side that's a little bit slower usually yields a higher win rate, right? From like all the years of League of Legends that I've seen. If you're on the same caliber, going a little bit more scaly usually has a better win rate because it gives you more room for mistakes and errors to appear. Meantime,
Speaking of
Taco,
mistakes, not level
very
damage,
close to level 6.
Shiro just, does get it. Oh dear, gotta run away, gotta respect. Taco, aggressive push. Building up a pretty healthy CS lead. Now 665 returns to mid lane, but Lazar already in safe positioning. So not going to be a kill just yet, not for lack of trying. This Viego would love to find those resets.
That was the trade window I was talking about, level 6 versus level 5. Unfortunately, the minion didn't die, but he's going to get another chance with the help of 665 here, and there's no way.
Oh, he grows the big paws. That's first blood. Taco and 665 combo up. Nicely played. That's going to be plates and all. I mean, this is a good game from 665. He's been getting everywhere he needs to.
I just love the combination of Viego and Silas against the Gnar. That's such a smart way to punish it. And it's one of those matchups that was very common in Season 8, Season 9. You just don't see it these days that much after kind of the nerfs of Silas. Silas is a champion that gets snowballed against super hard if you run him top lane. A lot of Silases never grow old.
Yeah, you know, the top lane is one thing, but like watching the Silas kind of like makes me miss Jimmy in a little bit.
Oh
man, every time. I hope he's doing okay in NA.
It used to be that only one region was taking our talent, and that was the LPL. And now, like, everyone is in on it. It's like
never underestimate the LCS's insatiable thirst for talent, or apparently Academy. Turns out.
True. They're even taking all of our GMs and coaches. You know, TSM's got Chowie.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, Chowie's getting around these days. He's kind of doing a around the world tour, I think, though.
Yeah, it's good on him. You know, TSM actually having a good week, showing signs of life.
That is true. We're
definitely rooting for them.
Start. But yeah, you know, it's around the world, day-to-days, things happening a little bit. But back here in the PCS at home, a lot of windows opened up for new talent. And I do think that is the silver lining to losing a lot of those familiar faces. And we are seeing a number of them on stage here today. Philia into the mid lane with Arashi, Wen safely backing up. And actually, they're going to try to fight fire with fire if it comes that way. But it looks like that's not going to be the answer. About to say Scuttle. A lot bigger than a Scuttle. Rift Herald being started up here by Sem9.
This is not a good start. There is no Gnar bar whatsoever, and if MFT follow, I think Sem9 have to back out. They're just going to have to give over positioning.
Ooh, Onslaught of Shadows stolen. And Shelly kind of leashed over here to 665, and the rest of Meta Falcon team, it does reset, but they have a much better take, and I think Sem9 were trying to find a pick there, trying to find an answer back. It just hasn't been anything, though.
Yeah, the travel path from Sem9 was a bit of a head scratcher right there. If you don't have like bot lane priority, usually you want to try and do it sneakily. This move, though, from Sem9 is a very good answer. They're more than likely to get all the gold back that they lost from, are going to lose from the Herald from the bot side. But the most important thing is Shiromine has to stay alive, but he doesn't have a flasher.
He's so close to it, too. And the Gnar bar's not where it needs to be. Right now, you have to respect the fact that Taco is Onslaught. You have to know 665's going to dive you. He's done it twice already. Oh, Shiro. Flash almost up. And the game's up. Let's see if he's going to be able to save the day here. There's the Onslaught. Into the Gnar, into the wall. Actually, no! He cannot stay alive.
Oh, Taco's down!
Oh, just in time! He takes down Taco in the 1v1. Holy moly, that was actually a lot better than I thought.
Huge. Yeah, the Herald doesn't get to drop. The minion wave is completely taken out. I think MFT, unfortunately, were a little bit slow on the engage. What they should have done was use 665, go in, take the tower shots, and then he can blink out. So he can drop tower aggro after using the corpse of the Gnar there. But I felt like they were a little bit hesitant on pulling that trigger. And this actually ends up being a massive win for Sem9. They get the 2 plates in the bot side, plus the Drake.
Yeah, that's massive for sure right now. Shiromine with an excellent outplay, using his Gnar to knock Taco into the wall. Didn't really give them an opportunity to juggle the aggro. Yeah, he still goes down, but yeah, no push topside means advantage Sem9 here. They're still a little bit down in the gold game, but I mean, hey, when you're a 0-12 team, you take every little edge you can get. And right now, Shiro gave them one.
Yeah, that was a massive win right there. And you know, I think the problem with this game is so far we have not seen Wed ult at all. This is not what you want to see as a Predator.
Yeah, that's...
A Galio.
That's a bit sus, isn't it?
It's very sus, because it basically means that if you're at this point and you haven't used your Predator, you might as well have gone Aftershock, honestly. So, we'll see if
he has used it in the mid lane.
That's true, but
that's it though.
It was probably the most obvious Predator in the world. It's like, I'm charging up and I will walk towards you. It's, you know, it's not bad effect.
Yeah, Meta Falcon team definitely stalling out a little bit after trying a little bit of play. 1,000 gold advantage doesn't mean much, especially when the Dragon had gone in favor of Sem9. It's the Hextech Drake. Meanwhile, checking into the bot side, Clayx and Philia have actually built up a decent CS lead up against Whale and Renhao. I didn't expect to be seeing that.
They did have some help in the 4v2 that went bot side, also 320 gold going over to Clay X.
Yeah,
they're trying to bait this engage up, but they might be baiting just a little bit too hard here.
Yeah,
as we do see the pings from MFT, they know.
They know. Now they know for
okay,
sure.
They know.
Oh, the timing though! Look, they actually turnabout here with 665, and Philly is going down. Clayx does get to safety, so they don't get the full 2. Shiro,
Meganard's here.
Up at the top, going to be Meganard himself, and oh, we know he burns the flash and doesn't get to go Mega, as Taco gets some revenge.
Yeah, such an easy kill right there, and 665 still going for more, but Arashi.
Oh no, that's the Heartbreaker already expended, and Arashi's like, do I dare? I think he does. That's going to be the onslaught, but look at the heal already coming through. Clayx trying to find more kills on the Deadly Plumage, but doesn't get it. They don't get punished, however.
That was the most half-hearted attempt. Like, I think he was just charging, kind of like to show his teammates, like, I will protect you, I will fight for you. But there's no real chance that they were going to get the kill there, and he also had to worry about the Galio. So, just kind of showing up, but not able to accomplish much, and I think that was a great... we'll look at the top lane trade first. Taco is down about a quarter of health, but it doesn't even matter in this trade. This is how one-sided the matchup can get, especially when Shiromine doesn't have an ultimate to counter himself. And if we watch the trade here, Shiromine really needed a flash towards River rather than trying to get over Taco. Like, that flash distance was just not going to work for him right there. And congratulations to Taco for taking out a very clean solo kill.
Yeah, this, the more I think about it, the more the Sylas pick feels really genius, right? Because if you do get the outplays, like, you can make so much use of the Gnar ultimate just against one and get the trades off. Not only that, he's been getting a lot of attention here from 665, so all combined, Shiromine is having a really rough game. And finally, the Galio ult's gonna come in the nick of time. The hero's entrance as Arashi is sent running for the hills, but taunted up by the shield of Durand. That's gonna be the shockwave from Lazar, forced to immediately flash away as Arashi tries to two-step, and he will. More like a four-step on those pony legs, but Taco's not done just yet. Finds Lazar on the second wind, and Wen will even be able to pick him up after the fact as they juggle the aggro, and Shelly will even get one more charge off of this.
There's no one to defend. They are just going to go straight for the inhibitor tower right here. Wow, this is absolutely massive coming in from the side of MFT. They break the game wide open, and it all just came from Taco and his ability to play that many champions right there. Against the Gnar, that's such a smart pick. It gives an outlet for 665 to actually find a winning 2v2. But in the meantime, they do have to be very careful of Clayx.
Yeah, more like a winning 1v2 right here is the Featherstorm. Oh, flash follow. They will be able to at least clean up Renhao. You would think. Oh, no, I was about to say, if he gets away, it's all for naught. But at least the Xayah claims one. Still a massive swing for MFT right now on that topside play. Really changes the maths in this game.
Yeah, it just means that MFT, whoever goes up there, is going to get smashed down by Galio. That's almost a lane that they can't really farm anymore. So I do expect Sem9 to try to group up a lot more and try to play 5v5 win condition as they are.
We've got a little bit of skirmishes happening as everyone gets involved in the party.
But
a massive Gnar from Shiromine! Is that enough to turn the fight here as Taco has to go into stasis, has a Nautilus ult, not super useful at this stage, but he does burn the flash to get out of harm's way, and it ends up being still a 1 for none. Sem9 have to be feeling bad about how that went down, but they're going to try to take a consolation dragon. But MFT looking to turn once again. Looking for that smite. It does get taken away by Arashi, but they lose. Philia for it. 665 is looking for an opening. He's not going to find that. So 2 dragons from Sem9, but cannot find a kill.
Such a feels bad for Sem9. They actually burn all 5 flashes from MFT within a span of 90 seconds, but nobody dies for it. It just feels kind of very awkward here. They should be able to defend the push somewhat. You have Lazar still here for the wave clear, so this should be fine. And they do take the Drake, so Sem9 are now the ones on the Drake stack towards Cloud Soul. However, the gold lead, I think, is a little bit out of hand at this point, and a lot of it is on the Sylas, which is probably the best snowballing champion in the game, like top 1 or top 2 for sure. So,
not to mention 665's Viego. I mean, we talk about feast or famine. Well, he's definitely having a feast right now. That feels so bad, and not just because they couldn't get the kills, but because Shiro had such a beautiful Gnar ult. Like, that was 3-man. It was perfect.
It definitely was. It was. There were so many things that Sem9 actually did right in the last 2 minutes, but No, they just couldn't actually close on any of the deals. I thought Clay X with the Eclipse surprise back was so genius. You get extra movement speed from the Eclipse, so he walks into a 1v2 and burns both flashes. That was huge. He even gets a kill. And then you get the 3-man, but everyone still has their flashes because they didn't have to use it in any of the skirmishes. The skirmishes was just that one-sided in the top lane, where all of the flashes were still present. And they get to walk out of trouble completely. Sunline, though, they do have a lot of openings.
All right, they're going to try to get that shutdown, and they do. It lands into Arashi's pocket. Maybe not the optimal choice, but it is a quick pick in the Rift Herald.
It's absolutely massive for them to take down the jungler, gives them a free Herald, and I do expect them to try to just charge it down mid lane. If you're trying to play full-on 5v5, mid is most important.
MFT want to fight this.
Renhao?
Renhao goes in. You see Whale on the Moonlight Vigil. Meanwhile, on the backside, Wen and Taco combo up to take down Arashi. I don't think Sen9 realized what they could do as Taco takes a stolen onslaught of shadows, pulled in by Philia, but I don't think they really want that one, and they're going to be able to get the double pop on the Shield of Durand as Wen again forces them back. Meta Falcon team just baiting and outsmarting.
Yeah, that we're doing a pinster where they were sacrificing the support on one side while Silas had free access on the other side, and Silas is extremely fed at this point. Taco able to solo out. I believe it was Lazar on the other side. But watch this again, just really smart on the way they engage this one. They can get a lot more done on the left, just taking out the jungler compared to Renhao, who still had it, who was able to survive that one. And Whale does a massive amount of damage. That was a 4-man Infernum right into the midst of the enemy team. They're able to force out everyone. Playax still has his ultimate, but he doesn't have the HP to survive this one, and does have to back out.
Yep, so what should have been a free Herald there for Sem9 turns into the same for Meta Falcon team. And, yeah, well, at least they got Drake stacking, but things are looking a little bit rough for the Malaysian representatives right now as they try to find a way back into this game, try to find a way back into their split. And I feel like, I mean, Lazar didn't have Shockwave, and maybe that was a bit of a difference maker because they had spent it to try and take down 665. But I do think it was a good pick, right? So it feels like they kind of are forced into a handful of bad decisions, and they're just getting outplayed in a straight-up 5v5.
If they were within, I think, 2,000 gold, that play would have been fine. Mistake was they really needed to rush down that Herald. I don't think it was the wise choice to stall it out and try to hold the ramp. You just get the Herald and go. I think that would have been the most opportune play. They do have a lot of escapes, honestly, and maybe you have to give up Philia, but Clayex with Flash and ult is not likely to die in that situation. And same thing goes with Arashi with Onslaught. So I feel like it was just kind of a turn and burn was probably not exactly the correct move there.
Yeah, and we are seeing some of that indecisiveness still really not help this squad out as they are in the hunt for their first win.
They are going against history. Like, I don't know, do you really want to make the history books at this point? I feel like it's kind of cool, but also kind of sad at the same time.
Yeah, it feels a little bad, to be honest. I don't think you want to see that.
Yeah, okay. No, I don't mind being remembered, but yeah, what you're being remembered from is definitely is something to take into consideration. We did have two teams that were on 1 wins, both Alpha Esports and Liap were on 1 win in the previous split, and even if Sem9 do drop down here, they still have 5 tries, but those 5 teams are against the upper half of the bracket, some of the most toughest games that they will ever have to play. So if they drop MFD here, I think the likelihood of 0-18 becomes far higher.
Yeah, like you said at the beginning, this was like a best chance scenario. So I think at this point, Sem9, they have to play back. They have to look for the reset. They still have a great team fight, right? It's just really hard to do when you're this far behind.
And there's no real chance for them to actually go aggressive anymore. I feel like they're kind of sitting ducks here, and their best opportunity is to kill MFT members, most likely Silas when he comes in. But you also have Taco with the Zanyas this early into the game, so it's just so difficult. I'm trying to think who they can actually pick off, but you have 2 Zanyas on the front line, and then 665 has reset. So yeah, I just don't really see it. I feel like MFT have to make some major mistakes in team fights Right now, they can just kind of A-click the ground and expect to win 5v5s.
Yeah, Rashi trying to grab his red buff back. Nothing happening. Yeah, you know, it feels rough, and I think we can see that the gamble that MFT made really paid off here in the form of the Viego and also just these kind of oddball picks for Taco. Getting those two members fed, it creates a bit of a tough scenario because nobody on Sim9 can really out-duel in any situation. Even though Shiro has the Hullbreaker Gnar, he's a far cry from being a threat on the side lanes.
Can't even go there at this point. You can only go to lane where Taco isn't at. We already have gold objective bounties across the map right here, so if Sim9 can remain split, or even if they trade towers, it will still be in their advantage. That's one thing that losing teams can look forward in Season 12. At this point, I almost feel like it's worth it if you just lose singular kills and you're able to take a tower. Like, the game's like 8,000 gold behind, where a lot of your members aren't even worth the full kill gold anymore. It's likely worth it to just attempt to overextend at times. Oh,
well, with the Shelly charge, they're going to try to make the play. Shockwave! However, they do get the knockback from Arashi, but it just isn't enough damage to save the day. And Shiro arrives too late to get a whole lot done here. And one by one, the dominoes fall, and everyone from MFT stay alive in the engage. A triple kill comes in for Taco, and now the Baron will as well.
Oh, such a rough fight to start right there. You had the Heartbreaker just moving away from the initial engage, buys a lot of time. PlayX dies with both summoners up, so must have been the CC chain just killing him right off the bat, and Mega Gnar was also unused. So even though Sem9 were the ones that were pulling the trigger, they didn't actually have the gun fully loaded. They were just shooting blanks at the wall, and the MFT came in with the full firepower of their composition to bear.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate that Sim9 is just unfortunately so far behind. And MFT even get greedy with it. They push super hard with 3 members on the Baron and 2 on the sides. Let's see how that fight unfolded one more time. Shelly gets popped here. And yeah, like, they try to force it. 665 flashes, they still manage to get the onslaught on 2, but there's no follow-up damage. Whale is super safe, and he just unloads onto everybody, and the rest is history.
Couple big things right there. Lazar completely whiffs his ultimate. Good job here by 665 to dodge out of the initial engage. The TP from the back just meant PlayX had nowhere to go. I was looking at him and wondering where the summoners were. They wouldn't have made a difference. So he actually had the correct call, keeping both of them at hand. He was a dead man either way. It's just unfortunately, a huge part of their combo pieces not working out, and the onslaught of shadows going forward just meant that the rest of the team had to chase forward as well. So it's just the tower dropping down, giving them nowhere to run to. Meant that MFT had a perfect team fight. They had a complete surround. They had the enemy with down 3 ultimates right at the start of it, and also an 8,000 gold lead, so they could just walk through them.
Yeah, that last part, you know, pretty important, right?
True.
So MFT feeling pretty good in the driver's seat. Arashi, you know, okay, sure, you're in the brush, whatever. Renhao doesn't actually have to care here. Maybe he does now that Philly has found him, but he's just able to tank it up so much. We've seen Leonis today be able to do this on repeat when we have had these one-sided games. Sure, Mine's got a fully built Narbar, but it doesn't matter here as Taco is just too much of a threat. 2-level difference between these 2 top laners, and MFT can just sit back, kick back, 1-3-1 City.
Well, definitely can at this point, and you know there are no Ocean Drakes on the side of Sem9. They're gonna have to run back for sustained issues. PlayX is the only one that can actually hold a wave and keep someone healthy. On the other side for Gnar, you can't do the same. Like, Taco can chunk him down quite easily. The bot lane is completely opening up, and I feel like unfortunately Sem9 actually lost kind of their window for engages at this point. All 3 waves are charging in with the supers, and even if they engage, they are bound to lose about 2 inhibitors on the other side. They still have to look for it, though. They don't really have an option. They have to go.
Hey, better to lose in a blaze of glory than to lose by just attrition. As Arashi runs in, suicide mission onto Whale, and now the turn is here as they get the stun off. PlayX is going to be deleted for just a second. He stays alive, but 665 tracks on top of him, and then the jaws snap shut. Philia runs, but he can't escape from the rest of the team. And Taco, where the heck was he even coming from inside the base there? That is going to be it with the wipe of the team. No one from MFT goes down, and the Nexus turrets will fall. And we've got quite a dominating victory from the University squad. Meta Falcon team take a win.
Two perfect back-to-back aces coming in from MFT. They don't lose a single member in the last two team fights, and unfortunately for Sem9, I feel like they had a lot of drafting ideas that they had present, but what really downed their game plan was a lot of these objective decisions were either way too hesitant or their engages just weren't decisive enough necessarily. They really needed the Shockwave into the Onslaught of Shadows combo to work out as a CC chain. We didn't really see that happen whatsoever. And when they're on the back foot, they did need to play a bit more counter engage. They need to hold position and then counter engage. But most of the time it was just MFT waiting for them to engage and then just swallowing their entire team composition up whole. So unfortunately for Sem9, they will remain winless for now.
Yeah, and those chances to try and grab a win on the board are starting to fade a little bit. If they have a chance to avoid the fate of going 0-18 at the end of the split, I'm sure they would take it. But for now, there's just too many questions, there's too many issues, and there's too much indecisiveness. We even talked about it in draft, how they had an easy-to-execute comp compared to MFT especially, and it was just night and day how the two teams approached this match. I do want to give credit to MFT, though. I think they threw this Malaysian squad on the back foot. They had a really interesting pick for Taco, who continues to showcase just an incredibly wide champion pool and finding answers that I think it's very hard to prepare for on the opposite side, no matter who you are. 665 had a really great game this time around as well. And even though it took a little while to get going, I think we finally got to see those Galio drops, and it was more of like a counter engage for them. And they just did what they needed to.
Honestly, there was just one point on the map that was winning the entire time, and they just kind of continually snowballed that one side. The team fights were actually fairly up in the air. MFT just out-executed in a lot of the senses. I feel like in terms of out-executed, should say that Sem9 put themselves in really bad positions, and it was just kind of like, oh, okay, we'll walk in and just kind of clean house from MFT's side. So in the future, I just want to see if Sem9, can focus in on those one glaring matchup that is going to happen on the map and try to tidy up a lot of their Herald approaches. I feel like that is what has really been downing them a lot of the times, just like approaching Herald with 0 Mega Narvar and top lane being completely pushed in. It's just kind of asking for trouble, if you're asking me. So if they do that, I still feel like they have the ideas and the concepts ready to take them to a team fight. They just can't kind of haphazardly go into early Drakes and Heralds like this.
Yeah, it almost feels like they know what they need to do to set up, but then once it gets to the moment, it's like everything goes a little bit out the window. The execution on some of those takes, I think it does show that there is a little bit of experience gap happening across the board for at least some of these players. Mm-hmm. Maybe the team cohesion is having some issues. I mean, clearly there are issues going on when you're a winless team at this point in the split. But for Sem9, I mean, it seems like they swap players a lot, and we don't really see a huge difference. I think there are some misexecutions from a handful of roles. I kind of still stand by my statement. I think we saw more out of Kirino in 2 games than we have out of Lazar in every other one. He forced a few flashes, but he did miss a lot of shockwaves. I think we only saw like a single one land, and that was when they went for a pick. I mean, it's not getting the most out of what you can do with your comp, and I think that's what the struggles that Sem9 have had are really like reminiscent of, is that they don't really get what they need out of their champions or out of their combination of champions. And yeah, I mean, Clayx did all right on the Xayah. They had some decent like dives and counter dives, good pushes. It's just not enough to win in this league, unfortunately.
And you know who was really staying ahead of the competition? Taco. 17,000 damage. Wow, what a great performance by him. You know, we have seen some of those like interesting picks sort of fail completely on their face, but this Sylas was just so smart. The crowd control chain to go with the Viego and to use that counter pick for Taco.
There we go.
We are seeing a star in the making right here with this new player.
I think we are for sure as well. I mean, this guy has so many different champion picks. We've seen really cool things from him, win or lose, but he finds the victory on a top side Sylas. It's refreshing to see someone who does different things, a variety of them, and more often than not, they seem to work. So if Meta Falcon team are going to have more wins this split, are going to look to contend in the playoffs, I think it's going to be off the back of this player's performance. He wowed us on day number 1, if you recall, with a Akali performance, great flanks, good map awareness, and critically, when he combos up with 665, that's when we start to see this team's synergy really shine.
Of course, and that's something that MFT desperately need. I feel like their only winning lane at this point is usually more than not coming from the top side. Sure, Whale has been kind of a rising star in his own right, but even in this game against Sem9, they actually lost the lane just 2v2, so it's very hard for me to see MFT coming into solid footing in playoffs without a solid laner. And I think if you're looking at all three lanes, Taco is probably the closest thing to a snowball lane that they have. They've tried a lot with Wen, and frankly, it just hasn't been there. So maybe the top lane is the answer.
If they can snowball off the top, that'll lead to more victories, but it is a tough field. We'll see going forward. However, we got one more game right after the short break. J-Team and PSG Talon for the rematch.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
And now, the moment you've all been waiting for at the end of the day here in Week 5, Day 1 for the PCS Spring Split. It is PSG Talon versus J-Team, a rematch from last week between the number 1 and number 3 teams. Hey, everybody, we are ready to rock and roll. But before we do, I do want to give a shout out one more time to our sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, these are the heavy hitters, and we just saw this matchup due to some of the scheduling shenanigans that have been going on. PSG Talon, man, coming out of a week where they didn't get to play, got a 6-0 Super Week against the best of the best, have not lost since day 1 against Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. But J-Team, they've been flexing their muscles as well, and maybe it's going to be enough. We'll have to see. Hanabi, Juhan, Bay, Unified, and Kaiwing. The top cream of the crop PCS team is back. Even without Maple and River, they have found adequate replacements, and they still have the best map control and macro awareness of any team in this league.
I think their coaching staff is a huge part of why they are on this 11-game win streak. To be honest, some of their games, they don't even try to overpower you with mechanics. They're just coming in with better positioning, with a more solid understanding of power spikes, and just running with that. They're not a team that is very LPL bloodthirsty or coin flippy. They just play very solid League of Legends. And on the other team, on the other side, I feel like J-Team is a team that does have to push their mechanical edges to get things done, especially for Kongye and Uniboy. We saw a game against CFO where they were allowed Lee Sin and Zoe, and they absolutely destroyed their opposition. But if they don't get that Lee Sin, Zoe, or they don't get that Diana Renekton combo, a lot of the times their game can feel really sluggish, and they revert to being a very passive, late-game, little V-centric strategy.
Yeah, and that doesn't work quite as well for them against some of the top squads. Nonetheless, they still showed that when they have the tools for success, they have a spark, right? This is a team that plays differently when they get the champions that they prefer. And we saw that promise of Kongye Uniboy. And of course, if anybody knows that promise, it's going to be the PSG Talent organization, because that's who they picked to fill their gaps for Worlds 2020. If you think back just a couple of years ago, there's a reason that this duo was so hyped coming into the league, and I think why we were a bit surprised that they dropped their first game against the likes of Deep Cross, which was an interesting way to open up the split, to be honest. But I'm really excited for this mid-jungle duo. I think this is where things can flip a little bit, because every other role, I give the edge to PSG's laners, even against Driver. Yes, Sanabi is an absolute beast, and Unified and Kaiwing, of course, in the bottom lane. But Kongye and Uniboy, they have a lot of strength as well, but we will be comparing our bottom lane.
Taking a look at the stats over here, Unified still doing a lot more damage in this sense, and his laning phase has been impeccable. And I feel like Unified is the player that is least reliant on sort of the big 3 AD carries in the Zeri, Jinx, and Aphelios. He's perfectly fine on Jhin and Xayah, and that just makes banning against him that much more difficult. I don't think a ban strategy against Unified has yielded any results. We've seen that from CFO. It doesn't work. On the other hand, from Lil V, this guy is very much Jinx-oriented, so if he doesn't find the Jinx, you do see the win rate sort of slide down a little bit. He's a very slow player in general, and a very safe player at that for the most part. So I think if you're comparing these two, bot lane, in my opinion, you have to go with PSG's bot lane. It's likely going to be very favored on their side. They have a lot more flexibility in the champion picks. Just raw skill level is one tier above. And that does mean that PSG, in my opinion, has more ways to play this game out. They can go for an early game strategy that targets the bot lane because it's most likely going to get pushed in. And they can also go for a late game strategy, which is kind of their bread and butter. For now, though, they're going to start with the basics by banning away Uniboy Zoe. Please, nobody should give Uniboy Zoe.
This is playing against J-Team 101. Yeah, it's I argue definitely more important than the Lee Sin ban. Still worth considering that one as well. On the opposite side, J-Team, as expected, we see the Zeri ban red side coming in, but also Bay's Rise that he's had a fair bit of success on. Gwen now banned away by PSG. They don't want to give away a blind pick there for Driver, give Hanabi as many tools to succeed as he needs. I do think this is a matchup of two. Well, we highlighted the bottom lane. I think the top is actually a very, very interesting matchup as well, because it's a lot of experience coming to bear. Driver's having a pretty solid split on this J-Team squad. So I think the Gwen is a solid takeaway. But as we've seen that last week, he can play a lot. And J-Team banned Lee Sin themselves. Okay. All right.
It's kind of interesting. We see J-Team banning out the most frequent combination from Juhan and Bey will be that Lee Sin plus Rise combo. Very strong late game, very good early game with the crowd control as well. And J-Team, as we expected, should be the ones going for the aggressive mid jungle. That has been where mechanically PSG has actually shown up the weakest. So they're just going to try and cash in on that perceived weakness and try to overpower with 2 snowballing picks right off the bat here. Oh, this is going to be so much heat on Juhan. Look at his eyes. He's just like, he's not even surprised about this. And he's trying to think of what can actually play against this. The Xin Zhao is still left open. That's kind of been the go-to picks for a lot of these players. The Vex has been interesting. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the kind of Vex mechanics that we have seen so far. And it is a lane that, at least in today's matches, we have seen being constantly pushed in. So it does seem like PSG are going to start off with potentially on the back foot in the 2v2 and then work their way up from there.
Well, we have seen Juhan and Bey maybe getting a little bit set behind early on, so I'm not entirely surprised to see this. They do seem to be somewhat comfortable. I do want to point out, Uniboy only has 1 game on that Ahri, and it was the most recent match against Beyond Gaming, and he went nearly deathless. He only died the single time, so he had a pretty solid day, but it just wasn't as explosive as the likes of the Zoe or even his Syndra or even some of the Orianna games he's played. So curious to see if that works out well for him. Kongye, you know, everyone knows enough about this guy to know that like Viego's right up his alley, but it is a very risky pick, so you have to think PSG are going to do everything they can to shut him out of this game. And then, of course, Lil V, with Jinx taken away, he tries his hand at Xayah, and I do think this is a champion that he shouldn't have too much trouble with as we enter ban phase 2. Of course, PSG taking the Rakan pairing away, and then it's a Gnar ban. I've said it before, I think Hanabi is the only person in the PCS who should be allowed to play this champion, and J-Team seem to respect it enough to throw a ban its way.
I concur. They're taking away all of the safe blind pick choices right here. Gragas and the Gnar. He's 100% win rate on blind Gnar so far from Hanabi. I don't like the champion, but he makes it work, so I'll give him his due. And the other...
give him a Gnar pass. The only one.
Yeah, the only one, okay? Everyone else, please just don't do it.
Trinity banned too, so top lane's getting hit pretty heavily here, and it makes me think
Graves and Jace that are left open, but both of those champions are very easy to gank. So I think
there is
J-Team,
the Jax.
Exactly. They could go with just what we saw from MFT, very similar to that. You stack crowd control and you go up against a ranged matchup that is very easy to snowball against.
Yeah, so J-Team definitely bringing a lot of firepower to this fight, and I have been looking forward to this match. I think really all day. This is the one that I think is pretty telling because J-Team just very recently got that matchup against PSG. That was their last loss. The Gangplank comes in here blind for Hanabi. That has been one of the champions he's liked to fall back on. And are we going to get the Yuumi Kaiwing? He's definitely been one of the few to really opt into picking this up, and very animated chatter coming out of him right now. But I think they are going to swap it up, go for a little bit more hard engage at the end. The Nautilus does make a lot of sense. It's a classic pairing here with the Jinx. Nautilus continuing to be high prio, but today has been suspiciously lower than I think we could have expected.
Not throughout the entirety of the PCS has been sort of our go-to champion right here, but as you said today, like there are getting a lot of counters. We do see the Tom Kent rising to priority a lot. And also Renata showing her face. So I think we are seeing more conditional answers. And I feel like for me, Nautilus, goes into that category of being slightly better on the counter engage. He does have very telegraphed engages. You kind of know when you're going to get hit by the Nautilus compared to Leona, which has a little bit more chance in snowballing, having more tempo. Nautilus, for me, is a pick that is useful for limiting assassins. And against J-Team, I think Nautilus is the far superior pick compared to something like Yuumi. Yuumi would give the team absolutely zero tankiness. If they lose, there is no coming back with that.
Yeah, that'd be tough. Pick. They'd be relying a lot on Juhan to okay, how long can he leave the Crescent Guard up? But I do think this top lane is going to be a lot of fun here, Clement. We've got a GP versus a Jace. Both top laners going to go for the carry style, and it kind of feels like they're getting like some of their stronger, not like top preference champions, but like if you want to get that side lane push going or maybe a little bit of global stuff, there's a lot of opportunity for both of them to get involved.
Pretty interesting to see Driver go for this. Driver is known as the driver because he drives tanks like Maokai and Sion. So to see him on the Jace it's always a Jace test when these new players actually pick it up, because you have to be very aggressive with this champion. You can't really care about losing HP or going low in the trades, and you are going up against a Zinzash that should have right of way in the early game. So it's very difficult to balance that aggression with also maintaining safety up in the top side. We'll see how Driver does this. To be honest, we haven't seen a lot of footage of him excelling on these champions. Even on the Jax earlier on, he was pushing very hard. So that's a big point of worry for me. But for the mid jungle, this is going to be fireworks on level 6. There are just so many resets. If they get a kill, they can charge forward. They can get whole new cooldowns on the Viego. And I think if, honestly, PSG make one mistake, it can snowball incredibly hard in favor of JT.
J-Team will be counting on it, but PSG going to be going for a little bit of fun up top right now, and Driver is well within the safety of his Tribe Rush, but that isn't going to stop PSG Talon from trying a little bit of cheesy cheese.
Crucially here, it isn't spotted up by Driver, so it means that there will be no counter invade from the side of J-Team. They do have the numbers for it, but they don't have the information for it. So far everything's going to be kind of close. I do like this ward dropped into the top lane. It's always very helpful for the game plan to have vision of the Jace, especially level 1. Jace can just come up, get the W on, and just like triple tap you, and it's very annoying and very difficult to out trade that. So getting the early ward down will allow Hanabi to avoid a lot of that level 1 pressure.
That's true. Johan and Bay comboing up. The new mid-jungle duo for PSG, picked up from NS Red Force over in Korea, has definitely made a splash. I think they've just slotted really well into the team, as Bay does get a decent trade level 1. I'm curious to see what he can do on this Vex. We have seen his understudy, Pretender, shine on this champion, although he is taking a lot more than he's dishing at level 1 against the Ahri.
Yeah,
and
much
Enzo actually
lower
looking for
cooldown on that side. Enzo, just gonna miss.
Whoa, little bit of a whiff on their engage, and Lil V's in trouble. Rockets flying, and the flash, the heal, the follow. Are we gonna get an early first blood? We are, and we're off to the races with Unified.
And as we said in the pregame, this bottom lane usually goes in favor of PSG. That was probably the worst traded level 1 I have ever seen. Enzo misses on the E. And then somehow Little V walks ahead of his support, giving Kaiwing an easy dredge line. So, I don't know if it's communication or execution or something, but that was very poorly played on the side of J-Team, giving an unexpected just level 1 kill right out. We'll watch this again. So once Enzo misses the E, both of them should be heading backward. Instead, Little V actually walks forward from his support. Kaiwing isn't going to let that slip. Instant ignite to stop the heal. And he's just dead right afterwards.
You talked about how little mistakes can be pretty easily punished by Kongi and Uniboy. I think the same can be said of Unified and Kaiwing.
Yeah, this is going to be very ugly early game. It's going to get pushed in, outranged by the Rockets, and with no summoners. There's so many different ways that PSG could play this. We have Zins out in the vicinity of the bottom side, and with the lane pushing out. So Kongi most likely does have to pay this lane a visit here. They honestly could just go again onto Little V. We do have Kongi here now, at least trying to clear this lane up.
Juhan's going to be here as well, so it would be a 3v3, but you definitely got to start paying a little extra attention down on that bot side now that Unified has reenacted the opening second arc of Arcane.
Yeah, I remember that one, and I also remember the closing. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but it's basically Jinx about to kill a lot of people. So
yeah, if you haven't seen it yet and you're listening to us right now, finish watching this game and then go watch it. It's amazing. It's incredible. Arcane's a great show.
So proud about that from Riot. Honestly, it's like Riot music, Riot shows. Just like at times, you almost feel like we're like a multimedia company.
I know we're on an official broadcast and all, but like. Seriously, I didn't even expect it to be that good. I was angry at how good it was. I was like, this has no right to be this incredible.
I feel like the characters were so well written. There weren't cardboard copies of like Hollywood tropes and stuff like that, and there was actual morality being discussed in the show, which I feel like is so lacking these days. And like usually, like, Hollywood's just trying to run a universe, and there's like shows on shows on shows with very forgettable villains and people with just motives that don't make sense. But Arcane was really something else. It was a breath of fresh air, and honestly, it was done by a person without a lot of show business experience. So
sometimes that's what you need, I guess.
Yeah, you need a shake up here.
Yeah.
And talking
now,
about the
that
top
being
lane-
said,
okay,
Jinx,
go ahead.
Jinx might be busted in Arcane, still busted in League of Legends, but it takes a little while to get to that point. And I think what we're seeing right now is a very healthy gold advantage, but Kaiwing doing a good job of setting up opportunities for his team as Ento is caught again into the Flame Chomper combo, burning the flashes. You can't take your eye off this bot lane for a second, but here's Kongye coming in and spotted on a ward.
This feels so bad for Konger. He's pretty much glued to this bot lane 24/7, and Uniboy's roam bot lane has also been spotted out, so he's just kind of wasting time at this point. This is... we have to talk about some of these item builds here. It is very detrimental to Xayah, because Xayah in today's meta, a lot of times she is relying on that serrated Dirk burst to get her through the early game. We have talked about just kind of the Q maxes coming out from this champion. So if she misses that window, she really has to go into much later into the team fight to have the same impact as kind of these crit champions earlier on. So it just looked kind of dire in the situation. And from my perspective, it might be better if Kongre can find a pathing to just say, okay, bot lane, you guys, you did this to yourself. I'm going to leave this lane. You guys have a good time. Don't die. Wait for me to carry, but I'm going to need to go somewhere else.
Yeah, Kongye is still waiting on level 6 when he'll have access to the Heartbreaker. We should see him trying to open up here, but of course Juhan won't be far behind, and the Xin Zhao can definitely set up some good engages for the team, even if he isn't going to be the one claiming the kills for himself. As you start to see ults coming in, PSG with an advantage in the game, off of bot. And now Juhan is here. They can set up for, not necessarily a dive, as Lil V is quite away, but it is a pretty hefty experience gap between those bottom laners. It's actually just going to be the Hextech Dragon start.
And I do want to point out that in terms of scaling, PSG does have the upper hand by quite a lot. Gangplank he does outrange Jason a lot of instances in the late game, and he will get that extra gold. Same thing with Vex. I feel like Vex can play as just a standard control mage, while Ahri is more of an assassin. She does need to keep ahead. And also the Jinx scaling versus Xayah do favor the Jinx a little bit as well. So J-Team, they really need to be super aggressive. They really need these early lane ganks to work and convert on some of these supposedly winning matchups that aren't doing so well.
That's going to be tough, because then we start to see J-Team, fall into that pattern, right? When they don't get what they need done in the early game or with the mid-jungle 2v2, we see them fall back on Lil V. And, I mean, Lil V opened up with a death, so... it's a little bit of a feels bad man. He's also not on quite as much of a hyper carry as we're used to seeing. I mean, we kind of lost this in the noise, but he's not played anything but Jinx Aphelios in this split so far.
True.
Because teams haven't really focused on him a little bit, and I do want to give PSG credit for doing the takeaway Jinx, realizing, hey, it's by far his most favored champion, and it has been a big part of the handshake. It's not that he's bad on Xayah in particular, it's just they kind of rely on that late game hyper carry. They've taken it away a bit.
Yeah, and we'll see how familiar Lil V is on these new champions. One thing about Lil V I felt like has been true throughout his career is that he's actually been very willing to be the first mover on some of these new picks, especially if you think about the past. Xayah was definitely one of them. He was kind of the first one to really popularize that in the LMS back then as well. So seeing on this champion deck again isn't too surprising here. Looking at the holistic scape of the map right now, I do feel like JT have a very strong crowd control chain coming into the bot lane. You have the Ahri Charm, Viego Stun into the Leona just starting things off. So I feel like if I'm J-Team, even with this deficit, I'm still willing to search for some kills in that bottom side. I feel like that skirmish could be a good opportunity for them to come back, as Juhan does the most obvious shove-in in the world.
That was a really good dodge out of both the Charm and the Orb, though. Juhan with the fancy feet that time around. PSG are going to try to throw their weight around this map just a little bit. Kongye actually making a trip in mid after the fact. This is going to be a Herald start that has been spotted out. We'll see if it's opted to be contested. I think J-Team have decided, you know what, that's not worth it. We do realize we have a window here to try and push with the lane swap coming in. Maybe they can dive Hanabi.
We'll see if they can actually pull that off, but of course Hanabi can just play it safe with the Cannon Barrage and just leave the lane completely. So it's usually very difficult to out-trade a game plank like this. This is one of PSG's oldest tricks. If you're playing weak side top lane, then it has to be your go-to, but they're going to try for it anyway.
Go for the Nautilus. Kaiwing takes a lot of damage, and he does get fired down. That's going to be the reset there for Kongye. Let's see if Hanabi can hold the line here. I don't think so. Follow through on Vex. Do they have the damage to follow through? So much aggro juggling, and it means J-Team get out scot-free. But meanwhile, up top, they're going to make J-Team pay for it.
Yep, they are going to get the first tower in this play right there. So J-Team does get 2 kills, but in the meantime, PSG take the full turret, which does put the gold lead up in Unified's end. And, you know, this is kind of the double threat of PSG. You shut down their top laner, Unified gets massively ahead and is very much on course for, I think he could just finish his Mythic on his next back. So
right.
We're going to watch this again. Just good scouting here, and they actually undercut the path that Kaiwing was going to take. You could tell his ward onto Krugs, didn't spot anything out, dies immediately. And this play was a little bit unfortunate for Bay. You know, in the 3v4 situation, you do expect to get a kill right here, but the fear actually taunts away, and he doesn't get any walk back. You know, we have seen some plays, especially from Pretender, where he does flash before during the Shadow Search just to make sure that he gets that extra fear back into the tower. And, you know, they holds on to this flash, plays it a little bit safer there. But, you know, honestly, I feel like that play, there was a potential for a double Shadow Surge into double kill. But, you know, just small things missed out. Doesn't really matter. They still get the winning trade.
Yeah, could have had more, but at the same time, I think PSG will be happy with that turn of events overall. They do crack the top tower. Unified definitely seems to be much more the win condition, although this Vex is still going to remain a threat. Small CS deficit up against the likes of Uniboy. That shouldn't be too much of an issue there for Bay to rectify. He does have a level down, however. That's worth keeping in mind. And we are back to, well, I would say a 2v2, but Enzo is not in the bottom side of the map right now, making his way.
Interesting trade coming in from PSG. So they went top, took a first tower, and then immediately swat back, which puts both side lanes in a very awkward position. Bot lane's getting pushed in, top lane has a super long lane while behind, so J-Team's answer is to send everyone bottom to find a skirmish and potentially a Drake. But for PSG, they don't have to respond to this at all. They could just continue to farm up top and be happy with the gold lead.
Yeah, they're going to sniff this out. Dragon is taken. Rocket for the potential steal attempt. Yeah, I mean, when no one's stopping Hanabi topside, well, all right. I mean, you put a lot into shutting him down, and all of a sudden he's going to be able to get that gold right back for himself. It does feel like J-Team are getting a little out-rotated here, and that has been a hallmark of PSG games this split.
It's not a bad move per se by J-Team, but if you want to do that, the best case scenario is you have to find a pick onto someone. You have to go pretty aggressive and make sure that you can actually secure the 5v4 lead. In this instance, I would call it a win for PSG. I feel like they're perfectly happy with just hard forcing this first Mythic. Triforce already done onto Hanabi, and this is where Kongye and Uniboy have to find something to work out.
Kongye does already have a kill. He wants to get another one. They do manage to get the stun off onto Bay. He wants his personal space, though, and they're going to turn this one back around with a little bit of help from Kaiwing.
Shadow Surge!
Shadow Surge intercepted by Enzo. He knew Uniboy was a dead man, and that was a nice turn. Kaiwing with the save. Well played.
Yeah, nice mechanics from Bay. He dodges out of the Heartbreaker Strike, so not enough damage to actually get the reset there. And I felt like that was a play where, oddly enough, it looked like Uniboy wanted to go, but Kongye didn't really want to fully commit onto that one. They were walking into a 2v3. PSG anticipate the rotation. They did have the ward early, and just a beautiful, beautiful punish. Now they can just plump down on this bottom side.
You know something is a bit scuffed with your dive when Kongye doesn't want to go in.
Yeah. That felt like the case from Uniboy on that one. It looked a little bit dicey there. He had to go into the Crescent Guard to deal damage if the target was Bay, and also just Kaiwing was waiting around in the corner. And now Uniboy knows. Now Uniboy knows.
But Bay gets a kill on the board as well, so this Vex is going to start rolling a little bit. Let's see how this shakes out. Gold advantage. About 2,000 in favor of PSG Talon. Dragons, one apiece. We do have another Cloud Soul. A lot of Cloud Souls today.
the most exciting of souls, if I have to say so.
Definitely not called Clown Drake, obviously.
Yeah, but it does give a sizable lead to the team that has that split push potential. Gives you rotational advantages here and there, and right now it should go over to Gameplank. The way that PSG has played with the Gameplank is just eye-opening. This has been a staple pick for them for multiple splits, and all the way back to the Flash Wolf days, even for Hanabi. So they understand how to trade on this one. If you overload a side of the map with Gameplank, you usually come out ahead, just because you can wave clear at minimal cost, and you just get a lot out of the other side. So I really like the change that PSG did. You know, take top 10 tower, get a huge lead, and a mythic onto your AD carry, then swap back and continue to just pressure a little V, not give away anything on the map. And yeah, I just feel like J-Team's time is like slowly ticking away again. This is a composition that does have to stay ahead and continue to be ahead. Oh, Juhan?
Yeah. Double Eclipses. Oh, Juhan is going to get caught. Crescent Guard stands strong, though. And even with the man advantage, it does mean that... oh, they're going to go in for round 2. Finding Bay. Charm lands. Can they burst the Vex? They absolutely can. And bit of a misfire there for the PSG mid laner.
Yeah, they were looking at a straight-up 3v3, but with Crescent Guard already down, they really couldn't take that one. And now we see J-Team finally being able to extend this lead. We haven't noticed this, but in the meantime, all the kills have been going to Kongre. 3 kills already, Divine Sunder completed. Well, that's a win condition in and of itself.
Yeah, it's funny, any team Kongre is on always has a win condition of give him a carry and get him fed, but we're going to have to see how well that works out for him right now. So Herald killed and picked up. Driver's going to have some free farm. It will be a trade as Hanabi does manage to get bot turret, but I mean, this is pretty big for J-Team. They would love to get revenge for last week and to take another win up against the likes of PSG Talon. Only team been able to do it so far this split is Megabank Beyond Gaming.
And that was the first game of the split when they weren't really gelled together just yet. I do expect PSG right now to be a lot stronger, especially with the much more visible coaching from Corki. I'm not sure Corki was even there on the first week. I don't think I saw him there.
That's a good point, actually. But it's also tradition, right? Like, we've kind of established now that that Beyond Gaming get the like favored rival status after their performance last year, coming into the split, coming into the PCS in 2021, and just taking it by storm. Having an incredible back-to-back 2 series between the effectively the semifinals and the finals against PSG Talent. I mean, we just got to see so many games between those two, and it was beautiful. Obviously, Worlds was a little bit of a different story, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, we don't. It was a different team back then. It doesn't even matter now.
I hope Doggo's doing well.
Well, you know, BLG still has his trouble, but Doggo still has a good chance to start over Uzi, and that's definitely saying something. J-Team now have a great chance to just poke out PSG, and a lot of damage going over onto the side of Bay. They also have that ward around Raptors, which is absolutely massive. Allows them to know the exact timing of people coming down the ramp here, but they're not able to hold it, and the fight starts.
Engage from Kaiwing. Oh, that's huge burst right now. Do they have enough damage? Enzo is going to go into stasis. Driver, though, dropped Lilvi as well. Massive damage as Unified opens up with a big old double kill, and Kongye Uniboy heading for the hills. That was not something J-Team expected. I think a massive engage, and this is the team cohesion. Kaiwing goes in, and everyone on PSG are all in on it.
My jaw is still on the floor. That was so beautiful. I have a teardrop on my cheek right now. Just watch that combo again. You know, with Death Charge, forcing everyone back, and then you have Bay just swooping in, getting the fear. They're all taunted up, and you also have the Crescent Guard that knocked people back. That was just, this is the best team fight scene that we have seen the entire day, and most likely the entirety of the PCS. That was completely one-sided, execution to perfection. Oh, the Wombo combo of the year.
Clement, can you give me a chef's kiss for that one? Because I think it deserves it. Beautiful.
How do you say terrific in French? I can't remember.
Terrifique? I don't know.
I think
I'm guessing.
Like
I'm like full guessing there. I lived in Germany, dude. I didn't learn French. But I can say that was you could fantastic probably. I don't know.
Okay.
Either way, that was beautiful. I mean, PSG Talon looking so incredible, and yeah, that was. I'm kind of still in shock a little bit myself. I'm like, wow, because on the second hand, like I saw the start of the engage, And then, like, looking at Bay coming in, I'm like, oh, that was perfect. Absolutely perfect. I can imagine he's going to save that. He's going to clip it and be like, hey, Pretender, look at that.
That's why you're staying on Frank, by the way.
Oh, no! The BM.
Oh,
I mean, I think
boy.
Prettender's been looking good, but yeah, this is...
That was on another
it's
level. Just
execution.
team-wide, I don't think we've seen anything close to that coordination.
Yeah.
In the PCS
This is what
split.
PSG can do.
Yeah, it was just,
So good, man. Oh.
I wonder how they shot called that. You know, or maybe that's something that we could ask in playoffs once we get Rairachu back. That was
Yeah, I would absolutely want to ask about that. Also, I'm going to be very disappointed if I wake up tomorrow and that's not on the League subreddit. Someone clip that. It was gorgeous.
yeah. Someone has to go and do it. That's just
Ugh. Okay, anyways,
You know,
into this game, PSG
Yeah.
have a pretty healthy gold lead. J-Team do manage to get a tower back, but look at the siege down the mid lane. Oh, Kongye very close as he's forced to blast cone away. And so does dodge the zap. This tower's going down. He wants a flank. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. Because even though the Kongye win condition is starting to roll forward, the issue is it's not happening as fast as the Unified and Bay win condition.
And they also need to be very careful about who goes in first. They need someone to soak up the crowd control. Enzo would be a target, but he's also pretty squishy.
He's not soaking that fast, unfortunately. There they go. Kaiwing ends up with the kill credit for it, but a lot of work was done. And of course, the cannon barrage dropped from downtown as Hanabi secures the kill. That's going to be Driver and Enzo out of this one. And I think we might be looking for a Baron bait here. J-Team have to know something's up. You can't stop this. Kongye could try for a steal, but you've got no flash.
They do still have a blue trinket, and they know that the Baron hasn't been taken just yet. PSG trying to cause some misdirection right there. I do like that play. There is a split second where you still have vision, even if you drop the blue trinket there. So Juhan trying to bait them to move forward. Very clever 200 IQ play. We'll watch this again. Of course, Enzo has to be the first one in front, so the formation is fine. But Kaiwing over the wall onto Driver. He dies before even getting an inch of damage down. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And with the crowd control still intact, Beauty Boy and Kongye can't go in either. This is just a tempo team comp being completely outplayed on the objectives.
Yeah, and with teleport advantages too, have to keep in mind as Faye gone for the full combat summoner stack once again with the Ignite. But of course, Hanabi doesn't even have to expend his to get involved in that fight. He can just drop down the cannons. Meanwhile, J-Team going to try to clear out their own jungle of wards, but it's a dangerous business right now, as PSG could be lurking in just about any brush.
There's so many targets that they could just go for. Not even Beauty Boy has a Zhonya's right now, so he could just simply die to the burst if they do find the Shadow Surge. If I'm PSG, I'm very willing to take these engages here. They're pretty much just waiting for Hanabi to come into position, as he does not have the TP here. And I just feel like for J-Team, I'm not sure about this play. I don't think PSG are going to be frightened about losing control of this top side. They still have the cannon barrage that could almost take everyone down to half HP, and that just means that they could full wipe J-Team without even being close to the objective. Just cannon barrage and Bay going in, and likely enough to kill the whole team.
Yeah, gives them a lot of options. It's one of the things that Global Ultimates can do for you, in addition to having the teleport at the ready, which Hanabi still is a ways off from getting. Now Cloud spawning in a couple of seconds. Ooh, Uniboy going a little too close, but that could have been some bait there as he is able to recognize in time and walk away. Waves getting swept clean by both Bay and Unified, and this should be a very easy Drake take for Juhan. Should just take it solo, or maybe with a little bit of help from the Jinx. Meanwhile, the rest of PSG can hold the line in mid.
So I'm trying to think of how can J-Team actually come back into this one, and for me, the most important part is you have to feed Driver. You have to get him to that mirror mana. He's the one with the long-range poke on the team, and if he gets a couple lucky shots on, he could just stop PSG from taking a full Baron here. Also, Uniboy needs to be a little bit better on those charms. Haven't seen them.
Okay, there's the Shadow Surge. Into Kongye, look at the damage. He's already dishing for the full engage on the Vex. Enzo now trying to buy some time for his team, but Juhan does not care as he just moves his way forward in the Crescent Guard, just ending. Finally, Lil V is able to take him down, and that's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's not going to stop the push of PSG just yet here. Huge damage onto Lil V from Bay once again, as he even gets the Fear proc on. and they can just keep chasing. However, you could see Driver around the side was looking for a flank angle, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get the deletion. You need a little bit more penetration than he got right there on just
Overall,
the Eclipse and the Muramana.
Not that bad for J-Team. They actually only trade 1 for 1, and they don't even lose vision for that. So I actually consider it somewhat worthwhile. If Juhan just stepped back, they would be in a much worse position. But
Driver
Juhan
actually got that scuttle. That's big too for Baron. But
yeah,
let's see the fight again.
The engage timing, I think, was absolutely correct. They saw Driver on the top side. They know it's a clear 5v4. Go right in. They also have a flank of Juhan cutting off the sides. So it just means J-Team Afterburner flashes to get away from this one. Unfortunately, Juhan does make one mistake right here, which is going in for the kill right after Crescent Guard does drop. And that means there's no spike, no Baron potential. So in the end, it actually just ends up being a 1 for 2 trade. Excuse me, I thought it was 1 for 1. 1 for 2 trade, but overall, it's kind of acceptable for J-Team. They still maintain a lot of vision control over onto the Baron side, and crucially this time around, the Muramana is here, so they will start to hurt with this poke. And if you look at Kai Wing, he's not going to be able to get his Aftershock on before taking a lot of damage, so he still is a viable target.
They're trying to bait from 2 fronts here. Bay and Kai Wing both not even moving right now, waiting for the hook, for the Shadow Surge,
Could be a
the
flash.
Death Charge. But I think J-Team are waiting as well. Oh, it's like a game of chicken, Clement. Who's going to blink first? Kai Wing, he sidesteps and immediately tries to follow. Oh, J-Team, run. Run for the hills.
Oh, that was so decisive from Kai Wing. I'm just so amazed that he's been able to sidestep 2 of these while having no vision. Like, it's just... He's definitely very aware of the shenanigans.
Absolute game sense. I mean, Kai Wing is... I stand by the statement I made at the start of the split. I think until proven otherwise, Unified Kai Wing, the strongest duo in the PCS right now. Part of that's from Unified, part of it is Kai Wing is just an absolute positional monster.
I'm not sure if it was luck or something. It's just he should
all calculated
in that play, but he manages to survive. I'm not even sure if it was great, you know. Because like in that sort of situation, it's actually pretty hard for Bay to actually chase over terrain. It means his follow-up is difficult. But PSG,
right,
they're done ready. They're just gonna go right ahead.
I mean, they got a Jinx, right? You can shred this pretty quickly. I mean, they clearly want the fight, because look where Bay's at right now. They're going to keep it aggroed, but J-Team, they are not falling for the bait. They're going to get that vision ward down, or that control ward down. This may turn into a smite fight, but now they do it! Got a little too curious, and in goes Bay to delete Driver off the map. Enzo trying to cover his team's escape, and the flank is routed as Kongye steps on a Flame Chomper. Oh dear.
Oh, they just don't have the damage here to kill anyone, and look at how hard the engage is for Kongya and Uniboy. They just can't find an angle to go into these teamfights.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Bay once again. Actually gonna get shut down. That's pretty big here. They're gonna have to peel off the Baron. That was a little greedy.
Okay, Juhan and Bay. That's 1 apiece, all right? No more. You guys had a great team fight, but everything afterwards has been a little bit iffy.
You're allowed 1 tactical in per game on PSG. It's a nice benefits package.
Yeah, I still love the angle of engage from Bay onto the back line right there. Again, J-Team, they have a lot of very squishy carries there that they can engage on. And you can see the Death's Daughter is right there, cutting off Driver from escaping. The damage is enough. Hanabi chases in. There's a good bit of tit for tat coming in from Little V, but Kongya doesn't get to get into this fight whatsoever. Just 1 auto attack from Kai Wing, and Kongya is likely a dead man. And that's what I love about this Nautilus pick over the Yuumi. It's just so detrimental here. Now, Bait does have the fear, and he flashes for 1. I think, yeah, Bait just definitely misplayed that. When you flash, you definitely want to get the backward fear. Doesn't find that, and somehow Unified dodges everything and continues to charge forward.
And Kai Wing from downtown manages to land a hook and huge rocket from Unified to finish the kill. Hanabi helps with another one on that on-hit. We had a bit of a slow start, but I think we are all action all the time here. PSG just cleaning house on the map now.
Unified is immune to skill shots. He just can't target this guy with his cleanse available, and I also love the purchase of the BT just to keep himself even extra healthy and make sure he's not prone to poke. it's just so hard for J-Team to find an angle. I really feel like they needed to go all in on skirmishes a little bit more in the early game. Uniboy is spotted out here, and Bay still doesn't have the Shadow Surge, but he's going in regardless.
It's still a little dangerous. Charm gonna just go over the Baron right now. Bay and Hanabi a little bit low. They're gonna commit to this. It is a 3-man, but there's a smite available. Not anywhere near there, though, so it's going to be smited down by Juhan, and looked like it could have been some risky business, but they do manage to get away. Baron established, Cloud Soul secured. PSG looking to take those boxes and take yet another win.
I just want to see the start of that dance. When we got on the screen again, it was Unified walking away from the Ahri. It seemed like he dodged everything. Had to burn the cleanse, but, you know, got one back as Kaiwing just showed up out of nowhere and hooked someone down into the depths. We're going to get another replay of that one. So it was a 3-man chase onto Unified. He walks away point blank from the stun on Kongyue.
How did he do that? This guy's insane. He's so good at this game. I don't believe it.
How did that...
Yeah.
I think that was Galeforce's animation that didn't show up.
No, it looked like it. I think that's what that is, but like he's a pixel away from dying.
Oh, so incredibly close. Definitely it was the Galeforce. Okay, there's no way that you could walk away from that distance. So a little bit of a visual bug, but still impressive.
Yeah, Kaiwing's just. I mean, I harped on him in week 1 when they had their one loss because his positioning was just so unusually iffy. But now Hanabi being a little bit of bait, flashes away, opens up the opportunity for PSG to take the inhibitor tower, and it's just clean, methodical play from them. Hanabi's right back with the second wave of minions. They should be able to easily finish the job. With the barrels, it keeps J-Team from really getting much done, and like J-Team didn't even really play especially bad this game. It's just, man, PSG talent are good at League of Legends.
The skill shots missing on both sides. They flash each other in emotes, and now the big thing is Bay has his Shadow Surge up again. So many free targets here. Driver Kongyue. I don't think Uniboy still has that Zhonya just yet. So, and Unify just daring them to come in.
Yeah, he is. And Juhan on the front lines right now, going to keep them at bay for the time being in the Crescent Guard. Rocket splits the uprights. Doesn't really matter because they're able to fully delete at least Enzo and Lil V off the map. And here comes the push as PSG lead the minions in a march to try and finish the job today and earn win number 12 in 13 games. Unified is absolutely unstoppable. That's right, he is. And that's going to be the Nexus in 32 minutes. PSG Talon take the win.
Beautiful game from PSG. They go on a 12-game win streak so far, entering into the second half of the split. And we are seeing this team start to gel together. We had questions about early game, we had questions about individual mechanics, but the way that they bring everything together in team fights is absolutely second to none. Honestly, this game was just mop-up from the second they got that triple ultimate engage onto J-Team here. And this is going to be very harrowing for the rest of the league. If you can't even touch PSG in their sort of more late game team fight centric strategies by going full on in the early game, then what can you actually do? You're not going to match them in the late game either. It just leaves so few windows to actually tackle this team.
And I think that's what makes it terrifying, right? Like, yeah, you don't give any other team an opening to really find an angle of attack on you, and it feels like there are just so few ways to actually get an edge. You have to try and outplay, but I mean, who do you outplay, right? Like, okay, sure, Bay and Juhan had like a couple of gaffes each, and that was about it, but it didn't matter at the end of the day. The rest of the team still looked strong. And, you know, when you're doing things like Unified was able to do with his positioning, when you have Kaiwing getting these like flawless engages, just understanding the absolute limits of his champion's abilities, this is a team that has so much experience, like Hanabi as well, on that gangplank. They can pick so many things blind, and they're just proving yet again that this squad, even with a few new members, is just a few steps ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, the macro play in the mid game was so beautiful. That was the best opportunity for J-Team to get a foothold in the game and just use that CC chain to find those kills for Uniboy. But the way PSG danced around it was beautiful. They overload the top side of the map, they get the first Herald, Tower, and then they swap back, just confusing J-Team. And J-Team never get a chance to actually start a skirmish on the bottom side. They did get the 2 kills on the bottom lane, but that was traded back 1 kill, and also they lost a lot of gold on the top side of the map as well. So it's I think basically PSG are the golden standard of how to play a macro game. Very bloodless, not a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot of excitement going on all the time. You know, they basically are just objective focused. They don't even bother with picks outside of objectives that much.
They will get the kills when they get the engage on them, though. I mean, yeah, it is really smooth, and you can see that gold lead just going up, following that little bit of an exponential curve after they got off to the races. A little bit of a surge there in the mid game, and you know, J-Team had a few moments. They had the engages, they had the Kongye win conditions starting to come online, but they just could not stand up to this team's 5v5 or even a 4v5 when the Gangplank was getting involved from downtown. I do think, I don't know how you beat this team, right? I mean, like, the Beyond game seemed like a blip on the radar. You try to out-rotate them, you're going to get beat. You try to fight fire with fire, you can't execute. They're just so scary. And Bay wins the MVP award for this game with this Vex performance. He's got more wins on it than Pretender, although not for lack of trying.
That's definitely true. Very well-deserved MVP. The crucial thing was the team fight where he waited for the play to develop, waited for the Crescent Guard, and then the Nautilus ultimate to shockwave into the backline. That's when he struck, going straight and making sure that everyone was caught into the dual crowd controls. He just herded the J-Team like sheep around the map. It was just beautiful to watch this guy play this champion. He was even at a gold deficit at the end for some reason. Kind of interesting that actually happened. I'm not sure how. Still kind of surprised about that. But it worked. There's no question about that.
Can you believe we thought this guy might be a Rise 1 trick when he first started? Man, that was very
It did
wrong.
look like it. He opened all of his games on Rise. You can't blame us.
Yeah, well, I mean, teams just didn't ban out against him. They were trying to ban out Unified or do something else. But that's the other thing, is they can't really, like, you don't seem to have a weak point to try and exploit. We were talking about how, like, on CFO early on, that maybe we thought Atlan was going to be the one, and then he was stepping up into the play. This is like even more so, because Bay and Juhan have slotted in so well. Yeah, they've made a handful of mistakes, and they're not necessarily on the same level as, like, River and Maple, but it doesn't matter. They're still good enough to win almost all the time. And let's take a look at our day's results, because while that game certainly was a flexing, I think PSG weren't the only team that definitely got to flex on the Rift today, as big wins across the board for our top half of the table.
Yep, we had the higher seed win every single game today in terms of the results. We did have some, blips here and there. Pretender, I felt like, had another good game, but unfortunately unable to close down a win rate here. And we are heading into the last 2 weeks of the split. So far, that number of wins that you have to achieve is still at 9 wins to keep yourself out of the jaws of Hurricane Gaming. So congratulations at the very least today. J-Team still finds himself within that realm of just going ahead into playoffs.
Yeah, and of course CFO looking to lock that one up as well. And Mega Bank Beyond Gaming just on the outside looking in, but I don't have as many worries for this team as I did, honestly, even yesterday. But that being said, that Frank game could have very easily gone the other way. It was very much a last minute, but that is a team that can collapse and turn mistakes of the other team into their advantages. For Frank Esports, I think there's still a lot of like from this squad. Meta Falcon team showed that they have some strengths as well, and those are teams that are looking for an outside shot in at the playoffs. Teams I'm still looking for more for. Impunity, they very likely by process of elimination will make it into playoffs, but this is the start of a third week where I'm seeing a little bit less than what I would like from them, and we had a lot of good growth at the beginning. Hurricane, they haven't really found any answers, and of course Sem9 still searching for a single win. Do not want to be the first team in the history of the PCS to go 0-18. But we have yet to see. Tomorrow, we open up with Sem9 taking on Frank Esports, who will be looking for a win there. Now, Deep Cross and PSG is the highlight as our number 1 and number 2 teams square off against one another for what should be an absolute banger. And then, of course, we have a few other good ones on the board, closing out the day with CFO and Beyond Gaming in a rematch of the Battle of the Banks.
True, and Beyond Gaming won the last one over CFO, which really started the decline overall of CFO. They just look like their mentality was shattered. And I also have to mention that these teams are only one game apart, so it's very possible for Beyond Gaming to actually leapfrog CFO and get that playoff positioning secured, at least for now. In the other side, we do have to mention once again that placement does matter. If you're the top two teams, you actually get essentially a double round bye. You start from the upper bracket and you get a bye directly into the quote-unquote semis. And,
Right.
If you're coming in on the 7th and 8th, then you have to start from the lower bracket. You get one last shot at advancing through the playoff bracket.
Yeah, I think it makes all the difference, right? So those teams will certainly be jockeying for the position, and the top two are going to be a hard-fought battle. For PSG, I mean, they haven't locked it yet, but it does look like unless another team can find a way to take them down, that's probably going to be a shoo-in, and the second seed is going to be the one a lot of people are going to be fighting for. But Deep Cross are certainly making a deep play for that themselves. I think far and away, they do look like the second best team. There's a lot of other squads that can maybe challenge, but we'll have to see as we have several more games to play and a few more weeks to go. But that's it from us. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, for PCS Week 5 continuing.